A senior executive advises that pure performance is only valued up to a certain level, after which corporate politics dictate success. Lee Han-rok stands alone in his office, looking out over the glowing city skyline at night. The blue-eyed, dark-haired man introduces himself as Lee Han-rok, reflecting on his career. He recalls his rapid ascent to section chief at major entertainment corporation TKENM by age 35. His superior confronts him at the window, bluntly accusing him of taking corporate bribes. Clenching his fist, Lee Han-rok firmly denies receiving any illegal payments from his client. The smug department manager notes that 3 people have already testified against him, advising him to choose his loyalties wisely. Lee Han-rok responds with cold disbelief to the manager's cynical laughter. The manager's face darkens as he sharply warns Lee Han-rok to watch his tongue. He slaps down a performance file, revealing Lee Han-rok is the only employee to receive an unsatisfactory evaluation. The manager highlights Lee Han-rok's incredible track record of blockbuster films and rapid promotions. He grudgingly acknowledges that Lee Han-rok reached his high position through sheer talent and clean execution alone. The manager notes that while many factions wanted Lee Han-rok, he stubbornly rejected all of them. He explains that a highly competent rival who refuses to play politics is viewed by others as a dangerous threat. A sharp crunch sounds as the manager violently crushes the evaluation paper, declaring that his rivals want him ruined. The manager drops the crumpled paper to the floor, claiming he foresaw this inevitable downfall. He stares down at Lee Han-rok with an intense, unyielding gaze. Department manager Oh Soo-chang offers a patronizing, insincere smile as his identity is revealed. Oh Soo-chang claims he knows Lee Han-rok is innocent, but stresses that the current timing is terrible. Gripping Lee Han-rok's shoulder, Oh Soo-chang explains his own high-stakes promotion prevents him from helping. He smirks, offering Lee Han-rok a lifeline if he agrees to submit to his authority. Lee Han-rok looks him dead in the eye and flatly rejects the corrupt proposal. Oh Soo-chang squeezes his shoulder painfully, calling him foolishly rigid despite his brilliance. He mockingly questions why Lee Han-rok hates serving under him so intensely. Lee Han-rok flashes back to his father, who regretfully apologized for his own past failures. He remembers his father holding a bottle, bitterly warning that honesty in their world is a foolish mistake. His father's painful memories end with a final warning never to live a life like his. Back in the present, Oh Soo-chang demands he resign quietly, but Lee Han-rok pleads to finish his current project. Lee Han-rok humbles himself, begging to remain employed just long enough to complete his work. Oh Soo-chang mockingly laughs at how predictable it is for Lee Han-rok to focus on work even now. He reluctantly grants Lee Han-rok a 3-month grace period before his termination. A quick knock sounds on the office door, interrupting their tense conversation. A secretary enters the room to deliver the requested documents to the seated manager. Oh Soo-chang smugly accepts the file folder from her hand. He smiles with satisfaction, confident that these materials will finalize his plans. Oh Soo-chang orders the immediate dispatch of the documents as Lee Han-rok walks up. Lee Han-rok walks through the office as his colleagues pointedly ignore him. The isolation deepens as his teammates refuse to even look at him after his terrible evaluation. Assistant manager Song nervously calls out to Lee Han-rok in the quiet corridor. The scene shifts to the empty and quiet corporate lounge area. Sitting in the lounge, Lee Han-rok explains that he agreed to resign once his current project is complete. He confirms his departure to Song, admitting he must also abandon his other major campaigns. Song hesitantly asks if department manager Oh neglected to mention critical news to him. Lee Han-rok demands to know the truth as a sudden, ominous feeling washes over him. He recalls how another department swooped in earlier to seize all of his team's core project materials. A sudden slam echoes as Lee Han-rok furiously strikes the table, outraged that his project was reassigned. Song weakly explains that the executives gave his hard work to a rival team since he is leaving anyway. Lee Han-rok is horrified to realize that his innocent team members are also being unfairly targeted and punished. The devastating realization that his team is being broken apart leaves him utterly stunned. A sharp crash echoes as his glass shatters on the floor, symbolizing the total ruin of his team. Outraged by department manager Oh breaking his promise, Lee Han-rok angrily loosens his tie. Refusing to sit idly by, the dark-haired man determinedly rolls up his sleeves to fight back. He resolves to report the corrupt department manager's actions directly to the corporate audit team. 2 corporate investigators block Lee Han-rok's path, calling out his name to halt him. The investigator presents his TKENM badge, demanding that the section chief accompany them immediately. Lee Han-rok stares in shock as the investigator presents him with an anonymous tip sheet. A single photograph serves as damning evidence, sending a jolt of shock through his eyes. The photograph shows Lee Han-rok receiving a mysterious black briefcase from a corporate client. A dark, jagged red crack ruptures the blackness as his reality completely shatters. Lee Han-rok demands to know who took the picture, but the investigators refuse to identify their informant. Onlookers begin whispering as they recognize the Genius Film Division team leader undergoing interrogation. His close friend Kim Young-do stands in the whispering crowd watching with a somber gaze. Colleagues whisper that his office computer has been seized and his network access has been suspended. He finally remembers Kim Young-do as a cherished lifelong friend who knew his entire family. Overcome with betrayal, Lee Han-rok screams his friend's name as investigators hold him back. He shouts accusations of betrayal at Kim Young-do, who quietly walks away without looking back. The investigators restrain the furious section chief as he continues desperately screaming his betrayer's name. Realizing his lifelong friends sold him out, a fiery wrath ignites within his cold blue eyes. The investigators' voices begin to fade as the corporate hallway suddenly spins and blurs away. The surrounding environment dissolves into darkness as a sudden, dizzying sensation takes hold of him. The dark silhouette of an older executive appears in his mind, shifting his consciousness elsewhere. Lee Han-rok's eyes snap wide open in utter disbelief as he suddenly wakes up elsewhere. His former manager Gu Chol-bom rudely demands that he cancel his scheduled half-day off. Gu Chol-bom prioritizes his son's exam briefing, leaving the thoroughly bewildered young man completely speechless. The calendar confirms it is March 2022, revealing he has somehow traveled back in time. Gu Chol-bom shamelessly claims multiple half-days off, ordering the assistant manager to cover his shifts. Picking his ear, Gu callously dismisses the medical needs of his subordinate sibling as unimportant. Rather than submitting to his superior's selfish demands, Lee Han-rok stands in tense silence. With quiet, unwavering resolve, he firmly declares that he will be taking his half-day off, turns his back on his protesting manager, slipping on his jacket to walk out. He runs down the street, recalling how in his original past he yielded to Gu. He runs frantically to save his sister Han Seo, who suffered a stroke years ago. In his previous life, postponing the medical exam led to a tragic, irreversible family disaster. His younger sister Han Seo had collapsed on the street, left helpless due to his absence. He blames himself entirely for her past tragedy, deeply regretful of his broken family promise. Shrugging off the impossibility of time travel, he immediately reaches into his pocket for his phone. He stares at the glowing screen showing his sister's contact name, praying for a miracle. Sprinting across a crosswalk, he desperately calls her name, vowing never to abandon her again. To his immense relief, Han Seo answers the call, sounding confused by his sudden shouting. He urgently commands his sister to immediately sit down on a nearby bench and rest. Though confused by his panic, she listens as he promises to arrive by her side immediately. The scene shifts to the quiet hallways of a hospital clinic where tests are conducted. The doctor explains that her initial medication treatment is complete, making a swift discharge highly likely. Because Han-rok acted quickly, his sister avoids surgery and can safely return home soon. Tears of profound relief well up in his eyes as he realizes he saved his sister. Sitting in the doctor's office, he repeatedly expresses his deep gratitude with a bowed head. He tenderly watches over his sleeping sister, immensely grateful that she is safe and resting. Kim Young-do enters the hospital room, gently advising his friend to get some rest. Young-do kindly offers to stay by Han Seo's bedside so his friend can finally rest.
Han-rok stares back with cold, piercing blue eyes, remembering his friend's future corporate betrayal.
Lee Han-rok's hand squeezes tightly as a quiet clench sounds, reflecting his deep, unspoken frustration. Lee Han-rok calls out to Kim Young-do, proposing they step outside to talk privately. Kim Young-do calls him brother and asks if he clashed with manager Gu earlier that day. Lee Han-rok wonders how the rumor spread so quickly, while Young-do confirms his growing notoriety. Young-do suggests being more cooperative despite manager Gu's nature, but Han-rok defends his priorities. Young-do advises playing politics subtly instead of clashing directly, but Han-rok firmly rejects the idea. Young-do voices his understanding as Han-rok is suddenly reminded of his late father. He remembers his family standing around his father's hospital bed, weeping during his final moments. His father was a dedicated worker who was ultimately ruined and discarded by ruthless corporate politics. Han-rok deeply regrets failing to uphold his dying father's final wish to avoid corporate life. Young-do reminds him that survival in a company requires managing relationships rather than speaking bluntly. Han-rok expresses intense weariness and disgust toward the suffocating nature of the corporate world. He laments the necessity of politics, wishing for a workplace where merit and hard work alone sufficed. Young-do quietly agrees with Han-rok's sentiment regarding the ideal but unrealistic workspace. Young-do points out that such freedom is only possible if one is the company's president. Young-do explains only the president can stop political games, leaving Han-rok in contemplative silence. Han-rok realizes that reaching the absolute top is the only way to destroy corrupt corporate politics. Young-do jokingly asks if Han-rok is suddenly aiming for a major promotion to executive. Young-do's playful expression softens into silence as he registers the serious intensity in Han-rok's gaze. Young-do asks if Han-rok could truly handle the political games required to reach the top. Han-rok firmly declares his resolve to finally play the corporate political game and win. The scene shifts back to the hospital room where Han Seo rests comfortably under their watch. Knowing TK pays best, Han-rok resolves to protect his projects and complete the plant campaign. Armed with future knowledge, he is determined to secure the legendary film set to release soon. A dark silhouette of his future enemy looms as Han-rok prepares his grand plan. Young-do bids him good night, promising to return the following day to watch over Han Seo. Looking at his friend, Han-rok silently ponders the underlying reasons behind Young-do's future betrayal. He deduces that a mix of admiration and deep-seated inferiority allowed manager Oh to manipulate Young-do. A quiet sliding sound echoes as Han-rok gently closes the hospital door behind his departing friend. Hanrak contemplates his absolute advantage, possessing flawless knowledge of future films and corporate events. With his marketing genius and future insights, achieving massive box office success will be effortless. He sets his sights even higher, aiming to produce timeless masterpieces that will reshape cinema history. He visualizes the legendary film reels, eager to secure the specific project that will change everything. However, Hanrak knows he must first completely eliminate the threat of his corrupt manager. Young-do's challenging question about handling corporate politics echoes in his mind once again. Standing alone in the quiet night, Hanrak prepares himself for the difficult road ahead. Looking out over the illuminated city under the glowing full moon, he decides it is worth trying. 3 days after his sister's hospitalization, Hanro commutes to work to begin his first day back. Inside the car, Young-do drives while Hanrak sits quietly in the passenger seat beside him. Young-do urges him to rest, but Hanrak insists on returning to check on his struggling teammate. Young-do sarcastically remarks that the entire company would collapse and fail without Hanrak's presence. Hanrak warns Young-do about his biting, sarcastic tone as they continue their drive. Young-do falls into a sudden tense silence, letting his sarcastic remarks fade away. Hanrak calls out his name, prompting Young-do to defensively ask if he is getting scolded again. Hanrak looks at his friend with a soft, knowing smile, catching him off guard. Confused by the smile, Young-do is quickly told to keep his eyes on the road. Hanrak praises Young-do's recent copyright training program, noting how well received it was by everyone. Young-do modestly downplays his success, but Hanrak points out the stark improvement from last year's program. When asked why he brought it up, Hanrok simply explains he wanted to praise him. Young-do claims embarrassment, but Hanrok playfully teases him, diffusing the tension between them completely.
Turning back in his seat, the brown-haired young man calls out to his brother.
Sitting in the passenger seat, Assistant Manager Lee gently offers his ongoing support to his brother. Staring out the window, Assistant Manager Lee's blue-gray eyes are filled with quiet contemplation. Assistant Manager Lee is startled to see a glowing red thread binding their wrists together. Confused, Lee asks Young-do about the strange red thread around his wrist. Young-do dismisses the question, asking if his brother is just exhausted from overwork. Scene transitions back to the empty, quiet cubicles of the corporate office. Manager Hyun Yoo-hoon urgently calls out to Assistant Manager Lee as he returns. Placing a supportive hand on his shoulder, Manager Hyun offers any help Lee might need. He is surprised that Manager Hyun, who notoriously despises extra work, is offering assistance. Smiling warmly, Assistant Manager Lee expresses his gratitude, appreciating the kindness of his colleagues. Lee uses the company chat to check in with Yoo-seon about the poster deadline. Kim Yoo-seon cheerfully responds, confirming she received the file and proceeded with printing. Lee sits at his desk with a cup of coffee reviewing her work schedule. Checking her messages, Yoo-seon panics when asked if she got the manager's approval. Anxious to fix her mistake, Yoo-seon types out an apology while Lee offers reassurance. Lee enters the manager's office, politely requesting post-approval for the Othello poster. Department Manager Jung District, known for his cold and harsh reputation, glares ahead. Keeping his head down, Department Manager Jung dismissively tells Lee to send the file. Lee looks at the cold manager, silently noting his unyielding and harsh demeanor. Lee calmly explains that the poster has already been sent to the printing shop. Jung shifts his gaze suspiciously, asking if Yoo-seon missed the approval step. Lee takes full responsibility for the oversight, prompting Jung to summon Yoo-seon immediately. Jung's eyes narrow intensely behind his wire glasses as he acknowledges Lee's response. Yoo-seon sits at her desk, nervously biting her finger in deep anxiety. Leaning over the cubicle wall, Lee calls out to the startled Yoo-seon. Bowing her head in regret, Yoo-seon repeatedly apologizes to Lee for her mistake. Lee looks down at her with a gentle expression, praising her poster revision. Surprised by his warm tone, Yoo-seon looks up as Lee thanks her. Lee smiles and reassures her, telling her not to worry about the mistake. Relief washes over Yoo-seon as a soft smile returns to her face. Deeply grateful for his kindness, Yoo-seon promises to work even harder now. Lee's eyes narrow in sudden surprise as he notices something on her wrist. Lee is shocked to see another red thread wrapping around Yoo-seon's wrist. Lee asks Yoo-seon about her arm, making her look down in confusion. Realizing she cannot see the thread, Lee quickly dismisses his question as nothing. Lee informs her that the department manager is waiting to see her. As Lee advises her not to blame herself, the red thread tightens on her wrist. Lee reassures her that the poster was handled well and he got post-approval. The red thread begins to glow as Lee advises her on how to apologize. Thread flashes with a bright pink spark as Yoo-seon eagerly agrees. Lee watches in absolute awe, wondering if the thread has just changed. Lee suggests getting coffee later, prompting Yoo-seon to enthusiastically offer to buy. Yoo-seon insists on paying for the coffee as a small token of gratitude. She smiles warmly, expressing her deepest appreciation to her supportive assistant manager. The glowing red thread around Yoo-seon's wrist flares with intense crimson energy. Back at his desk, Lee contemplates the sudden appearance of the mysterious thread. Lee realizes that the thread's color deepened significantly when she thanked him again. Lee stares at his hand, wondering if the thread intensifies based on people's gratitude. Twisting red and gold threads glow as Lee ponders the hidden rules of connections. Han-Rok mentally prepares himself to focus on his work at his office desk. As a rhythmic typing sound fills his cubicle, Han-Rok begins diligently working on his computer. From inside a private office, a stern voice calls out to Yu Xian, telling her to take a seat. Department Manager Jung reprimands Yu Xian for sending materials to print without prior approval, prompting her to apologize deeply. Jung sternly instructs Yu Xian to ensure all future external printed materials go directly through him first. Jung decides to end his scolding, then asks Yu Xian if Han-Rok was too distracted to leave a proper handover. Nervously sweating, Yu Xian quickly defends Han-Rok by explaining that he had to leave in an extreme rush. Jung points out that Han-Rok should have finished his tasks first and asks if he clashed with Manager Gu over his leave. Yu Xian awkwardly downplays the situation, claiming it was merely a communication difficulty rather than an outright fight with Manager Gu. Jung looks skeptical about the alleged lack of agreement, noting that Han-Rok had already left the approval directly with him anyway. Stuttering in response, Yu Xian looks visibly anxious and struggles to find a proper explanation. Overwhelmed by the pressure, the young woman closes her eyes in deep distress. A glowing red thread wraps tightly around her wrist as she hesitates to speak further. She nervously reveals to her superior that Manager Gu suddenly took a leave of absence himself. Jung narrows his eyes behind his glasses, quietly acknowledging the strange and sudden turn of events. The surrounding office workers sit in uneasy silence as the tension in the room escalates. A voice suddenly calls out to Manager Gu, who turns around with a deeply irritated expression. As Han-Rok confronts his superior, the nearby co-workers whisper in pity about Han-Rok's sick sibling and Manager Gu's heartless behavior. Gu dismissively orders Han-Rok to return to work, but the young man remains standing with a dark expression. The office continues to gossip, criticizing Manager Gu for refusing to apologize while noting Han-Rok's unusually strong, unyielding personality. With a loud slam of his hand on the desk, Han-Rok forcefully addresses Manager Gu directly. Bending down to look his superior dead in the eye, Han-Rok demands to know if Gu has anything to say to him. Gu nervously asks what he's supposed to say, only for Han-Rok to bluntly demand a direct apology. Blaring with absolute fury, Han-Rok commands the older manager to apologize to him immediately. Gu stares up in complete shock, questioning if he heard the assistant manager's demanding words correctly. Han-Rok firmly repeats his demand for an apology, while Gu defiantly questions why he should have to apologize. Han-Rok explains his sibling nearly died because of the delay, but Gu callously dismisses the concern because Han-Rok ultimately made it to the hospital. Han-Rok argues that Gu would have blocked his leave if he hadn't insisted, while Gu defensively retorts that his sibling's illness is not his responsibility. A heavy, stunned silence blankets the entire department as coworkers watch the intense confrontation unfold. Gu internally fumes with rage, wondering if Han-Rok has lost his mind and how he expects to continue working at the company. Gu nervously glances sideways to gauge the reactions of the silent coworkers watching them. Gu realizes his superiors are hiding inside their office, listening to the loud argument but refusing to step out and help him. Noting that the section chief is overseas, Gu realizes he has no choice but to offer a quick apology to end the embarrassing scene. Gu finally mutters a reluctant, insincere apology, claiming he already had another employee handle Han-Rok's workload anyway. Han-Rok listens silently as Gu dismissively grumbles about his sibling constantly falling ill. Han-Rok interrupts the grumbling by calling out Manager Gu's name with chilling authority. Han-Rok sternly commands Gu to speak properly, towering over him with an intense gaze. Han-Rok states he followed company procedures, accusing Gu of arbitrarily changing schedules, which sends Gu into a shaking rage. Han-Rok explains the real issue is Gu's coercive use of leave, prompting Gu to furiously shout at him. Manager Hyun attempts to de-escalate the situation by pulling Han-Rok back, but Han-Rok firmly declares that it is not over yet. Walking away, Han-Rok delivers a final warning to Gu to stop giving coercive orders and acting shamelessly as Gu yells after him. The confrontation is suddenly cut short as Department Manager Jung enters the workspace with a calm, imposing demeanor. Gu quickly stands up and apologizes to Jung, falsely claiming he was merely educating Han-Rok, who failed to control his emotions. Gu promises to be more careful with his volume, while Han-Rok mentally notes how quickly Gu hid his explosive anger. Han-Rok looks on with disgust as Gu puts on a fake smile, immediately framing his abusive behavior as workplace education. Jung stares coldly at Gu, flatly observing that his shouting was far too loud to be considered mere education. Both Gu and Han-Rok look up in stunned surprise at Jung's sharp, unexpected intervention. Jung bypasses Gu entirely to ask Han-Rok if his sick sibling is doing all right, catching Han-Rok completely off guard. Han-Rok expresses his gratitude after confirming his sibling's safety, internally wondering why the usually neutral department manager is taking his side. Jung tells the staff to get back to work, leaving Han-Rok deeply puzzled by the manager's sudden supportive actions. Surrounded by the chaotic demands of his busy coworkers, Manager Gu listens in silence with an irritated expression. Manager Gu releases a heavy sigh as the pressure of the workday continues to mount. With a sharp thud, Manager Gu violently kicks a trash bin to vent his explosive frustration. As Yuseon stands in awkward silence, a coworker loudly calls her out over an email mistake. Hanrock politely asks to pass through, and Yuseon quickly steps aside to make way for him. Yuseon looks back at Hanrock with a soft, appreciative smile as he walks past.
Hanrock casts a gentle glance back at her, showing a subtle hint of a smile.
A weary sigh echoes through the quiet office as the wall clock ticks past 7. Manager Hyun approaches Hanrock's desk, questioning why he is still working so late. Hanrock explains his urgent ticket design deadline while Manager Hyun laments the grueling corporate workload. Manager Hyun kindly advises Hanrock to go home to his sick sibling, and Hanrock agrees. Hanrock reflects that his work is complete, but securing the necessary approval is the true hurdle. He worries about the delay since their regular team leader is away on a business trip. He realizes the decision falls on Manager Gu, who remains deeply resentful after their previous clash. Hanrock expects that the spiteful Manager Gu will intentionally delay the approval until leaving himself. Hanrock stretches tiredly at his desk, silently criticizing Manager Gu's petty, unprofessional behavior. Hanrock pauses in surprise as he notices a glowing red thread wrapped around his left wrist. He recalls Yuseon's gratitude, wondering if human relationships can manifest as visible colored threads. Staring at the thread, Hanrock muses that this visual bond literally represents his office alliances. Deciding not to overwork himself, Hanrock resolves to head home and resume the battle tomorrow. An explosive shout echoes across the office floor, demanding that Manager Gu immediately approve the document. Hanrock looks up as Manager Hyun confronts Manager Gu directly over the stalled approval process. Manager Hyun demands the design approval, while Manager Gu defensively claims he found issues to fix. Manager Hyun angrily counters that nothing needs fixing, urging Manager Gu to sign off immediately. Irritated by the public confrontation, Manager Gu barks back at Manager Hyun for making a scene. Manager Hyun reveals that Manager Gu's stubbornness is preventing Yuseon from going home, surprising Hanrock. With a quiet scrape of her chair, Yuseon tentatively stands up at her desk. Smiling nervously, Yuseon speaks up in an attempt to pacify the two arguing managers. The managers bicker about her overtime hours, prompting Yuseon to awkwardly remind them of her age. Wearied by Manager Hyun's relentless pressure, a grumbling Manager Gu finally agrees to grant the approval. Hearing a positive chime from his computer, Hanrock listens as Manager Hyun happily dismisses everyone. The scene transitions to the quiet elevator lobby as the long workday finally comes to an end. Inside the elevator, Hanrock apologizes for the delay, but Yuseon politely reassures him. Hanrock insists on taking full responsibility, advising her to go home early next time. As they step out, Hanrock unexpectedly thanks Yuseon, leaving her slightly puzzled. Hanrock explains his sincere gratitude for her taking his side earlier, making her blush softly. With a warm, charming smile, Hanrock promises to stand by her side in return. Stunned by his unusually warm words, Yuseon silently marvels at his rare, supportive promise. With a joyful nod, Yuseon happily expresses how glad she is to support him. The vibrant red thread of alliance glows brightly around Yuseon's wrist as their bond deepens. The scene transitions to the bright, sunny exterior of the Grand TKENM corporate headquarters. A tense meeting begins in a conference room, presided over by a stern, demanding senior manager. A nervous employee stammeringly reports on the upcoming release schedule to his demanding superior. The senior manager slams his hands on the table, furiously warning that they risk missing critical deadlines. The manager ruthlessly belittles the sweating employee, loudly questioning his salary and professional capability. Shifting his attention, the harsh senior manager calls on Hanrock to present his campaign updates. Hanrock calmly presents successful promotional metrics, outlining plans to proceed with the next phase. Despite the highly positive report, the senior manager grinds his teeth in deep irritation. The senior manager dismissively demands even greater results, refusing to celebrate their achieved targets. Unfazed, Hanrock shifts focus to pitch their marketing strategy for the upcoming movie. Hanrock clicks his pen as he prepares his next strategic move. He reflects on the golden opportunity he has been waiting for since his return. A quiet tap sounds as he lays down his pen, remembering his career's biggest failure. He recalls the catastrophic failure of the film titled The Boss is an Alien. His former colleague had insisted on a disastrous marketing direction before quitting his job. The movie ultimately became a historic, record-breaking box office failure for TK Entertainment. The dark, socially satirical film was foolishly marketed as a lighthearted comedy. The mismatch severely disappointed audiences, resulting in an abysmal viewer rating. Hanrock vividly recalls the corporate absurdity that took place 5 years ago. He remembers how corporate inertia prevented anyone from correcting the failing promotional strategy. He had boldly protested, warning the room that the current plan would fail. His manager had reacted with sheer irritation, stubbornly refusing to listen. An uncomfortable, heavy silence had descended upon the entire meeting room. Hanrock had ultimately backed down, realizing further argument was pointless. He quietly resolves to handle things completely differently this time around. Monday morning arrives, marking the day of the crucial department-wide meeting. Manager Gu approaches him, casually telling him to get back to work. He is ordered to return to his desk to handle his duties. Hanrock walks away, knowing his superior foolishly believes their conflict is over. A sudden thud echoes as he places his critical project report on his desk. An announcement summons everyone to the conference room for the big meeting. Hanrock prepares his notes, ready to use his future knowledge of the manager. He fixes his gaze on his target, preparing for the upcoming corporate battle. A subtle, confident smile plays on his face as he steps forward. He walks into the conference room determined to properly cross the line. Division Head Choi Kyung-jun officially opens the department-wide meeting. The division head delivers opening remarks praising the department's recent growth. Han-rok observes the powerful managing director who controls the division's fate. He knows Choi holds absolute power to make or break corporate careers. The prestigious upcoming film festival represents Choi's most critical project of the year. Han-rok intends to secure his success by aligning self with this venture. Choi outlines the company's new long-term contract and expanding volume. He demands maximum effort from everyone on the newly acquired projects. Department Manager Jung looks thoroughly dispirited as he is publicly stripped of authority. Choi concludes his announcements and calls for the individual teamwork reports. The team leaders begin sharing their progress and various project delays. Manager Gu confidently delivers his team's update on their promotional merchandise. He assures the division head that everything is progressing ahead of schedule. Han-rok silently exposes his manager's lies, knowing the timeline is physically impossible. Choi shifts his sharp gaze to Manager Gu, demanding absolute accountability. Manager Gu breaks into a nervous sweat under the director's heavy warning. Gu confirms they will proceed with the disastrous comedy marketing plan, attempts to shift all future blame onto Han-rok, who listens calmly. Choi concludes the routine reports and asks if anyone has anything else. The room falls silent, with everyone eager to end the tense meeting. A sudden rustle sounds as Han-rok boldly raises his hand to speak. His colleagues turn to look at him in sheer astonishment. Han-rok firmly declares that he wishes to address the current marketing plan. While Manager Gu panics and tries to silence him, Choi grants him permission. Manager Gu desperately tries to shut down the insubordination before everyone's eyes. Han-rok directs his superior's attention to the presentation screen to review their promotional plan. Showing a whimsical sci-fi poster, Han-rok explains the current phase positions the film as a bright comedy. The screen reveals the movie's shockingly brutal reality, contrasting sharply with the comedic promotional poster. Department Manager Jung admits the film's actual scenes are far more brutal than any written description. Han-rok explains that the film's second half focuses heavily on dark social criticism and alienation. Clicking the remote, Han-rok explains the film uses dark comedy to expose harsh social realities. Han-rok warns that marketing it as a comedy risks provoking severe backlash from misled audiences. Looking across the boardroom, Han-rok questions the previous marketer's failed comedy strategy, predicting disastrous consequences. Department Manager Jung firmly asks for his proposal, prompting Han-rok to demand a total marketing pivot. As Department Manager Jung objects due to fixed budgets, Han-rok prepares to introduce his 5-stage marketing strategy. The presentation outlines how securing customer loyalty requires leaving a lasting, positive consumer memory after attracting attention. Han-rok holds his phone, reflecting on the absolute necessity of capturing the audience's emotional connection. Han-rok resolves to win over the stern department manager, who recently endured a family tragedy. Colleagues in the conference room gasp in shock as Han-rok introduces his first marketing role. Han-rok deliberately evokes the painful memory of Pan's Labyrinth, the failed film once managed by Jung. Undeterred by the manager's rising hostility, Han-rok stands his ground as Jung demands an explanation. Han-rok applies bold shock therapy to the room, bluntly predicting absolute failure for the current plan. The entire room is frozen in absolute terror at Han-rok's incredibly daring and risky assertion. Stunned, Department Manager Jung quietly questions why Han-rok is bringing up such a deeply forbidden subject. Han-rok points out that hiding dark themes in Pan's Labyrinth led to its domestic failure. The presentation highlights how the Dark War fantasy was catastrophically marketed as a harmless children's fairy tale. Driven by short-sighted greed, the misaligned marketing campaign caused the film to fail spectacularly in Korea. Unsuspecting families who brought young children were horrified by the movie's terrifying creatures and brutal themes. Following a flood of customer complaints, the responsible managers, including Department Manager Jung, were severely demoted. The female colleague panics as Han-rok fearlessly resurrects the company's most notorious marketing disaster. An oppressive silence fills the conference room as Department Manager Jung stares back with deep intensity. To everyone's surprise, Department Manager Jung calmly concedes that Han-rok has made a very valid point. The female colleague watches in disbelief, shocked that the manager is not reacting with explosive fury. Jung commends Han-rok's thorough preparation, signaling a crucial shift in his respect for him. Dismissing the meeting, Jung concludes the session while Han-rok smugly notes his rival is outclassed. With the meeting officially concluded, the defeated rival assistant manager is left with absolutely no room to complain. Han-rok's colleagues smirk in admiration at his flawless, anger-free defeat of his workplace rival. Remaining behind, Han-rok approaches Department Manager Jung to discuss further details of the project. Han-rok confirms he has more to share, thoroughly prepared to deliver his next major proposal. Looking up attentively, Department Manager Jung waits to hear the next phase of Han-rok's plan. Han-rok asks Department Manager Jung if he has actually watched the movie they are discussing. Department Manager Jung looks away, admitting he saw no reason to ever watch the failed film. Bowing politely, Han-rok makes his point clear without showing any hostility or creating unnecessary tension. Walking away calmly, Han-rok prepares to leave the office to let his words sink in. sharp, angry shout echoes through the office as Manager Gu suddenly calls out Hanrok's name. Manager Gu aggressively grabs Hanrok's collar, furious at his confident display in front of the department manager. In the office, coworkers whisper and gossip about whether Hanrok provoked the confrontation on purpose. Glaring with intense rage, Manager Gu orders Hanrok to follow him into the conference room immediately. Outside the closed conference room, Manager Gu's voice echoes as he bitterly questions Hanrok's arrogance. Sitting back with crossed legs, Manager Gu angrily claims that Hanrok's coworker dislikes him despite his good performance. Standing quietly, Hanrok tunes out Manager Gu's bitter rant, completely focused on his next strategic move. Hanrok analyzes the outcomes of his high-stakes confrontation with Department Manager Jung. A clock on the wall shows that it is nearly noon as Hanrok calculates his manager's decision time. Time passes silently as the office clock moves forward, building tension during the long wait. While Manager Gu continues lecturing him, a sudden knock on the conference room door interrupts the tense meeting. Opening the conference room door, Manager Hyun interrupts to call Assistant Manager Lee Hanrok out. Manager Gu claims he was offering advice, but Manager Hyun shuts him down for harassment. Manager Hyun tells Manager Gu to back off, but Gu retorts that the department manager is summoning Hanrok. Gu tries to delay the meeting, but Hyun insists the department manager wants Hanrok immediately. After Hyun delivers the boss's warning to Gu, Hanrok realizes the summon is about his film proposal. The office falls silent as the department manager's loud voice summons Hanrok to his desk. Hanrok reports to Department Manager Jung while anxious coworkers gossip, fearing another severe scolding. Department Manager Jung maintains a stern, unreadable expression as he silently evaluates Hanrok. Breaking his stern facade, Department Manager Jung smiles and commends Hanrok's proposal. The observing coworkers gasp in disbelief as the department manager praises Hanrok's plan. Jung tosses a document into the trash, agreeing that the previous marketing plan was absolute garbage. Jung asks Hanrok how they can revise the marketing campaign while heavily cutting the budget. Hanrok asks if Jung is truly willing to pivot, and Jung demands to hear the details first. The scene shifts to the quiet conference room where they will discuss the new strategy. Department Manager Jung sits with crossed arms, waiting intently for Hanrok to begin his presentation. Hanrok observes glowing threads representing professional connections spreading out from the department manager. Hanrok realizes everyone is desperately trying to establish a connection with the influential manager. A sudden call vibrates on the smartphone lying on the table, interrupting the tense silence. Jung orders him to start, but Hanrok suggests taking the call first, identifying the caller. Jung dismisses the incoming call, prioritizing Hanrok's presentation over the other manager's reach. With a sharp snap, the glowing thread representing the caller's connection is instantly severed. Hanrok witnesses the ruthless severing of the accounting department manager's professional line. The severed connection lies lifelessly on the floor, symbolizing the brutal reality of corporate failure. Seeing the surrounding failed lines, Hanrok knows he could easily face the same fate. Hanrok notes that his own thread of trust will be severed if his plan fails. Falling out of favor with Jung means plunging into the depth of professional ruin. Despite the high stakes, Hanrok feels absolutely no tension as he prepares to present. Hanrok confidently opens his laptop, presenting his revised marketing strategy for the movie. Jung questions the idea of keeping the main campaign while modifying the trailer. Hanrok confirms his proposal to insert a brief 5-second clip into the trailer. Hanrok explains that adding a single cut is the most budget-friendly way to revise promotion. Jung agrees the budget is safe and asks which specific scene Hanrok selected. Hanrok reveals the bleak scene of the main character collapsed in the pouring rain. Hanrok proposes extending the bleak 2-second scene to 5 seconds in dramatic black and white. Hanrok explains that this sudden dark shift will signal to audiences that the movie has depth. He explains that the shocking change of mood at the end is designed for viral induction. Jung sees the viral potential, and Hanrok agrees it will capture interest across general communities. Hanrok suggests replacing the main poster after promotions end, prompting Jung's curious question. Hanrok proposes using the bleak, rainy collapse scene as the new main poster. Jung realizes that the dramatic shift in imagery will drive immense curiosity from potential viewers. Jung envisions curious moviegoers entering the theater only to find their expectations brilliantly challenged. The emotional resonance of the poster will linger with viewers long after they leave the theater. Mesmerized by the brilliant marketing cycle, Department Manager Jung quietly calls Hanrok's name. Around Department Manager Jung's wrist, the thread of trust glows with bright, warm energy. Jung is utterly bewildered, internally questioning what kind of genius Hanrok truly is. Looking at the younger employee, Jung speaks his name as their mutual trust solidifies. Hanrok answers calmly, fully aware that he has successfully won over his superior. Jung commends Hanrok's work as a distinct black thread wraps around his wrist. Jung greenlights the project under his watch, while Hanrok spots the new black thread. Jung accepts the plan, his new ambition symbolized by the powerful black thread of desire. Looking through the office glass, Department Manager Jung quietly observes Hanrok working diligently at his desk. Watching from afar, Department Manager Jung silently recognizes Hanrok as someone who masterfully turns critical mistakes into major opportunities. A subtle, satisfied smile spreads across the department manager's face as he notes the presentation was quite impressive. Manager Hyun approaches, praising Han-Rok's recent success and asking if the department manager reached out to their colleague yesterday. Hyun expresses his sincere gratitude to Han-Rok for offering invaluable advice to their colleague, while Han-Rok internally reflects on how his heavy workload caused him to forget to brief her beforehand. Hyun warmly requests that Han-Rok continue mentoring Yoo-seon, to which Han-Rok humbly accepts, downplaying his own efforts. Hyun mentions how deeply Yoo-seon admires Han-Rok by studying his marketing files, while Han-Rok notes this high-level praise could easily provoke anger in a status-obsessed workplace. A sudden sharp tap sounds as Hyun places a small bottle on the desk, joking about it being a bribe to express his genuine appreciation. Han-Rok watches as Hyun walks away with a casual wave, recognizing that his manager's ultimate weapon is this effortless, genuine friendliness. Holding the bottle, Han-Rok reflects on Hyun's past setbacks at the company while secretly acknowledging the senior manager's immense untapped potential. A crisp click sounds as Han-Rok twists open the bottle cap, admiring Hyun's rare nature as a truly good-hearted person. Drinking the energy boost, Han-Rok contemplates his future career path within the company. Han-Rok finishes his drink, firmly resolving that he wants to join Hyun's team if the opportunity arises. Looking at the empty bottle, Han-Rok vows to seize any future opportunity to align himself with Hyun. Han-Rok initiates a phone call, politely introducing himself as the assistant manager from TK Entertainment to the contact on the other end. Han-Rok contacts Yoon Productions' outsourcing director, requesting specific modifications for their upcoming film's promotional trailer. Director Cho expresses immediate stress over the tight deadline, explaining that trailer editing is already nearing completion and further changes might delay it. Han-Rok reassures the director that the change is a simple one-hour addition, which quickly eases Cho's anxiety and wins his compliance. Sitting back at his desk, Director Cho continues listening intently to Han-Rok's detailed marketing strategy. As he listens to the unexpected proposal, Director Cho gasps in complete shock at Han-Rok's brilliant idea. Jumping out of his chair in pure excitement, Director Cho enthusiastically praises the genius concept of using the scene as a sudden plot twist. Cho asks if Han-Rok was the mastermind behind the sudden trailer adjustment and laughs in realization upon hearing his confirmation. Han-Rok silently notes the previous trailer's misalignment with the film, while Director Cho internally admires Han-Rok's deep, unmatched understanding of cinema. Just 2 hours after the phone call, the completed estimate and revised marketing plan successfully arrive at the office. Han-Rok presents the updated, incredibly cost-efficient marketing proposal to Manager Gu, who reviews the document with visible surprise. Looking over the plan, Manager Gon acknowledges the shift away from past marketing mistakes but remains skeptical, feeling that something is still missing. A sharp voice suddenly calls out Han-Rok's name as footsteps approach their desk area. Department Manager Jung suddenly appears, sternly summoning both Manager Gu and Han-Rok to his private office immediately. Looking incredibly serious, Department Manager Jung demands that they present the new budget plan directly to him. Han-Rok calmly acknowledges the command while Manager Gu stands beside him, looking visibly tense under the pressure. Jung points out that the proposed campaign targets internet-active film enthusiasts, and Gu quietly repeats the concept of viral niche marketing. Jung confirms the strategy and immediately transitions to asking about the projected revenue for the modified campaign. While Gu nervously explains the film's limited commercial appeal, Han-Rok confidently suggests pivoting their goals toward prestigious film festival awards. Jung agrees with Han-Rok's logical pivot, ordering them to proceed with the plan and assess the award strategy later. The department manager suddenly calls out Manager Gu's name, causing the stout man to freeze in anticipation. Sudden visible flinch racks Manager Gu's body as he waits in terror for the department manager's next words. An intense, heavy silence hangs over the office as the three men face each other across the coffee table. Jung bluntly admits he almost pushed a terrible marketing campaign just to protect the budget, praising Han-Rok for finding the correct solution. Bowing his head in deep shame, a defeated Manager Gu quickly apologizes for his poor oversight of the project. Jung dismisses the apology, taking full responsibility for his previous rigid orders while reiterating that Han-Rok performed exceptionally well. Jung commands Gu to fully support Han-Rok, causing Gu's face to contort in silent, trembling rage. Jung delivers a chilling parting warning, making it clear that he will be personally monitoring their progress. Leaving the couch, Gu prepares to leave the office while Jung continues to watch him with an unyielding gaze. Watching his superior, Han-Rok silently marvels at how terrifyingly calculating and powerful the department manager truly is. Gu promises to cooperate fully, while Han-Rok reflects on how their superior completely dominated the entire department in just 3 short months. Pivoting back to business, Department Manager Jung directly asks Han-Rok to reveal the exact final budget figures. Han-Rok presents the document, announcing that the entire campaign's combined cost is a remarkably low 2.3 million won. Han-Rok explains that they achieved massive savings primarily by drastically streamlining the trailer's post-production process. Jung raises the folder, questioning Han-Rok on whether he was actually instructed to settle for such a minimal budget. When Han-Rok expresses confusion at the remark, a knowing smirk plays on the manager's face as he playfully teases his lack of perception. Han-Rok is asked if he has any further plans for the film The Boss is an Alien, prompting him to consider making a move. He confidently tells himself that he indeed has a perfect plan ready to be set into motion. Standing up boldly in the meeting room, Han-rok proposes organizing a guest visit event for the movie. Department manager Jung agrees, noting the movie's high quality makes it a perfect candidate for a guest visit. He muses that such a project would mark their department's very first guest visit event. He leans forward, testing Han-rok's confidence and warning him of the high stakes if the event fails. A confident smile plays on Han-rok's lips as he prepares to respond. He firmly reassures department manager Jung of his absolute confidence in making the project a success. Department manager Jung gives him the green light to proceed with his plan. Han-rok explains his intention to create a unique and highly specialized promotional event. Department manager Jung instructs him to draft the proposal first, prompting Han-rok to inquire about the budget. He assures Han-rok that they have ample funds allocated and that exceeding the budget is perfectly fine. Confident in his advantage, Han-rok smiles as he prepares to execute his strategic plan. He leaves the room, reflecting on the long-conceived marketing plan that could revolutionize the company's film promotions. He notes that having a department manager who understands his vision is a major step forward. Department manager Jung points out that Han-rok cannot organize the massive event entirely by himself. Han-rok casts a wary glance at manager Gu, dreading the possibility of being forced to cooperate with him. Department manager Jung dismisses manager Gu as unhelpful, deciding to delegate the project to Team 3's jurisdiction. Han-rok feels a sudden wave of anticipation, realizing which teammate might be assigned to assist him. Department manager Jung orders Han-rok to collaborate with manager Hyun on the guest visit event. Manager Gu watches in silent shock as department manager Jung officially hands the project over to manager Hyun. Manager Gu protests the sudden change in plans, but department manager Jung firmly shuts down his objections. Manager Gu trembles with quiet fury at being publicly stripped of his project. Department manager Jung encourages Han-rok to do a great job, while Han-rok feels victory within his grasp. Han-rok politely accepts the task, promising to give his absolute best effort. As they leave, manager Gu glares and bitterly warns him that the task will not be easy. Han-rok quickly makes a phone call to contact the director of the film. The director answers, prompting Han-rok to introduce himself and bring up the promotional campaign. Director Jang inquires about the request as Han-rok proposes having him participate in the upcoming guest visit. Han-rok's dismay, director Jang flatly refuses to take part in the event. Reflecting on the failed phone call at his desk, Han-rok laments director Jang's stubborn artistic pride. He realizes manager Gu likely anticipated the director's difficult personality and is gloating over his struggle. Manager Hyun cheerfully approaches Han-rok's desk to discuss their newly assigned collaboration. Inside the meeting room, manager Hyun hilariously complains about the sudden overtime work disrupting his family plans. Han-rok apologizes for the trouble, while manager Hyun reluctantly agrees to help him prepare. Manager Hyun confirms they are planning a director-focused event as they begin outlining the details. Han-rok explains his vision of an intimate lecture format centered solely on the director's perspective. Manager Hyun sighs, pointing out that director Jang notoriously despises explaining his own work. Han-rok listens quietly as manager Hyun details the director's refusal to discuss his films outside the cinema. Manager Hyun smiles and offers to secure an opening to let Han-rok persuade the director himself. As the office clock ticks past 3:30, a sudden call breaks the quiet afternoon. Manager Hyun delivers the exciting news that director Jang has agreed to call them back shortly. Stunned, Han-rok asks how he managed to change the stubborn director's mind so quickly. Manager Hyun proudly reveals he used the power of an incredibly generous appearance fee. He explains that he utilized their flexible budget to offer the absolute maximum fee of 5 million won. Han-rok answers the scheduled call, politely greeting director Jang once again. Director Jang listens patiently as Han-rok asks him to reconsider participating in the guest visit. Han-rok smiles in relief as the director reluctantly agrees to hear out their proposal. Han-rok enthusiastically thanks him, pitching the exclusive lecture format that will focus solely on the director's vision. Director Jang expresses doubt about attracting an audience alone, but Han-rok confidently reassures him of his massive popularity. Director Jang doubts his popularity, but Han-rok assures him that his unique story will draw an audience. Director Jang listens with a serious expression as Han-rok praises the high quality of his movie. Han-rok smiles confidently at his desk while director Jang asks what topics he should discuss. Han-rok listens intently, eager to hear whatever insights the director wishes to share. He smiles warmly, emphasizing that his main priority is hearing the director's personal perspective. Director Jang sits silently in his office, deeply moved by Han-rok's genuine appreciation. Manager Gu watches with irritation as Han-rok shares a cheerful moment with his coworkers. Gu fumes with silent resentment over the news that director Jang agreed to cooperate with Han-rok. Determined to stop Han-rok's momentum, manager Gu hands a new project to assistant manager Yu. Assistant manager Yu hands Han-rok the web release project for the film 3 days. He secretly hopes this difficult assignment will finally humiliate Han-rok and stop his arrogance. Gu chuckles maliciously, knowing the movie is an ultra-low-budget debut bound to fail. Han Rock studies the folder, immediately recognizing 3 Days as a notorious theatrical flop. He recalls that the movie only achieved legendary cult status 5 years after its initial release. The scene transitions to the past as a man prepares to speak at a film festival. A filmmaster addresses a theater crowd, noting the rising global interest in Korean cinema. The filmmaster leans in, preparing to reveal a masterpiece translated by a close friend. Hollywood B-movie director Alessandro Rodriguez publicly declares 3 Days as the absolute best Korean film. Following his high praise, the movie's popularity surged, eventually drawing 5 million viewers. Despite the delayed success, the director suffered from depression and completely vanished from public life. Han Rock smiles, realizing that in 2022 he can prevent this tragedy and secure the film's success. Han Rock's initial call to the director goes unanswered, prompting him to wait patiently. A polite text message arrives from director Yoon promising to call back tomorrow afternoon. Next morning, the busy office is quiet as Han Rock begins his workday. Han Rock stands beside Yoo Se-on as she monitors the online reactions to their promotion. She asks if the positive community feedback on the trailer is actually real. Han Rock is pleased, noting the response perfectly aligns with the strategic expectations. Online community boards show that the promotional trailer is quickly spreading and gaining viral traction. Department manager Jung approaches their desks to investigate the sudden online buzz around the trailer. Yoo Se-on nervously reports that the video has quickly reached 10,000 hourly views. Department manager Jung is astonished, realizing the film is setting a historic sci-fi record. Jung inquires about the break-even point, and Han Rock confidently projects at least 2 million viewers. Deeply impressed, department manager Jung praises him as a thick black thread of trust appears. Han Rock notices the dark thread around the manager's wrist, identifying it as a symbol of trust. Han Rock promises even better results, prompting Jung to ask what happens if they fail. Han Rock confidently declares that failure is impossible under his carefully designed plan. Department manager Jung stares at him, noting his extreme arrogance with a serious expression. Golden light suddenly glows from the thread of trust as it tightens around Jung's wrist. Han Rock realizes the manager actually respects capable individuals who display absolute confidence. Han Rock accepts the remark as a compliment, while Jung warns him to deliver on his promise. The scene shifts to Akrugak, a highly popular Pyongyang cold noodle restaurant near their office. A female colleague spots Han Rock dining with manager Hyun and Yoo Se-on. She brings her Team 4 colleagues over to admire the company's most successful employee. Han Rock feels slightly exhausted as his coworkers eagerly discuss his successful marketing campaign. They ask about his next project, and Han Rock reveals he is taking on 3 Days. Yoo-san asks about director Yoon, prompting Han Rock to inquire about his personality. Manager Hyun eats his noodles, describing director Yoon as an older man in his 50s. Han Rock is surprised to learn the director is a retiree who made this film as his debut. Han Rock imagines the older director standing alone in the rain, burdened with family responsibilities. Over cold noodles, the colleagues express pity for the director whose movie was unfairly canceled. The brown-haired woman coworker expresses deep concern for their upcoming movie success, seeking reassurance. A phone call comes in, and the caller asks to confirm Han Rock's identity. Han Rock answers, surprised by how ordinary and humble the director's voice sounds. Han Rock introduces himself, realizing director Yoon is simply a hardworking, everyday family man. Director apologizes for the interruption while busy delivery machine alarms echo in the background. Director Yoon, wearing an apron in his kitchen, politely asks what they need to discuss. Han Rock gently breaks the news that their movie is transitioning to a web-only release. Han Rock asks for a meeting to discuss marketing strategies, and director Yoon eagerly accepts. Han Rock politely offers to adjust the meeting schedule and travel to the director's location. The director insists on visiting the office instead, his voice filled with excessive humility. Director Yoon pleads for Han Rock's help, his desperate hope as a father deeply touching him. Han Rock speaks warmly into his phone, reassuring the anxious director not to worry. Han Rock confidently promises to make the film a historic success, reigniting the director's passion. Back in the office, department manager Jung warily asks Han Rock what he wants to discuss. Han Rock immediately reassures the manager that he has no intention of resigning. Relaxing slightly, manager Jung invites him to sit as a thin thread of trust wraps his wrist. Han Rock proposes a brand new masterpiece collection re-release project set for 3 months from now. Manager Jung immediately questions the tight timeline and the difficulty of securing movie theaters. Han Rock explains his strategy to scale down the project exclusively for the Filmhouse venue. He envisions reviving dead films with masterclass execution, breathing new life into forgotten cinema. Han Rock notes that TK Filmhouse is the perfect niche venue to elevate web-released movies. He believes passionate film buffs spreading positive word of mouth will naturally spark the movie's success. Reflecting on the director's bitter past disillusionment, Han Rock resolves to rewrite his tragic fate. Intrigued by the proposal, department manager Jung asks about the collection's core marketing concept. Han Rock explains a curated lineup focused on different stages of life, from youth to old age. Han Rock confidently presents a catchy tagline about living 4 lifetimes through these selected films. The manager realizes the clever hook, and Han-rok confirms the exhibition's emotional power. Deeply impressed, department manager Jung approves as the thread of trust glows a warm yellow. Han-rok smiles, realizing the glowing golden thread represents the manager's rising expectations. Despite his internal excitement, manager Jung maintains a serious expression and hesitates to answer. Manager looks directly at Han-rok, calling his name to deliver a serious warning. Han-rok quickly defends his budget plans, but manager Jung firmly cuts him off. Manager Jung points his finger directly at Han-rok, declaring that he is the actual problem. Confused, Han-rok asks for clarification, only for Jung to reveal he is doing too well. Jung praises his guest visit strategy, but worries Han-rok is taking on too much workload. Manager Jung walks around the table, determined to fully commercialize Han-rok's brilliant ideas. Notes the director-focused lecture format as a fresh concept that will elevate the company's brand. Jung explains that focusing on artistic films will finally redeem their reputation as a cheap theater. Pumping his fist with determination, Jung declares this venture will allow them to dominate the market. He promises Han-rok a brand new promotional team of his own if this project succeeds. However, Jung warns him that managing both major campaigns alone is an impossible workload. Looking down in quiet contemplation, Han-rok acknowledges the manager's concern is completely logical. With a confident smirk, Han-rok insists he can easily handle both demanding projects. He explains that the guest visit preparations depend entirely on the director, saving him valuable time. Han-rok asks for just one dedicated assistant to help him push the campaigns forward successfully. Captivated by Han-rok's absolute confidence, manager Jung asks to hear his chosen film lineup. Han-rok lists the diverse films selected to represent each profound stage of human perspective. He looks directly at the manager, revealing the final film is the legendary flop Pan's Labyrinth. This final selection is the exact movie that once ruined manager Jung's career, offering him redemption. Stunned and deeply shaken, manager Jung stares at Han-rok, accusing him of playing dangerous games. Department manager Jung mentions his care for Pan's Labyrinth, while Han-rok identifies the web release as Jung's true target. Jung questions Han-rok's newfound ambition, noting he used to be quite different regarding workplace relationships. Han-rok pauses mid-thought, preparing to deliver his response to the department manager's probe. A subtle, knowing smirk spreads across department manager Jung's face during the quiet standoff. Jung expresses his approval, admitting he highly values employees who utilize their intelligence. Jung encourages Han-rok to think big, aim high, and boldly execute all of his marketing plans. Jung promises to take full responsibility for Han-rok's actions, giving him complete creative freedom. As Han-rok exits the office, Jung reflects on him as highly capable yet difficult to control. Jung silently admits he once intended to discard Han-rok, but senses a significant shift occurring. Jung notes how others are taking Han-rok's side and how Han-rok is successfully reaching his connections. Jung muses that combining raw talent with worldly wisdom creates an unstoppable heart-persuading force in the company. Jung silently challenges Han-rok to show him the extent of his newfound corporate capabilities. Jung demands visual proof of whether Han-rok is truly worthy of walking alongside him in the company. The day arrives for Han-rok to meet with Director Jang to coordinate the upcoming guest visit event. Han-rok sits in the empty conference room, recalling how they leveraged financial incentives to secure Director Jang. Han-rok's train of thought is interrupted by a sudden, sharp tap of a knock sounding at the door. A hand firmly grasps the handle, sliding the glass door open to reveal Abizra. Director Jang enters the room with high energy, eagerly declaring his readiness to begin the rehearsal immediately. Jang expresses ecstatic excitement over his film hitting 100,000 views on YouTube, completely intoxicated by the sudden attention. Han-rok finds it completely natural for an indie director to feel thrilled by such rapid online exposure. Han-rok takes silent satisfaction in seeing the once stubborn artist genuinely excited by the public's positive reception. Han-rok asks about the execution plan, and Director Jang confidently reveals he has fully prepared the rehearsal materials. Jang proposes discussing parallel worlds during the event, catching Han-rok slightly off guard with the creative concept. Han-rok elaborates on the strategy, explaining how alternate choices will shift audience focus toward the character's psychology. Han-rok praises the concept and inquires about progress, while Jang reveals half of the script is already complete. Han-rok asks to hear the draft, and Jang suggests inviting manager Hyun to join them in the conference room. Over the phone, manager Hyun playfully groans about being called right when he is getting ready to leave work. Han-rok entices a hesitant manager Hyun to stay by revealing that Director Jang has brought a well-prepared event draft. Manager Hyun laments his timing, struggling to resist his natural curiosity despite his plans to leave the office. Unable to resist, Hyun asks what was brought, prompting Han-rok to mention the alternate parallel world endings. Overwhelmed by intense curiosity, manager Hyun declares he is coming down immediately to hear Director Jang's plan. Manager Hyun joins the conference room and the three men gather around the table to discuss the proposal. Manager Hyun turns to Han Rok, his expression shifting to one of genuine astonishment at the presentation's quality. Confident in the strategy, Manager Hyun writes a brief note declaring that the upcoming event will completely sell out. A shared sense of triumph passes between Hyun and Han Rok as they exchange warm, proud smiles. The successful rehearsal concludes, and they exchange polite farewells as the elevator doors begin to slide shut. Director Jang worries the content might be too dry, but Hyun reassures him it is absolutely perfect. Han Rok agrees, and a determined Director Jang confidently guarantees that the audience will absolutely love the presentation. Director Jang bows deeply, expressing his sincere gratitude and asking for their continued support throughout the project. Witnessing the director's earnestness, Han Rok finds himself momentarily speechless and deeply touched by the emotional moment. Han Rok reflects on the profound nature of film marketing, connecting years of hard creative labor to the public. Seeing Director Jang show deep appreciation makes the immense pressure of their marketing roles feel entirely worthwhile. Han Rok bows back and reflects that these rewarding moments make tolerating difficult superiors entirely bearable. As they walk away, Han Rok notes the tight timeline remaining before the official release and guest visit. Manager Hyun jokes that they essentially have only 3 weeks left to live under the department manager's pressure. Han Rok admits his anxiety, knowing department manager Jung will show no mercy if the event fails. Manager Hyun smiles with complete confidence, assuring Han Rok that neither the movie nor the event will fail. Inside a car driving through the city at sunset, a voice asks about the director's visit. The young driver enthusiastically asks about the release date, suggesting they go watch the movie together. Hyun's quiet confidence shines through, driven by his unwavering firm conviction in their ultimate marketing success. Han Rok recalls department manager Jung's demanding words about setting new corporate records. Riding in the car, Han Rok reflects on the future and waits for the weeks ahead. The white car drives down the empty city street beneath a vibrant sunset sky. Kim Yoo-seon stands nervously, her expression filled with visible anxiety and sweat. Department manager Jung sternly demands to know if she realizes her mistake caused over 100 calls. Bowing deeply, Yoo-seon apologizes to her superior as he remains seated at his desk. An online promotional post she uploaded about a firefighter film quickly becomes a controversial issue. The controversy erupted because she accidentally attached highly inappropriate promotional text to the sensitive movie poster. The public accuses the company of mocking a tragedy, flooding the offices with angry calls. Flashbacks reveal manager Gu forced her to include the controversial text despite her vocal warnings. Defeated, Yoo-seon reluctantly accepted manager Gu's stubborn orders to post the insensitive promotion. Gu anxiously watches the office from his desk, letting Yoo-seon take all the blame. Yoo-seon explains she managed to delete the post, bowing deeply to offer her sincere apologies. Jung delivers a harsh warning, telling Yoo-seon to stay quiet if she wishes to remain. Han Rok watches with silent frustration as the vulnerable contract employee faces losing her job. Han Rok silently notes that Jung continues to exploit other people's weaknesses to maintain control. Shun quietly submits to the manager's harsh threat, her head bowed in defeat. An awkward, heavy silence fills the office while Yoo-seon offers her final quiet apology. Suddenly, Han Rok abruptly stands up from his desk, drawing the attention of his coworker. Han Rok recalls being told how much Yoo-seon genuinely respects his guidance and presence. Jung's attention is pulled as someone suddenly calls out his title from across the room. Han Rok approaches the desk alongside Yoo-seon, prompting a sharp response from the manager. Han Rok interrupts by presenting his new re-release plan, which Jung asks him to hand over. Yoo-seon looks up at Han Rok in stunned surprise as he steps in to help. Yoo-seon quietly excuses herself to the restroom while Han Rok handles the business discussion. Soft crying sounds echo from behind the closed door of the women's restroom. Overwhelmed by the intense pressure, Yoo-seon breaks down in tears inside the quiet stall. Yoo-seon suffers from severe self-doubt, wondering why she cannot seem to adapt to corporate life. Sitting alone in the dark stall, she despairs over her unstable contract position and constant failures. She bitterly questions if this miserable corporate existence was truly the life she had envisioned. A sudden text message arrives on her phone urging her to return to the office. Manager Gu greets her with a fake smile, immediately demanding she rewrite the deleted post. Yoo-seon freezes in sheer disbelief, completely overwhelmed by Manager Gu's relentless, unfeeling demands. Han Rok suddenly intervenes, claiming he needs Yoo-seon's help immediately for an urgent project. Manager Gu begrudgingly yields, grumbling for them to make it quick as he walks away. Han Rok directs Yoo-seon to help him coordinate an upcoming social media event campaign. Han Rok gently suggests moving their workspace downstairs to the cafe to review the project. In the quiet cafe, Han Rok prepares to focus on Director Jung's upcoming guest event. Han Rok promises to buy her lunch, offering her a comfortable break after their work. Han Rok gives her a 2-hour break, leaving her completely stunned by his sudden kindness. Han Rok admits he brought her here to clear her mind, telling her to relax. He warmly invites her to request more time if needed, receiving a quiet, emotional response. Fighting back tears, Yoo-seon whispers her heartfelt gratitude to him for his gentle rescue. Han Rok shrugs it off, asking her to return the favor if he ever struggles. A glowing red thread of fate shimmers vibrantly as she makes a solemn, silent promise. Looking resolute, Yuseon vows to stand by him no matter what challenges lie ahead. Hanrok's eyes widen in surprise as he senses a sudden change in their connection. He marvels at the brilliant, dazzling glow and comforting warmth wrapping tightly around his wrist. Sparkling red string binds them together as she pledges her lifelong corporate loyalty. Tied into a knee bow, the thread guarantees she will stand by him forever. Hanrok sits at the cafe table and expresses his heartfelt appreciation to Yuseon while offering his future support. Yuseon looks down earnestly and admits she deeply desires to become a capable professional like him. Yuseon opens up about her insecurities and doubts regarding her ability to secure a permanent role at the company. Hanrok empathizes with her struggles, asking if she is also considering resigning from her current position. As Yuseon remains silent, Hanrok gently advises her that leaving is also a valid option to consider. Hanrok suggests finding a permanent role elsewhere, but admits it would be a shame for her to quit now. Hanrok surprises her by offering genuine praise and stating that she is actually doing a great job. Overwhelmed by his unexpected encouragement, Yuseon begins to tear up as Hanrok looks on with concern. Unable to contain her emotions, Yuseon cries and calls out to her assistant manager in gratitude. Hanrok kindly tells her to compose herself in the restroom, and she apologizes as she hurries off. While sitting alone in the cafe, Hanrok is suddenly called by someone returning to the table. Yuseon returns to the table and reiterates her strong determination to emulate his work ethic. Looking resolute, Yuseon firmly promises that she will definitely achieve her goal of becoming like him. Watching her stand, Hanrok realizes he had also been misjudging Yuseon's true drive and potential this entire time. Hanrok admits he previously viewed her as just an inexperienced but hardworking contract employee with basic potential. He realizes that she possesses much greater ambition and has now found a clear motivating goal. Hanrok smiles with quiet determination, deciding he wants to collaborate with her on much larger projects in the future. Hanrok approaches department manager Jung and submits the completed broadcasting script and promotional copy for the upcoming movie. Jung praises Hanrok's efficiency and offers extra staff, prompting Hanrok to request assistance for the project. Hanrok reflects on needing a trustworthy partner who can transform his marketing ideas into brilliant copy. Hanrok directly requests that Kim Yuseon be assigned to assist him on the campaign. Department manager Jung immediately rejects the request, insisting that Yuseon is unreliable and suggesting assistant manager Choi instead. Choi is introduced as a highly capable elite employee currently being groomed as a future executive within the company. Hanrok internally contrasts Choi's elite status with his own unmatched expertise in film marketing. When Jung objects based on Yuseon's past mistakes, Hanrok clarifies he only needs a reliable assistant, not a planner. Hanrok shifts tactics by asking if Jung liked the promotional copy he had just submitted. Hanrok reveals to the surprised manager that the high-quality promotional text was entirely written by Yuseon. Hanrok cleverly downplays his own writing skills to justify why Yuseon's talent is essential to cover his shortcomings. When Jung raises concerns, Hanrok confidently takes full responsibility for her performance as the manager in charge. Jung begins to agree, acknowledging manager Gu's fault in the previous scandal and trusting Hanrok's judgment. Convinced by Hanrok's firm stance, department manager Jung officially grants permission to work with Yuseon. Hanrok smiles with quiet satisfaction, knowing Yuseon's writing talent has finally been recognized. Hanrok expresses his polite gratitude to his manager after successfully securing Yuseon for his team. As Hanrok turns to leave, department manager Jung suddenly calls him back to deliver a final remark. Jung advises Hanrok to maintain his keen eye for people and closely observe his surroundings. Hanrok realizes Jung is fully aware that he is building a loyal team to expand his corporate influence. 5-star media review praises the film, confirming that the marketing campaign has generated immense, highly successful publicity. While Yuseon celebrates the positive press, Hanrok cautions that true success depends entirely on actual audience reactions. Hanrok warmly commends Yuseon's hard work as they wait for the critical opening day audience feedback. Hanrok is highly impressed to learn Yuseon has already finished the guest visit promotional post ahead of schedule. Explaining she prepared the work at home, Yuseon is happily dismissed by Hanrok to leave the office early. The scene shifts to Gwangyang TKV Theater at 2 in the afternoon for the film's earliest screening. Hanrok stakes out the theater lobby to personally observe the audience's immediate reactions on opening day. Hanrok overhears casual moviegoers expressing keen interest in the film, drawn in by the effective marketing campaign. Checking his wristwatch, Hanrok contemplates how these opening day viewers will shape the movie's ultimate success. The watch face marks exactly 2 o'clock as the critical screening officially gets underway. Viewers begin pouring out of the screening room, and Hanrok closely monitors their immediate post-movie chatter. The cinema lobby buzzes with explosive enthusiasm as excited viewers immediately scramble to purchase tickets for repeat viewings. Hanrok checks his phone and discovers that the upcoming guest visit event has completely sold out. Desperate comments flood the online booking portal as fans eagerly beg for extra seats and additional sessions. Highly positive reviews flood movie sites, praising the film as the best of the month. Excitement builds as moviegoers take to social media, desperately requesting more guest visit sessions. In the bustling lobby, thrilled audience members crowd around their phones to check the latest updates. Positive feedback continues to saturate major cinematic portals, solidifying the film's immediate commercial success. Checking the overwhelming public reaction, Han-rok smirks with absolute pleasure at the campaign's triumph. Han-rok reflects on the difficult office politics, finding his motivation in these sweet moments of success. His phone lights up with an urgent text from his brother inquiring about the audience's reception. A follow-up text arrives, generously offering to treat him to dinner to celebrate their victory. Returning to the office, Han-rok is immediately heralded by loud cheers welcoming the day's star. Delighted coworkers crowd around Han-rok, praising him for saving the film from a potential flop while reporting the fans are demanding more guest events. Facing the sudden intense adoration, Han-rok feels overwhelmed by how chaotic his work environment has instantly become. His colleagues look on with warm, admiring smiles, completely reversing their previously cold attitudes. Observing the shift, Han-rok notes that his changed approach has completely altered how others treat him. He recalls that these very same colleagues had ruthlessly betrayed and poorly evaluated him in his past life. It feels surreal to Han-rok that those who once rejected him are now smiling so warmly. A coworker eagerly asks when the department manager will arrive to witness this monumental triumph. Han-rok internally reflects on this corporate hypocrisy, choosing to view it pragmatically rather than feeling bitter. The older colleagues eagerly gossip, declaring Han-rok the new king of the office film department. While the office chattered about the manager visiting the division head, Manager Gu sweated profusely, muttering Han-rok's name with deep-seated resentment. Trembling with sheer rage, Manager Gu stands at his desk, repeatedly whispering Han-rok's name like a curse. As colleagues casually discuss hosting an internal screening, Manager Gu bitterly resolves that Han-rok's success will be short-lived. Manager Gu plots his revenge, waiting for Section Chief O's return to finally destroy Han-rok. In the shadow of his bitter resentment, Manager Gu silently declares that Han-rok is finished. Back in reality, Manager Gu frantically bows and apologizes to his superior, forced to wait out his time. Department Manager Jung calmly announces that he has been closely monitoring the film's highly positive public reception. Intrigued by the unfolding conversation, nearby coworkers turn from their computers to watch the interaction. A heavy, expectant silence falls over the cubicles as the manager gazes coldly across the office. With a sharp and knowing gaze behind his glasses, Jung coolly acknowledges the ongoing developments. Han-rok watches the unreadable manager, wondering if the man operates purely like an emotionless machine. Jung approaches Han-rok and reveals that he just had an important meeting with the division head. A glowing orange thread of fate shimmers vibrantly, wrapping tightly around the manager's wrist as he speaks of high corporate expectations. When Han-rok asks about the division head's reaction, Jung warns that they must succeed or face severe professional ruin. Han-rok remains completely unfazed, confidently assuring his manager that failure is simply not an option. Jung stares back with a neutral, calculating expression, quietly assessing his subordinate's absolute resolve. Turning to leave, Jung advises Han-rok to hide his overly confident attitude from the division head. Han-rok is taken aback, questioning why the division head would be concerned with his personal attitude. Jung reveals he strategically presented the positive audience feedback to secure critical support for their guest event. Han-rok realizes his manager deliberately engineered this high-level meeting, proving why his moniker of strategist is well-deserved. Han-rok contemplates film business division head Choi Kyung-jun, an immensely powerful pioneer in Korean cinema. The grand facade of TKENM stands tall, representing the pinnacle of the national film industry. To secure a stable position free from toxic corporate politics, Han-rok knows he must capture Choi's attention. Han-rok watches his manager walk away, noting that the powerful division head is now closely monitoring them. Nodding in agreement, Han-rok feels confident that his career goals will be realized much sooner than anticipated. Jung turns back with a subtle, pleased smirk, teasing the arrival of substantial performance-based incentives. Jung tells him to look forward to this month's bonus, leaving Han-rok pleasantly surprised. A genuine smile plays on Han-rok's lips as he feels his grueling efforts finally paying off. Outside the majestic corporate headquarters, someone suddenly calls out to Han-rok, interrupting his thoughts. Director Jang greets him with a warm smile, announcing his triumphant return after 2 weeks away. Knowing Han-rok refuses traditional material bribes, Director Jang extends an envelope containing a special gift instead. Bowing deeply, the grateful director expresses his immense appreciation for Han-rok's invaluable support. Manager Hyun warmly greets Director Jang, asking if the guest visit script has been finalized. Manager Hyun beams with absolute joy, currently reigning as the happiest person in the office. Manager Hyun thanks Lee Han-rok, explaining that he anticipates a financial bonus if the campaign succeeds. As Manager Yoon and Director Jang eagerly head off to rehearse, Lee Han-rok suddenly stops them. Lee Han-rok advises them to wait 10 minutes to check the first day's audience numbers first. The anxious team gathers around a computer screen to await the crucial box office figures. Standing at the desk, Manager Hyun asks Director Jung how many first-day viewers he expects. A tense 5 minutes pass as the team nervously waits for the final results. Director Jang anxiously predicts an audience of 800,000, noting the historical limits for sci-fi movies. Lee Han-rok confidently suggests the actual numbers will exceed Director Jang's cautious prediction. Kim Yoo-seon watches the tense countdown with visible anxiety and sweat on her face. Her foot taps nervously against the floor, highlighting the unbearable suspense in the office. The screen reveals an explosive first-day audience of 210,000, hinting at exceeding 2 million total viewers. Manager Hyun estimates the final count will reach approximately 2.5 million, leaving the room stunned. Overwhelmed with gratitude, director Jang tightly shakes Lee Hoon-rak's hand in ecstatic celebration. Co-workers marvel at the historic achievement, noting that such numbers are unprecedented for a domestic sci-fi film. Director Jang tearfully thanks everyone and is warmly dismissed by Han-rok to call his family. Yoo-seon happily celebrates the success, but Han-rok credits her hard work on social media instead. Smiling warmly, Han-rok reassures Yoo-seon of her vital contribution to their success. Kim Yoo-seon smiles softly, deeply touched by Han-rok's sincere praise and validation. Director Jang returns to the conference room to begin his guest visit event rehearsal. Manager Hyun happily declares the rehearsal perfect, eagerly anticipating their upcoming performance-based financial incentives. Outside on the city street, Manager Hyun and Lee Han-rok wave goodbye to Director Jung. Back inside, Yoo-seon asks about Director Jang and Manager Hyun confirms he has just departed. Yoo-seon expresses her immense relief and joy over the film's historic, record-breaking success. Manager Hyun praises Han-rok's revitalization of the project and reveals that Yoo-seon will also receive an incentive. Lee Han-rok silently observes his team, reflecting on how dramatically his life and career have transformed. He recalls his past life where the same film was a catastrophic failure that ruined his career. Unlike the past where director Jang shunned him, the director now offers a warm, grateful handshake. Colleagues who once barely spoke to him are now laughing by his side as trusted allies. Han-rok clenches his fist with quiet determination, ready to conquer the upcoming milestones ahead. Manager Hyun begins discussing the company's generous incentive structure when they are suddenly interrupted. Section Chief Oh suddenly appears, his cold and formidable presence instantly shifting the room's atmosphere. Manager Hyun nervously greets Section Chief Oh, the very man responsible for Hyun's resignation in the past life. Section Chief Oh approaches Han-rok, delivering a cold and calculated greeting. Maintaining his composure, Han-rok calmly acknowledges his superior's return. As Section Chief Oh speaks, Han-rok resolves to ensure this timeline yields a completely different outcome. Section Chief Oh remarks on the long wait, his gaze dripping with subtle malice. Han-rok politely agrees, recalling that they were not initially on bad terms at this point in his past life. Oh commends Han-rok's progress on current projects, though Han-rok knows the man's future harassment is inevitable. Han-rok updates him on the upcoming guest event, recalling how their conflict began after rejecting Oh's recruitment. Section Chief Oh responds coolly, while Han-rok reflects on Oh's calculated, unpleasant nature. Han-rok contrasts Oh with Manager Gu, whom he views as a loud but ultimately unthreatening rabid dog. Han-rok reflects that Section Chief Oh is far more dangerous, operating like a silent, suffocating snake. Section Chief Oh places a hand on Han-rok's shoulder, requesting a private talk as a metaphorical chokehold tightens. Seated in the quiet conference room, Oh questions Han-rok about his recent conflict with Manager Gu. Section Chief Oh cryptically asks if Han-rok intends to repeat the tragic fate of Yoo-ho Seok. Han-rok recalls Yoo-ho Seok, his former mentor who had joined the company 2 years before him. Annoyed by the comparison, Han-rok questions why his superior is bringing up his former mentor now. Oh asks if Han-rok wants another superior to quit over their conflict, reminding him of how he previously overtook his mentor. Ho-seok despairs over his failed promotion and announces his resignation to Han-rok. Han-rok reflects that his colleagues' wary attitudes began immediately after Ho-seok's departure. Surrounded by distant co-workers, Han-rok recalls how the managers began keeping their distance. Han-rok stares at the back of Section Chief Oh's head, identifying his true adversary. Han-rok reveals how Section Chief Oh strategically secured the assistant manager position for him. Section Chief Oh warns Han-rok that his toxic reputation will prevent any team from accepting him. Section Chief Oh offers to personally handle Manager Gu, revealing his highly manipulative corporate tactics. Section Chief Oh targets his opponent's weaknesses, offering enticing proposals to secure absolute control over them. Han-rok realizes Section Chief Oh deliberately manipulated Manager Gu to serve as his aggressive tool. Oh positioned Manager Gu as a rabid dog to present himself as the controlling savior. This elaborate scheme was designed to force Han-rok's compliance out of sheer professional desperation. Han-rok and Section Chief Oh clash over who is truly responsible for Ho-seok's departure. Confronting his superior directly, Han-rok demands to know Oh's past actions and rejects further manipulation. Section Chief Oh defensively accuses Han-rok of shifting the blame instead of taking responsibility. Leaning over the desk, Han-rok firmly asserts that others would agree he is blameless. Oh coldly resolves to verify Han-rok's claims with Manager Gu before continuing their discussion. Oh raises his hand to his mouth and dismisses Han-rok from the conference row. Han-rok walks out the office door, realizing the situation is far deeper than expected. Meeting manager Hyun outside, Han-rok silently notes that the corporate battlefield has dramatically shifted. Manager Hyun stops in the restroom doorway upon spotting Section Chief Oh holding a cigarette. Section Chief Oh heads outside for a smoke, with Manager Hyun quickly following behind him. Behind his polite smile, Manager Hyun internally insults Section Chief Oh with deep-seated resentment. Hyun casually asks Oh about his long business trip, but the superior remains completely silent. Oh stands smoking on the outdoor balcony while Hyun and another colleague wait behind him. Hyun eagerly praises Han-rok's recent outstanding performance to their silent listening superior. Oh asks for details, and Hyun explains that Han-rok has become incredibly well-rounded. Hyun notes that everyone, including contract workers and Director Jang, is eager to work with Han-rok. Oh silently listens as his subordinates discuss the unprecedented industry praise Han-rok is receiving. Oh reflects on Han-rok's complete transformation from an insolent subordinate to a confident leader. Oh views Han-rok as a mere chess pawn that has unexpectedly changed its behavior. Oh drops his finished cigarette to the ground, determined to maintain absolute control. Oh crushes the cigarette under his shoe, resolving to be the one manipulating Han-rok. At the event, Han-rok warmly expresses his sincere appreciation to an anxious Director Jang. The production team feverishly prepares the massive red-carpeted theater venue for the upcoming guest visit. Manager Hyun, Yoo Se-on, and Department Manager Jung look around the packed theater in awe. Han-rok details the massive crowd and live stream to Director Jang, increasing his anxiety. Manager Hyun enthusiastically steps in, placing a reassuring hand on Han-rok's shoulder to help. Han-rok checks his phone, noting that ticket sales have already surpassed their original goal. The livestream chat is flooded with comments cementing the film's massive public success. Yoo Se-on excitedly points out a famous celebrity who has unexpectedly arrived at the venue. Pop actress Oh Yoon-song arrives at the event, waving happily to the gathered cameras. The gorgeous actress Oh Yoon-song smiles warmly, having personally purchased tickets for the screening. A famous movie YouTuber with a shaved head greets Han-rok with a bright smile. Respected critic Choi Ju-young jokingly complains to Han-rok about not receiving a ticket. Rival representatives and fellow directors sneak into the audience to witness the historic event. The reclusive lead actor Shin Ji-hoon happily signs autographs for fans in the crowd. Massive gathering of diverse industry figures creates the vibrant energy of a major reunion. The prestigious guests and enthusiastic viewers quietly settle into their seats as the screening begins. The internet continues to buzz with non-stop positive reactions and high praise pouring in. Backstage, Han-rok watches the quiet, tense excitement fill the theater before the show starts. Manager Hyun warmly praises Han-rok, stating they have truly created something great. Mid-sentence, Han-rok suddenly senses an unexpected presence in the theater. Looking toward the crowd, Han-rok spots Department Manager Jung waving to him. Han-rok's expression turns to shock as he recognizes a legendary corporate figure. Division head Choi Kyung-jun, a formidable industry leader, makes his silent entrance. Manager Hyun nervously bows, promising the strict division head an excellent performance. Han-rok recalls Choi Kyung-jun's reputation as a ruthless, flattery-free meritocrat. Stepping forward, Han-rok introduces himself politely and pledges a successful event. Choi Kyung-jun acknowledges Han-rok's previous success on a past project. The division head praises the marketing department and looks forward to the show. After Han-rok politely replies, Choi Kyung-jun smiles and heads inside. Manager Hyun breathes heavily, deeply shaken by the division head's intense aura. Hyun continues to fret over the immense professional pressure of this event. Turning quickly, Han-rok calls out to an alert and focused Yoo Se-on. Han-rok hands Yoo Se-on a sheet of paper with a quick instruction. He directs Yoo Se-on to deliver the forgotten document to the division head. Han-rok watches from afar as Yoo Se-on successfully approaches Choi Kyung-jun. Yoo Se-on returns happily, and Han-rok asks about the executive's reaction. Yoo Se-on explains that Choi Kyung-jun inquired about her team members. Han-rok urges Manager Hyun to also introduce himself during the next opportunity. A wave of gratitude washes over Manager Hyun, deeply moved by the gesture. Bowing his head, Manager Hyun admits his short-sightedness and thanks his junior. Manager Hyun marvels at Han-rok's incredible empathy and strategic foresight. Han-rok silently resolves to keep supporting Yoo Se-on's long-term career growth. Smiling brightly, Manager Hyun declares that Han-rok is an exceptional senior colleague. Suddenly, a strange glowing red thread manifests around Han-rok's wrist. Han-rok observes the mystical red system bond tightening around his arm. On stage, Director Jang concludes his presentation to a round of applause. The highly satisfied audience departs the theater, praising the unique guest event. Department Manager Jung listens intently as Choi Kyung-jun shares his feedback. Choi Kyung-jun approaches the marketing team, commending their collective hard work. The division head praises Manager Hyun's program, leaving Hyun deeply relieved. Yoo Se-on enthusiastically promises to keep working hard under her capable seniors. Choi Kyung-jun turns his attention to Han-rok, acknowledging his consistency. The executive advises Han-rok on the critical importance of proper self-promotion. Choi Kyung-jun reaches out, offering a folded note to his subordinate. Respectfully accepting the paper, Han-rok looks at the unexpected gift. Choi Kyung-jun bids farewell, promising to watch Han-rok's future moves. The document reveals detailed questions analyzing the commercial potential of the event. The division head silently resolves to attend the team's next presentation. A sudden, ecstatic shout of joy from department manager Jung breaks the silence. Jung ecstatically celebrates their absolute triumph in front of the stunned team. Department manager Jung happily hands Han-rok his corporate card for a celebration. The scene shifts to a brightly lit local restaurant in the city. Over food and drinks, Yoo Seon and manager Hyun reflect on their luck. Manager Hyun confidently credits Han-rok as the source of their good fortune. Manager Hyun raises his glass, inviting Han-rok to lead their toast. With a loud clink, the trio celebrates their triumph and future victories. Next day, a quiet, empty office lobby stands still. A panicked colleague suddenly grabs Han-rok, urging him to quickly hide. Panicked shouts echo off-screen as the stern division head with round glasses walks forward. The division head confronts Han-rok in the quiet corridor. Han-rok greets the division head, who asks about the department manager's praise. The division head shares his positive feedback, leaving a brown-haired colleague utterly shocked. The division head smilingly advises Han-rok to solve the task he was assigned. The onlookers tense up as Han-rok admits his uncertainty regarding the solution. The division head warns that commercialization remains impossible without solving this crucial issue. Han-rok formally presents his re-release plan to Section Chief Oh. Oh clarifies the project's complex scope, and Han-rok confirms his dual objective. Oh demands Han-rok collaborate with assistant manager Choi, a highly promising company star. Han-rok politely declines the collaboration, warning of inevitable planning conflicts. Han-rok's eye widens in absolute shock as a mysterious dark haze manifests. Han-rok gasps in distress as the sinister black mist coils around him. Oh coldly reassigns assistant manager Yoo and defers further project discussions. The division head's advice on self-promotion echoes in Han-rok's memory. Han-rok realizes Oh is trying to hijack his hard work for the team. Han-rok insists on managing the project independently, drawing Oh's sharp disapproval. Oh claims it is team business, but Han-rok firmly cuts him off. Han-rok takes absolute ownership, declaring it his sole project. Looming over the desk, Han-rok warns that Oh's tricks will fail. Han-rok resolutely confronts Section Chief Oh, refusing to back down. Oh mockingly implies Han-rok is overly confident due to his recent success. Oh warns Han-rok against assuming he can easily transfer to Hyun's team. Oh skeptically questions how long manager Yoon can actually protect him. Oh dismisses Hyun's career prospects, warning Han-rok of a dead-end path. Oh details manager Hyun's long-term stagnation, predicting his inevitable dismissal. Han-rok grimly reflects on how Oh's predictions eventually came to pass. The film festival highlights how Oh systematically stripped manager Yen of his opportunities. Oh's subsequent ascension to department manager's right hand left the team in shambles. The glowing red threads tighten around Han-rok's wrist as Oh questions his trust. Han-rok defends his judgment, but Oh challenges him to succeed entirely alone. Han-rok clarifies his intent to partner with manager Yoon instead. Oh accepts the challenge with a cold, knowing smirk. Sitting back at his desk, Han-rok reflects on protecting his projects. Oh's warnings regarding manager Hyun's unstable future continue to haunt Han-rok. Han-rok acknowledges that superiors have natural limits on celebrating subordinate success. Han-rok examines his wrist, assessing the varied strength of his team bonds. Han-rok worries Oh will exploit his colleagues' vulnerabilities to fracture their trust. Wrestling with the threat, Han-rok anxiously contemplates his next move. A sudden text from director Yoon reminds Han-rok of their past failure. Han-rok stresses over the daunting task of convincing the difficult director. As the office clock nears 6, an off-screen colleague wonders why Han-rok lingers. Han-rok mentions his critical meeting while manager Hyun kindly checks in on him. Han-rok stares back in contemplative silence. Han-rok admits he has hit a major wall with the project. Han-rok explains his deep ideological clash with director Yoon to a worried Hyun. Manager Hyun internally frets over prioritizing his family plans versus supporting his junior. Han-rok warmly smiles, encouraging his manager to head home to his family. A lingering silence remains as the glowing red thread binds Han-rok's wrist. A cosmic space scene perfectly captures the critic's words about experiencing cinema. Cinematic experience of the movie 3 Days directly captures the lives of its protagonists. Viewers harshly criticize the documentary movie online, dismissing it as incredibly boring and not worth watching. Han-rok asks director Yoon if they should prepare for a sparse audience, prompting a defensive, angry response from the director demanding promotion despite poor internal reviews. Director Yoon desperately asserts his deep passion and devotion to the film, fearing his lifelong dream is crumbling. Han-rok analyzes that the issue is not marketing, which manager Hyun agrees with after hearing the details. Manager Hyun notes that logic won't work on a wounded emotional director, while Han-rok asserts that marketing must target hearts rather than thoughts. Manager Hyun warmly suggests that Han-rok should first approach the director with absolute honesty. Han-rok questions if honesty is enough, but manager Yoon confidently reassures him by pointing out his own motivations for helping. Manager Hyun kindly explains that he supports Han-rok simply because Han-rok is a genuinely good person. Director Yoon arrives at the office carrying a box of energy drinks to greet Han-rok. Director Yoon expresses sympathy for Han-rok's hard work, and Han-rok politely thanks him as he accepts the gift. Director Yoon begins to share his background, revealing he was once a regular office worker rather than a filmmaker. Director Yoon explains how winning a contest after retirement allowed him to fulfill his lifelong dream, though he became blinded by ambition. Director Yoon confesses he no longer expects critical success, only hoping to reach a few more viewers to secure some financial return. Director Yoon tearfully admits that before being a creative director, he is first and foremost a father and a breadwinner. Han-rok promises active web promotion but insists there is something deeply important he wants to tell the director. Han-rok honestly declares to Director Yoon that he genuinely and truly loves the movie. Han-rok explains how his sibling's severe illness drove him to the brink of giving up, but the movie comforted him to keep going. The narrative compares life to a river that persists through blockages to flow again. Han-rok's comforting words about reaching the ocean bring immense solace, making one feel capable of enduring another difficult workday. Director Yoon cries tears of relief and hope, feeling as though he is finally heading toward the ocean. Han-rok firmly clasps Director Yoon's hand and earnestly asks the director to give him a chance. Han-rok calls his brother Young-do to offer a meal, but Young-do complains that work keeps him stuck at the company. Han-rok encourages his brother to endure the week for a movie outing, but Young-do panics as his boss arrives and hangs up. Young-do continues working late on the 17th floor, hoping to head home soon. Director Yoon boards a bus, heading home after an emotionally exhausting but reassuring evening. The movie is dedicated to everyday people striving to reach their own peaceful oceans. Walking home under the stars, Han-rok feels excitement and a deep love for his career. Section Chief O summons Han-rok to step into his office. Section Chief O asks about the division head's remarks, and Han-rok explains he was asked about completing his homework. Han-rok clarifies that the division head stressed self-promotion is vital for commercialization, leaving Section Chief O contemplative and Han-rok curious. Han-rok notes that the commercialization presentation is scheduled to take place in a month. Section Chief O assigns the presentation to Han-rok, overriding his concerns about team hierarchy by stating it is a direct order from the division head. Han-rok accepts the responsibility and politely responds that he understands. Section Chief O states he will not blindly follow the executive's orders and demands an honest answer regarding Han-rok's capability. Section Chief O demands to know if Han-rok can truly handle this massive responsibility. Han-rok confidently and firmly declares that he can successfully handle the task. Section Chief O addresses Han-rok as he prepares to give his final instructions. Section Chief O orders Han-rok to submit the proposal before leaving work today, and Han-rok agrees. Section Chief O urges a flawless execution, noting it represents a monumental opportunity for both of them.
Han-rok asks Yoo-sen about the satisfaction scores from the Excel sheet, and she happily reports it reached 4.7 points.
Han-rok observes that the score vastly exceeds their typical average of 3.5, confirming the overall satisfaction is a success. Han-rok highlights a specific feedback form where a viewer discovered the event via a movie website, prompting Yoo-seon to ask why that is special. Han-rok explains that the marketing information failed to reach the typical social media channels that guest visit attendees subscribe to. Manager Hyun is surprised by this, but Han-rok confirms that most dedicated film event attendees do not actively follow mainstream social media. Han-rok analyzes that deep film enthusiasts attend these events, whereas general public audiences consume lighter social media content, creating a distinct demographic gap. Manager Hyun highly praises Han-rok's analytical skills, admitting he previously attributed Han-rok's success to mere intuition rather than brilliant data analysis. Han-rok silently acknowledges that Manager Hyun's observations regarding his marketing approach are entirely correct. While others rely on genius intuition, Han-rok holds a completely different philosophy regarding successful marketing. Analyzing actual data regarding what the audience truly desires is Han-rok's highest priority. Manager Hyun notes how earnestly the audience answered the essay questions, which the narration calls the highlight of surveys. The detailed survey responses highlight various suggestions for improvement, including seat capacity, event times, and appreciation for the staff. Han-rok points out that the audience confused their company with their main rival, Charlotte Entertainment. Yoo-seon and Manager Hyun realize that the general audience is focused on the movie experience rather than the specific distributing company. The narration emphasizes that viewers attend events for the films themselves, completely ignoring which company distributed them. Manager Hyun asks if this confusion is actually a problem, and Han-rok agrees that it is a serious issue. Despite the high satisfaction score of 4.7, Han-rok notes that key marketing channels still require major adjustments. Close-up of Han-rok's mouth as a persistent feeling of uneasiness continues to weigh heavily on him. A sudden knock sounds at the office door, prompting Manager Hyun to invite the visitor inside. Department Manager Jung unexpectedly enters the office, catching the team's attention. Department Manager Jung explains he came to check the GV survey results, and Manager Hyun reports positive feedback. Department Manager Jung notices Han-rok's troubled expression, prompting Han-rok to admit he needs to organize his thoughts first. Department Manager Jung claims he knows the issue and presents a document to the team. Department Manager Jung hands Han Rok the official improvement plan originally provided by the division head. The narration explains that successful marketing plans are quickly copied by competitors, making leadership defense a priority. Department Manager Jung warns that if Charlotte replicates their high-quality GV with a famous director, their audience will vanish. Department Manager Jung stresses the absolute necessity of adding unique features that rivals cannot easily duplicate. Han Rok suggests addressing improvements after commercialization, but Department Manager Jung warns the division head might discard the project entirely. Department Manager Jung warns that the division head might cancel the GV if they fail to deliver results. Department Manager Jung explains the division head's criteria regarding brand loyalty homework and asks if Han Rok has any ideas. Close-up of Han Rok's eyes as he confidently asserts that he can find a viable solution. Han Rok and Department Manager Jung exchange a silent, intense look of determination. Department Manager Jung gives Han Rok a strict 2-week deadline to produce a viable plan. Department Manager Jung warns that failure means transferring the project to another manager, while Section Chief O watches with a smug smile. Han Rok confidently accepts the challenge, asserting his ability to handle the assignment. Section Chief O watches in silence as Department Manager Jung walks away down the hallway. Section Chief O reflects on the power dynamic, noting Young's attempt to commercialize the project under the division head's watch. Section Chief O suspects there is a hidden reason why Department Manager Jung was convinced to support Han Rok. The classic poster for Pan's Labyrinth highlights the cinematic masterpiece that Han Rok used for his strategy. Section Chief O analyzes Han Rok's strategy of pairing Pan's Labyrinth with 3 days to rescue the failing web release project. Grasping his phone, Section Chief O decides he must intervene before Han Rok builds a stronger bond with the manager. Director Yoon looks incredibly anxious and sweaty, clearly struggling with immense pressure. Section Chief O smirks confidently, preparing to welcome the distressed director. Section Chief O warmly welcomes Director Yoon, inviting him into his office with deceptive kindness. Section Chief O questions Director Yoon about Han Rok's plan to minimize marketing during the web release. Director Yoon admits he knows about Han Rok's proposal but looks deeply unsatisfied with the situation. Director Yoon desperately points out the massive viewership difference between web releases and limited physical screenings. Section Chief O highlights the missed opportunities, framing Han Rok's proposal as a waste of potential. Section Chief O slyly offers to issue an order to change the plan if the director opposes it. Section Chief O details Han Rok's busy schedule to suggest Han Rok is too overloaded to care for 3 days. A close-up of Section Chief O's smirk as he confidently highlights Han Rok's lack of focus. Section Chief O deceptively promises to pressure Han Rok if Director Yoon insists on prioritizing the web release. Section Chief O close-up, encouraging the director to state his opinion clearly to resolve the matter. Section Chief O looms over Director Yoon, pressing him to make a decisive choice. Section Chief O directly asks the director if he is truly comfortable with his movie failing its web release. Director Yoon remains silent, sweating profusely as he wrestles with the agonizing decision. Director Yoon suddenly cuts Section Chief O off, telling him that is quite enough. Director Yoon addresses Section Chief O with a grave, sweating expression. Director Yoon firmly declares his absolute trust in Assistant Manager Lee Han Rok, shocking Section Chief O. A recruitment call beckons new allies to join the team as the next chapter looms. Section Chief O mentions that Assistant Manager Lee's review of 3 days was exceptionally detailed. Director Yoon notes that only a deeply dedicated viewer who truly understood his film could write such a review. Section Chief O coldly demands if the director fails to grasp the severity of the current situation. Section Chief O insists that they cannot let emotions dictate decisions when Han Rok has halted marketing. Director Yoon nervously interrupts, addressing Section Chief O directly as his anxiety peaks. Director Yoon declares his complete trust in Assistant Manager Lee and his capabilities. Section Chief O stares back in stunned silence, his anger building at the director's defiance. An empty silence falls over the vast conference room as the tense meeting concludes. Section Chief O coldly tells Director Yoon to go back inside, hiding his boiling frustration. Grasping the door handle, Section Chief O demands that Yoon order Han Rok to revise the marketing plan. Sweat dripping down his face, Director Yoon tries to justify his presence by explaining his concerns. Section Chief O flatly tells the director that he already ordered him to leave. As Director Yoon walks down the dim corridor, Section Chief O calls out his name one last time. Staring with intense eyes, Section Chief O ominously warns the director to make a wise choice. Han Rok's phone suddenly vibrates on the table, showing an incoming call from Director Yoon. Dining out with his brother, Han Rok answers the call and greets the director warmly. Han Rok listens intently as Director Yoon reveals his recent meeting with Section Chief O. Young Do looks up in surprise upon hearing Section Chief O's name mentioned. Sensing the director's distress, Han Rok asks if they should meet tomorrow to discuss the matter. Standing on a busy street, Director Yoon explains he only wanted to keep him informed as the project lead. Han Rok calmly thanks the director for sharing the crucial information and reassures him. Director Yoon hesitates on the phone, expressing his deep gratitude to the assistant manager. The director adds that he wishes him well simply because Han Rok is a genuinely good person. Young Do curiously asks his brother about the lengthy and serious phone call. A lonely figure stands before a splitting path under a vast starry sky, illustrating director Yoon's choice to align with Han-Rok. Han-Rok turns his attention back to his younger brother, calling him by name. Han-Rok looks ahead with determination, warning young Do that he must choose his allies wisely in the corporate battle ahead. The scene shifts to the exterior of a quiet Japanese restaurant under the night sky. Inside the restaurant, Section Chief Oh listens as manager Hyun complains about Han-Rok's arrogance. Section Chief Oh drinks coldly, mocking manager Hyun for failing to control his own subordinate. Section Chief Oh glares intensely, warning manager Hyun to avoid causing any trouble with Han-Rok for now. Manager Hyun and his staff anxiously bow, expressing their willingness to comply with the chief's demands. Manager Hyun submissively agrees to follow orders while Section Chief Oh takes a sip of sake.
Standing tall, Section Chief O notes that Han-Rok has learned how to manipulate people effectively.
Section Chief O watches a sake cup roll, resolved to prevent anyone from taking Han-Rok. The sake cup shatters on the floor as Section Chief O vows to make rivals pay. At the office, Yoo presents Han-Rok with a compiled list of prospective marketing influencers. Han-Rok reviews the list, suggesting they use a mix of prominent figures and someone ordinary. Han-Rok leans over Yoo shoulder, praising a specific blog entry that perfectly captures viewer sentiments. Yoo sheepishly confesses to Han-Rok that the highlighted blog is actually her own. Surprised, Han-Rok asks Yoo if she has any interest in growing her personal blog further. Han-Rok looks at the screen thoughtfully, noting that public audiences prefer digestible content over dense reviews. Han-Rok leans in to consult Yoo, reminding her of their survey results pointing to movie websites. Realizing the connection, Yoo excitedly agrees to write a specialized review of 3 days. Han-Rok contemplates the strategy, realizing that utilizing internal talent builds stronger brand loyalty. Walking through the office, Han-Rok considers who else possesses the deep film knowledge required. Yoo suddenly approaches Han-Rok's desk, asking if he has seen the latest online update. Yoo beams with pride as she shows him a popular forum post praising Han-Rok. The post features a memory of director Yoon publicly praising Han-Rok at the recent film event. Walking down the hallway, manager Hyun teases Han-Rok about his sudden rise to internet stardom. Yoo approaches her colleagues in the corridor to ask assistant manager Lee for a favor. The conversation in the meeting room shifts toward the revisions of the departed manager's marketing plans. Han-Rok advises Yoo on keeping specific details confidential while preparing his marketing interview. Although uncomfortable with his growing public recognition, Han-Rok yields to Yoo trend-focused proposal. Han-Rok silently recognizes Yoo exceptional writing talent, marketing sensibilities, and professional pride. While Yoo details the emotional trailer scenes, Han-Rok envisions hiring her in the future. They wrap up their productive session with mutual thanks as Yoo departs the room. Division Head Choi suddenly calls out to Han-Rok in the corridor, catching him off guard. Division Head Choi informs Han-Rok that the cinema division approved holding their planned event. Division Head Choi adds a brief, surprisingly complimentary remark about Han-Rok's promotional photo. The team notes the trailer's positive reception before department manager Jung shifts focus to brand loyalty. Han-Rok proposes utilizing an internal employee influencer to establish stronger viewer loyalty. Han-Rok explains his plan to cast a qualified company employee as the event host. Department manager Jung acknowledges the potential of the idea but questions who could handle it. Han-Rok describes the candidate as someone highly knowledgeable, likable, and skilled in both movies and marketing. Sitting at her laptop, Yoo tentatively raises her hand to make a sudden suggestion. Yoo directly suggests that assistant manager Lee himself is the perfect fit for the role. The next day at TKE&M, the team gathers to check the movie's pledge event results. The online poll choices reveal massive public demand for the handsome TK employee to appear. The trio gathers closely around the computer monitor to examine the final poll results. A voice confidently asserts that assistant manager Lee is the obvious choice to host. The poll data confirms that the audience overwhelmingly desires the handsome employee's involvement. Department manager Jung excitedly confirms that Han-Rok's interview received the highest engagement on social media. Despite his 9 years of marketing experience, Han-Rok finds himself completely thrown off guard. Stepping into the spotlight as the lead marketer is a daunting, unprecedented challenge for Han-Rok. Department manager Jung encourages Han-Rok, who wonders how to break this development to the division head. Division head Choi reacts with quiet satisfaction upon hearing about Han-Rok's potential nomination. Division head Choi bluntly states he would have canceled the event had anyone else been chosen. Han-Rok expresses self-doubt, but division head Choi argues that no one else possesses his expertise. When Han-Rok admits his lack of confidence, division head Choi playfully calls out his abrasive traits. Division head Choi continues to bluntly critique Han-Rok's notorious personality without any hesitation. Choi points out that Han-Rok's sharp personality alone wouldn't have brought him this far. Choi attributes Han-Rok's success to his magnetic work ethic and commitment to proper execution. Choi praises Han-rok's growth in balancing professional execution with building key workplace relationships. Choi directly asks if anyone else in the company is more devoted to this project. Han-rok confidently answers that no one wants the project to succeed more than him. Corporate changes loom as TVM Broadcasting is set to integrate into TKE&M soon. The executives are instructed to maintain focus on their divisions during the transition period. President Ha Jung-yup opens the floor to the boardroom for any opposing opinions. Opposing executives quickly dismiss the plan, arguing that low-budget efforts lack any significant impact. Division head Choi politely acknowledges the criticisms raised by the other business division heads. President Ha notes the idea's merit but pauses to deliver a critical caveat. Moon Oh-seok, Choi's fierce rival, quickly challenges the timing of the project's launch. Moon attempts to delay the unrefined proposal, but division head Choi confidently counters him. Choi shuts down Moon's protests, asserting that revisions are already underway before being interrupted. President Ha commands the project to proceed but warns it will be canceled if execution fails. Division head Choi formally announces the 2-week deadline for the highly anticipated project presentation. Choi coolly invites the skeptical business heads to attend the upcoming live presentation themselves. The rival executives sit in stunned, silent anxiety as they digest Choi's bold challenge. President Ha decides he will personally attend the presentation, putting immense pressure on everyone involved. Choi Kyung-jun asks division head Moon if he will attend, while Moon recognizes the raised stakes. Moon Oh-seok grimly agrees to attend, determined to find a way to bring down GV in front of the president. The tense graphic displays that there is nowhere left to retreat in this corporate struggle. Against the city night lights, a decision is made to change the presentation host to Department Manager Jung. Department Manager Jung questions why they are bypassing Lee Han-rok, whom the division head wanted to see proceed. Choi explains that with the president attending, the power of their entire business division is at stake. Standing alone by the window, Department Manager Jung laments that he will not see Han-rok perform. The two men stand by the skyline as Department Manager Jung reaches out to the division head. Bowing slightly, Department Manager Jung asks Choi Kyung-jun if he will trust Lee Han-rok just once. Choi smiles and asks what Han-rok did, prompting Jung to explain the employee-hosted brand loyalty strategy. Choi praises Han-rok's groundbreaking efficiency, leaving Department Manager Jung surprised and questioning if Choi has been watching him. Choi Kyung-jun readily confirms that he has indeed been keeping a close eye on Han-rok. Smiling warmly, Choi expresses his fondness for capable people like Lee Han-rok and Department Manager Jung. Department Manager Jung hesitantly asks if it is truly wise to let Lee Han-rok take this opportunity. Close up on Jung's face as he questions giving Han-rok the chance to present to the president. Choi explains that helping Han-rok succeed now will ease his future endeavors, prompting Jung to ask if Choi always cared so much. Choi flatly denies any selfless motives, admitting that he is ultimately acting out of self-interest. Choi predicts that Han-rok's future achievements will transcend their levels as a glowing thread wraps around Jung's wrist. Choi Kyung-jin explains that he is merely paving the assistant manager's path in advance for the future. Choi commends Jung's growth, to which a humble Jung recalls the trials of his past days in Suwon. Choi decides it is time to test the assistant manager's skills since the company has such excellent talent. Bowing deeply, Jung nervously reflects that his future depends on a single word from the smiling division head. Choi agrees to trust Jung's judgment, while Jung silently wonders where his name sits on the division head's list. A heavy realization looms that Jung's ultimate fate now depends entirely on Lee Han-rok. Lee Han-rok is stunned to learn that the president will personally attend the upcoming GV presentation. Han-rok questions his role, but Jung reassures him just as Choi Kyung-jun arrives to observe the rehearsal. Choi directly challenges Han-rok's capability, leaving the assistant manager knowing any hesitation will expose his true feelings. Facing the immense pressure without trembling, Lee Han-rok confidently accepts the high-stakes challenge of presenting. Choi sharpens his gaze, intensely warning Han-rok that his extreme confidence is unsuitable for an assistant manager. Choi demands that Lee Han-rok explain exactly why he must be the one to deliver this critical presentation. Han-rok confidently asserts that he knows the project best, standing firm while anxious colleagues watch. Over a close-up of Choi's intense face, Han-rok boldly tells the division head that he just witnessed his capability. Choi chuckles softly and commends Han-rok, admitting that the assistant manager did indeed do well. Choi praises Department Manager Jung for his excellent eye for talent in hiring a subordinate like Han-rok. Han-rok walks down the hall as whispering colleagues watch with admiration, longing, and jealousy. Department Manager Jung calls out to Han-rok and they depart the office together for the presentation. Standing before the grand open doors, Han-rok prepares to enter the exclusive executive conference room. President Ha Jung-yup sits with arms crossed under the watchful gaze of numerous company executives. Han-rok calmly introduces himself as the assistant manager of the marketing department to the assembled executives. Facing the packed boardroom, Han-rok begins the critical presentation that will decide the fate of GV. Creeping across the floor, dark and thorny threads representing executive pressure slither toward Han-rok's feet. Standing tall, Han-rok senses countless dark threads of executive hostility and scrutiny crawling toward him. Skeptical executives look on as Han-rok directs them to the introductory page of his presentation materials. Knowing that any hesitation will mean failure, Han-rok prepares to address a section the executives already know. With a confident smirk, Hanrok surprises the skeptical crowd by announcing that he will skip the introduction. Startled executives look on as Hanrok decides to skip the basics and dive straight into his main pitch. Hanrok directly addresses the company's stigma as a superficial blockbuster factory, grabbing the attention of the critical panel. The room's tension shifts as intrigued executives begin to lean forward in their chairs to listen. Gaining complete focus, Hanrok pitches the necessity of an exclusive, high-quality GV to elevate their artistic image. An executive raises his hand to challenge the minimal budget plan, questioning who will host without celebrities. Moon O-sek dismisses the idea of using internal staff as hosts, questioning who could possibly replace celebrities to drive brand loyalty. Hanrok calmly asserts his plans to proceed with hosting the event himself. Hanrok presents impressive social media data and survey statistics showing his overwhelming public popularity as a marketing asset. Hanrok confidently declares to the boardroom that he is currently the most publicly recognized person in the company. Gritting his teeth, Moon O-sek acknowledges the presentation's quality but quickly shifts his critique to Hanrok's credibility. The rival executive directly challenges Hanrok's authority and ability to represent the entire TK brand. Hanrok counterattacks by pointing out the severe revenue decline in division head Moon's own department. Hanrok ruthlessly dissects the structural failures of the music department's acquisitions, leaving the rival executives visibly shaken. Hanrok systematically exposes the operational weaknesses across multiple company divisions, commanding the room with his sharp analysis. Hanrok's undeniable masterclass on TK's businesses leaves the entire boardroom in stunned absolute silence. A skeptical executive concedes that Hanrok is exceptional but raises concerns about the core viability of the project. The executive argues that the project's dependency on a single employee is a major structural risk. The executive questions whether the project can endure once Hanrok eventually transitions to a leadership role. Hanrok confidently asserts that the project will survive because he plans to establish a sustainable succession model. Hanrok reveals his strategy to co-host and gradually elevate his colleagues to become recognizable brand influencers. Hanrok explains how this succession plan will naturally groom future, highly recognized leaders within TK's film division. The critical executive is left speechless, contemplating the flawless long-term strategy Hanrok has presented. As the meeting is adjourned, division head Choi Kyung-joon locks eyes with Hanrok, initiating a powerful connection. Choi Kyung-joon's red thread of trust instantly wraps around Hanrok as he approves the project's launch. President Ha officially concludes the meeting and requests a private talk with division head Choi Kyung-joon. The high-ranking executive approaches Hanrok directly, his immense presence pulling Hanrok into his orbit. The executive notes Hanrok's memorable name and promises to closely monitor his performance at the upcoming film festival. Hanrok expresses his gratitude as he exits, silently planning to earn the complete trust of the company's highest executives. Moon O-sek watches Hanrok's departure with a cold, deeply calculated expression. Moon O-sek grimly promises to keep a close, hostile eye on Hanrok's future endeavors. In the quiet of the elevator, department manager Jung notices Hanrok's hand shaking from the pressure. Hanrok admits his tension, while department manager Jung lightheartedly marvels at his immense composure under pressure. Hanrok notices that department manager Jung's yellow thread of loyalty is glowing brightly, betraying his hidden excitement. The yellow thread around Jung's wrist glows even brighter, visually signaling his deepening pride in Hanrok's success. Hanrok smiles warmly, finding quiet amusement in his manager's transparently growing trust and pride. The eager marketing team runs up to Hanrok, ecstatic over the presentation's success. The team erupts in celebration upon learning that even the president pledged to personally watch Hanrok's progress. The entire marketing department buzzes with excitement as colleagues praise Hanrok's spectacular performance. Department manager Jung proudly declares that it was the absolute best presentation he has ever seen. Jung generously hands over his credit card, treating the hardworking team to a celebratory meal. Back in the executive office, President Ha Jung-yap reflects on Hanrok's memorable presentation. President Ha inquires about Hanrok's corporate history, learning of his exceptionally rapid promotion to assistant manager. The president notes Hanrok's department, thoughtfully recalling department manager Jung Min-suk's team. In a massive show of support, President Ha orders the GV project's budget to be tripled immediately. President Ha commands that Hanrok prioritize the high-stakes GV project above all other responsibilities. Department manager Jung silently reflects that Hanrok is destined to far surpass both his and the division head's expectations. Division head Choi smiles in agreement as President Ha praises department manager Jung's impressive leadership growth. The scene shifts to the marketing department's conference room on the day of their full meeting. Hanrok is stunned to learn that the GV project will be featured in the prestigious Busan Film Festival. Department manager Jung confirms that the president has personally tripled their budget for the film festival showcase. Jung announces the immediate formation of a new GV team, inviting interested department members to apply. A powerful wave of determination sweeps through the room as everyone senses the life-changing opportunity. Hanrok sits quietly, fully aware of the monumental changes about to transform the marketing department. As the meeting adjourns, department manager Jung instructs Hanrok to meet with him privately. Jung grants Hanrok complete authority to handpick any employee he wants for the new GV Dream Team. Department Manager Jung urges Lee Han-rok to think carefully about selecting his team members. Han-rok explains that he chose Manager Hyun because of their strong professional synergy. Department Manager Jung insists on a specific team structure, demanding the inclusion of Section Chief Oh. Jung advises Han-rok that workplace success requires collaborating with capable colleagues, regardless of personal preferences. Jung warns Han-rok to align himself with the correct corporate faction for his career. Jung bluntly cautions Han-rok that aligning with Manager Hyun is a dead-end career move. Han-rok defends Manager Hyun's vital research assistance, questioning if Section Chief Oh could ever match it. Han-rok firmly demands that he be given the specific team members he actually needs. Jung reflects on the immense gap between their current level and the prestigious executive floor. Looking out at the city, Jung boldly declares his ambition to rise to the executive level. Jung explains that individual performance alone cannot carry a career past department manager level. Jung singles out Han-rok as the key factor in his ambitious upward trajectory. Jung questions if Manager Hyun has the leadership capability to serve as a successor department manager. Han-rok inwardly acknowledges that Manager Hyun does not fit among the division's power players. Han-rok boldly resolves to ignore established corporate factions and forge his own line of power. Jung dismisses the conversation for now, instructing Han-rok to return to his work. Jung realizes that Han-rok possesses a far deeper character and potential than he initially assumed. Jung's hands tremble as he realizes Han-rok easily sees through his deepest political motives. Jung wonders just how far Han-rok's ambitious vision for his own power line extends. Jung silently wonders if he himself will have a place within Han-rok's future faction. Back at the office, an eager colleague presents Han-rok with a complimentary coffee. The colleague congratulates Han-rok on the successful GV presentation and expresses his keen interest. Han-rok notes how being singled out by the manager has shifted office dynamics. Colleagues watch Han-rok with deep anticipation, recognizing his absolute authority over the GV team selection. Positive online reviews for 3 days begin pouring in, matching Han-rok's exact marketing objectives. Growing audience demand is reflected in comments asking about theatrical releases and VOD options. Han-rok reflects on leveraging artificial scarcity to make the film globally famous. Han-rok orchestrates a strategy of calculated silence to build public desire before announcing the re-release. This calculated neglect effectively fuels the intellectual vanity and longing of passionate movie fans. Han-rok is suddenly called out to from behind while working at his desk. Section Chief Oh commands Han-rok to follow him for a serious discussion. Section Chief Oh demands to know if the GV team is ready, but Han-rok demurs. Oh angrily dismisses Han-rok's evasion, noting his manager-granted authority over the team. Han-rok coolly tells Section Chief Oh that the team formation is not his concern. Annoyed by Han-rok's perceived arrogance, Section Chief Oh taps his folder warningly. Oh presents a personnel transfer notice designating Manager Guchul Bam for a relocation. The document details a proposal to transfer Manager Guchul Bam. Han-rok questions if Manager Gu agreed to the transfer, and Oh confirms it. Oh proposes transferring the GV project to his own team while sending Manager Gu away. Oh claims exclusive expertise on film festivals, but Han-rok firmly rejects having useless staff attached. Chief Oh intensely asks Han-rok if he knows his origins and reasons for joining TK. A flashback reveals that Chief Oh joined TK specifically due to Division Head Choi Kyung-jin's summons. Oh mockingly tells Han-rok that he is not the only one with high-level backing. Surrounded by dark aura, Oh boasts of a 7-year history and trials with the Division Head. Oh pressures Han-rok, demanding to know who the Division Head would support in a conflict. Chief Oh drops his pen to the floor, asserting his dominance over Han-rok. Chief Oh arrogantly orders Han-rok to pick up the fallen pen. Han-rok remains silent, his lips curving into a confident, unfazed smile. Instead of waiting, Chief Oh grinds his shoe down, crushing the pen beneath his foot. Han-rok confidently declares to Chief Oh that the Division Head will choose him. Section Chief Oh sneers, questioning Lee Han-rok's belief that the Division Head would ever side with him. Section Chief Oh claims the Division Head would despise someone who uses his name for petty office politics. Section Chief Oh boasts about his history of ruining and dismissing arrogant employees just like Lee Han-rok. Section Chief Oh begins counting his previous victims on his fingers to intimidate Lee Han-rok. Section Chief Oh labels Lee Han-rok as the next target on his long list of corporate casualties. Section Chief Oh threatens that Manager Hyun will also be ruined alongside Lee Han-rok. Section Chief Oh reveals his intent to use the film festival to execute his professional sabotage. Section Chief Oh coldly warns that firing both Lee Han-rok and Manager Hyun will be effortless. Section Chief Oh stands over a dropped pen, arrogantly ordering Lee Han-rok to pick it up. Quick light tap echoes as Chief Oh kicks the pen mockingly across the floor. Section Chief Oh looks down silently, waiting for Lee Han-rok to submit to his authority. The pen rolls quietly across the floor as Lee Han-rok addresses the section chief with quiet defiance. Lee Han-rok firmly declares that these cheap psychological tricks no longer have any power over him. Sweating, anxious Manager Gu enters the office, responding nervously to Section Chief O's summon. Manager Gu tries to ask about his transfer, but Section Chief O harshly orders him to remain silent. Section Chief O demands that Manager Gu kneel and pick up the pen on the floor instead. Sharp crunch echoes as Chief O's shoe slams down, crushing the pen right before Manager Gu can touch it. Chief O scolds his subordinates' incompetence while Manager Gu trembles and apologizes profusely on the floor. Chief O demands Manager Nam's attention to issue his next set of malicious orders. Chief O commands a nervous Manager Nam to immediately target the coworkers closest to Lee Han-rok. Chief O plots to completely isolate his target, his gaze turning incredibly sinister. Chief O orders his sycophants to make Lee Han-rok's work environment so miserable that he resigns. The scene shifts to the office restroom as the memory of Chief O's threats echoes in the silence. In the quiet restroom, Lee Han-rok listens to the clear voice recording of Chief O's threats. Lee Han-rok reflects on how Director Yoon's prior warnings about Chief O's tactics allowed him to prepare. Walking back down the hallway, Lee Han-rok confidently notes that all his preparations are now complete. A few days later, marketing department staff whisper anxiously about the strange rumors surrounding Lee Han-rok. Department Manager Jung reports the surprisingly low number of applicants for the new GV project team. Lee Han-rok's eyes narrow as he realizes the low turnout is the result of Chief O's rumors. Manager Jung warns that a lack of staff will leave Lee Han-rok handling the massive project alone. Lee Han-rok suggests discussing the staffing issue directly with the division head to find a solution. Manager Jung's yellow thread of loyalty glows brightly as he readily agrees to speak with the division head. Rapid clack sounds as Lee Han-rok types at his desk, confident that everything is going according to plan. At a restaurant, marketing team members question Manager Song about his sudden application to the GV team. The colleagues argue over the team dynamics, assuming Lee Han-rok has already chosen Manager Hyun. A disgruntled manager complains about the situation, feeling that Lee Han-rok's authority is excessive. The disgruntled team members criticize Lee Han-rok for appointing himself as the GV team leader. An angry coworker squeezes his glass tightly, complaining bitterly about Lee Han-rok's rapid career advancement. The team members continue discussing the situation around their table, fueled by resentment and rumors. One colleague claims that Lee Han-rok is highly distressed by the rumors spreading through the department. A colleague explains that the rumors have left Lee Han-rok feeling completely helpless. The colleagues express surprise at the rumor that Lee Han-rok wanted to be team leader for a promotion. A flashback shows Lee Han-rok explaining to Manager Hyun how the malicious rumors are causing a misunderstanding. A senior colleague questions the source of the rumors, learning they originated from Manager Nam and Manager Gu. The colleagues realize they were manipulated by Chief O's faction and express sympathy for Lee Han-rok's struggle. The senior colleague resolves to talk to his team members to clear up the unfair misunderstanding. The scene transitions to the division head's office as a private meeting is called. Division head Choi Kyung-jun welcomes Lee Han-rok to discuss the staffing issues plaguing the GV team. Lee Han-rok proposes establishing the GV project as an entirely separate independent new team. The division head listens attentively as Lee Han-rok outlines his strategic plan for the project structure. Division head Choi Kyung-jun argues against altering the department's structure right before the film festival. In the office, the division head suggests forming the team after the festival and asks about current progress. Choi Kyung-jun promises confidentiality, urging a silent Han-rok to speak his mind. Looking closely at his subordinate, the division head shrewdly guesses that Section Chief O is the source of the trouble. Han-rok questions the division head's stance, prompting Choi to recall his instructions regarding team formation. The division head condescendingly suggests that Han-rok is still too inexperienced to understand corporate operations. Choi confirms his desire to hand the project to Section Chief O despite Manager Han's success. Choi bluntly admits that he intends to grant Section Chief O special favoritism. The division head dismisses the idea of corporate fairness as completely irrelevant to management. Choi explains his elitist philosophy, praising Section Chief O as an exceptional leader. The division head questions why he should show any concern for Manager Yeon's position. Han-rok addresses the special treatment, fully aware of his subordinate standing. Han-rok boldly demands that he also receive special treatment from the division head. Han-rok asserts his worth, declaring his instrumental role in making the GV project successful. Choi asks if Han-rok wants leadership, but Han-rok only requests working with Manager Hyun. The division head's red thread of influence snakes around Han-rok's feet, testing him. A soft clack sounds as the division head puts down the phone receiver, sealing their confidential agreement. Choi compliments Han-rok's bold character, posing a final, testing question. Choi leans in to whisper that his harsh words were meant as future guidance. Han-rok notes that the division head's interest in him is clearly growing. Section Chief O enters the office, exactly as Han-rok anticipated. Han-rok departs as the division head prepares to test Section Chief O in turn. A sharp grind echoes as Section Chief O barely restrains his rising irritation. Han-rok politely bids farewell to Manager Park after their productive lunch meeting. A colleague hands Han-rok a stack of official applications for the GV project team. Han-rok quietly considers his next moves as the office pressure builds. Han-rok recalls Chief O's arrogant challenge regarding the division head's ultimate favor. Loud footsteps echo through the corridor as Han-rok makes his way forward. The division head declares that he has granted full decision-making power to Han-rok. Han-rok confidently tells Chief O that his intimidation tactics are completely useless. A stressed employee panics over the high stakes, but Han-rok calmly reassures her. Even department manager Jung feels the immense pressure, which Han-rok dismisses with cool logic. The office anxiously awaits the crucial 2 o'clock launch of the film's ticket sales. Han-rok relies on his calculated marketing to drive massive online interest for the film. The ticket reservation results prove to be an immediate, staggering sold-out success. Manager Jung announces the temporary postponement of the team establishment and names the team leader. Manager Hyun is left utterly stunned when he is officially named the team leader. Manager Hyun celebrates his sudden promotion with immense joy and victorious fist bumps. Han-rok notes the intense, hateful gaze Section Chief O directs toward him. The scene transitions as the corporate power struggle moves toward its final climax. Han-rok resolves to finally speak with Manager Hyun to clear the air. Section Chief O suddenly corners Han-rok to deliver a final warning. Heavy steps echo as Chief O asks Han-rok one final time to reconsider. Han-rok coolly confirms his loyalty to Manager Hyun while lighting up his cigarette. A sharp crack sounds as Section Chief O loses all control over his rage. A light tap sounds as Han-rok's cigarette bounces away while O grabs him by the lapels. Chief O furiously warns Han-rok that he will pay a severe price for this defiance. Han-rok remains completely unfazed, silently taking a slow sip from his drink carton. Han-rok dismisses the threat, stating that Chief O is completely powerless against him. O delivers a parting threat, promising to destroy Manager Hyun instead of Han-rok. Manager Hyun bursts through the doorway, frantically demanding to know what Lee Han-rok did. Lee Han-rok calmly replies that he only requested to work with Manager Hyun on the project. Department Manager Jung confirms the decision, noting that working with like-minded people is ideal. Department Manager Jung promises to officially announce the team division later that afternoon. A light tap sounds as Lee Han-rok notes that his strategy is working perfectly. Manager Hyun runs up to Lee Han-rok, urgently needing to reveal a serious threat. Lee Han-rok holds up his recording device, telling Manager Hyun there is something he needs to hear. Manager Hyun is left utterly stunned and sweating as he listens to the shocking audio. Lee Han-rok explains how Section Chief O threatened to make Manager Hyun pay a severe price. Lee Han-rok reveals that Manager Hyun is already deeply entangled in Section Chief O's schemes. Manager Hyun trembles in fear, pleading to hand the project over to Section Chief O instead. Clenching his fist, Manager Hyun admits he only wants a quiet, safe life at the company. Lee Han-rok locks eyes with his superior, firmly reiterating his loyalty to Manager Hyun. Manager Hyun explains how Section Chief O ruined his career advancement after their past clash. Manager Hyun tearfully confesses his terrifying fear of failure and losing his family's livelihood. Lee Han-rok calls out to the trembling manager, his expression calm and collected. Lee Han-rok questions if simply surviving in mediocrity is truly Manager Hyun's only goal. Lee Han-rok warns that surrendering will only allow Section Chief O to destroy them both. Lee Han-rok outlines a brighter future where they can succeed together at the film festival. Lee Han-rok smiles confidently, asking if that vision of success isn't exciting. The scene shifts to the theater on the highly anticipated opening day of the film. But inside the crowded lobby, excited theatergoers murmur about the incredibly high ticket demand. A nervous movie director expresses his anxiety to Lee Han-rok about meeting audience expectations. Lee Han-rok reassures the anxious director that his movie will be a certified masterpiece. Manager Hyun looks down silently, still plagued by doubt as the screening begins. The theater grows dark as the artistic film about intertwined lives begins to play. Watching the screen, Manager Hyun is deeply struck as memories of his youth resurface. The film's protagonist writes poetry, reminding Manager Hyun of his own lost dreams. Overcome with emotion, Manager Hyun silently weeps as the film's poignant message hits home. An intense, overwhelming wave of emotion washes over Manager Hyun in the silent theater. The screen fades to black as the credits roll to absolute tense silence. Believing the silent reaction means failure, the director hangs his head in deep despair. Sharp, clear clap suddenly sounds in the theater as a smiling viewer stands up. The theater erupts in thunderous clapping as 300 emotional audience members deliver a standing ovation. Exiting the theater, deeply moved viewers praise the film and promise to watch his next work. Lee Han-rok turns to the crying director, proudly proving his marketing predictions correct. Brilliant light shines as the ecstatic director tearfully shakes Lee Han-rok's hand in gratitude. Inspired, the director passionately declares his lifelong commitment to making movies with him. On a phone call outside TKENM, Manager Hyun's wife warmly notes his recent kindness. Smiling, Manager Hyun hears his wife praise his hard work before passing the phone to Yoon-seo. Yoon-seo excitedly tells her dad how proud she is to see his movie on TV. Hanging up, Manager Hyun tells a waiting Lee Han-rok that he wants to be like him. Manager Hyun confesses that his excuses about family were merely a shield for his cowardice. Manager Hyun openly asks for guidance on how to overcome his paralyzing fear of failure. Lee Han-rok asks if Manager Hyun wants to remain a perpetual excuse maker instead of succeeding. Smiling warmly, Lee Han-rok offers him a pack of gum, promising a cooler path ahead. Lee Han-rok encourages Manager Hyun to become a father his daughter can truly be proud of. They stand together on the balcony, looking out over the glittering city skyline. Quiet moment of resolve takes hold as the scene shifts to his inner thoughts. In a flashback, Lee Han-rok's inspiring words about family pride echo in Manager Hyun's mind. Looking out over the glittering city skyline, Manager Hyun resolves to prove himself. He fondly recalls his daughter's voice, driving his determination to become her ultimate pride. Quick, purposeful footsteps echo through the corridor as he rushes forward with newfound energy. He remembers his youthful ambition to stand out as a top scholarship student. He recalls his past promise to become a key leader to support his family. Running desperately through the city streets at night, he tries to find his courage. With the red thread of determination around his wrist, he vows to reach the very end. Back in the office, the team composition is discussed specifically regarding recruitment from another team. Manager Hyun suggests bringing assistant manager Ha over to their newly formed project team. They consider Ha Daeri, noting his competence but his fear of his current team leader's reaction. Lee Han-rok points out that moving teams won't be easy under current leadership. Manager Hyun confidently declares that he will bring assistant manager Ha over anyway. Overhearing the plans, assistant manager Ha looks back in shock and worry. A loud, furious shout echoes from the team leader's office as an argument erupts. Lee Han-rok watches, noting that a fight has broken out instead of persuasion. Manager Hyun happily shows his phone to Lee Han-rok, revealing his successful play. Manager Hyun explains that the dramatic fight was merely a planned pretext to help Ha Daeri transfer. Ha Daeri stands silently behind his team leader caught in the middle of the corporate transfer. Shrugging, Manager Hyun notes that a strong push from superiors leaves the subordinate blameless. Manager Hyun points out that true opportunity requires taking bold risks. Lee Han-rok notes that Ha Daeri wanted to join but needed someone to push him. Smiling warmly, Manager Hyun credits Lee Han-rok for pushing him to take risks as well. Scene shifts to a bright day in Seoul as Lee Han-rok prepares to meet his sister. Lee Han-rok's younger sister, Han Seo, happily spots her brother on the street. Han Seo is completely amazed to see her brother standing next to a brand new luxury car. Han Seo excitedly asks her brother how much bonus money he received to buy such a car. Lee Han-rok proudly reveals his massive bonus, leaving his sister completely thrilled. Inside the car, Han Seo praises the comfortable leather seats while Lee Han-rok chuckles at her. Han Seo jokingly replies that high schoolers are well aware of luxury car quality nowadays. Han Seo asks her handsome brother to lean in so they can take a picture together. Han Seo posts their selfie on social media, proudly bragging about her successful and good-looking brother. At the hospital, the doctor delivers the wonderful news of Han Seo's complete recovery. Having dinner together, Lee Han-rok feels a deep joy that far surpasses any financial success. Han Seo insists on paying for dinner, proud of her savings as Lee Han-rok smiles. Han Seo happily explains how she saved her allowance to buy him a meal. Lee Han-rok smiles warmly, telling his sister not to be cheeky but feeling deeply happy. While driving, Lee Han-rok shifts his focus back to his next ambitious goals. He resolves to achieve massive success at the upcoming Busan Film Festival. He envisions reaching a staggering audience of 10 million viewers with his next project. The department manager officially announces the new GV team, naming Manager Hyun as the leader. Manager Hyun winks at Lee Han-rok, who recalls the past timeline's inevitable corporate struggles. He remembers a film called The Plant that was once ruined by corporate conflict. He recalls how Section Chief Oh used that film to ruin Manager Hyun's career. Determined to change fate, Lee Han-rok prepares to deliver a counter-strike. Lee Han-rok tells Manager Hyun that it is time to make their first move. He explains a strategy to compete directly with Section Chief Oh's project at the festival. Manager Hyun is excited by the bold plan to defeat their rival through sheer capability. Lee Han-rok demands the highest quality resources, but Manager Hyun suggests an unexpected director. Manager Hyun reveals he has a specific, controversial director in mind for their movie. Sweat runs down Manager Yoon's face as he insists on bringing director Yoon's film. Close-up of Lee Han-rok's profile, Manager Hyun warns that he will not ruin everything for Han-rok's ambition, while Han-rok calmly asks him to listen. In the spacious meeting room, the two men stand close together as they continue their tense conversation. Sweating profusely, Manager Hyun grimaces as he internally admits defeat. A thought bubble emphasizes Manager Hyun's resolve to act now rather than face future regret. The gray-haired department manager Jung, wearing glasses, questions if they need the division head's opinion. Department manager Jung offers to contact the division head on Lee Han-rok's behalf. In a flashback, Manager Hyun advises Lee Han-rok that department manager Jung won't be easily convinced, but the division head might be open to the idea, suggesting they list several candidates to get his opinion. Lee Han-rok listens intently as Manager Hyun explains a strategy of bypassing the department manager to report directly to the division head. A gray-haired division head in a dark suit instructs Lee Han-rok to sit down. The division head asks about the GV selection and presses Lee Han-rok for his own opinion on which film to proceed with. The division head reacts with slight amusement upon hearing the proposal of the movie 3 Days. Lee Han-rok looks resolute as the division head asks if he knows the scale of Section Chief O's preparations for the festival. The division head points out that while an experimental project failure won't threaten Han-rok's fast-tracked career, there are other stakes. The division head asks about the fate of Kim Yoo-seon in this scenario, causing Han-rok to flinch. Close-up of the division head's eyes as he notes that the contract worker and the perpetual manager have nowhere to retreat if things fail. Looking at Han-rok from behind, the division head asks if he still wishes to proceed with 3 days. Close-up of Lee Han-rok as he confidently asserts that the project will absolutely not fail. The division head asks Han-rok if he has ever been to the sea and what he thought of it. Close-up of the division head smiling slightly as he describes the sea as beautiful. Overhead view of the meeting as Han-rok requests permission to explain his vision for the movie 3 Days, and the division head agrees. Lee Han-rok explains that 3 Days is the film that most perfectly suits the atmosphere of the Busan Film Festival. An image of a peaceful night sea under a bright full moon represents the proposed 9 p.m. outdoor screening. Lee Han-rok details his plan to distribute slippers so the audience can feel the sand between their toes. Over a visual of crashing ocean waves, Han-rok explains how the lack of windbreaks will let the audience smell the sea and hear the waves. Close-up of the division head's face as Han-rok begins to deliver his final, compelling reason. Text bubble emphasizes that the chosen setting holds powerful, nostalgic memories for the audience. Lee Han-rok speaks passionately from a low angle, confident in his sensory marketing strategy. The division head listens intently as Han-rok guarantees that these shared memories of the night sea will ensure the film's success. A close-up of the division head's mouth as he softly speaks Lee Han-rok's name. The division head explains that coastal residents know both the weariness of the sea and how deeply they can miss it. Looking directly at Han-rok, the division head admits he did not know the young man was so skilled and eloquent. Lee Han-rok respectfully credits Manager Hyun for advising and helping him so much. Manager Hyun stands proudly in a warm light as the division head notes how much Han-rok respects his superior. Smiling warmly, Lee Han-rok sincerely confirms that Manager Hyun is a wonderful person. The division head gestures toward the exit, accepting the explanation with a calm smile. The scene shifts to the division head sitting alone at his large office desk, deeply reflecting on the meeting. Close-up of the division head as he wonders why he should care so much about Manager Hyun. He recalls Han-rok's unwavering defense of Manager Hyun as a wonderful person. Smiling to himself, the division head muses that he got completely schooled by the young assistant manager. Back in the main office, Manager Hyun holds his head in distress, questioning why Han-rok praised the film so much. Department Manager Jung approaches them to ask what is going on, as the division head has made his decision. Looking stern, Department Manager Jung mentions that he had warned them 3 days wouldn't work, but the division had approved it anyway. A flashback reveals text messages between Manager Hyun and Han-rok planning a fake argument to deceive the department manager. Staging their act, Manager Hyun loudly scolds Lee Han-rok for putting them in a difficult position. Lee Han-rok bows deeply, apologetically playing along with the stage reprimand. Awkwardly stepping in, Department Manager Jung tells Manager Hyun not to overdo the scolding. As Department Manager Jung walks away, Manager Hyun winks and gives Han-rok a sly thumbs up for their successful performance. The scene shifts to the office cafe as Han-rok asks Kim Yoo-seon if she knows 3 Days was selected. Han-rok explains that they need data for their report, asking her to write movie reviews for a TKV homepage vote. Kim Yoo-seon is visibly shocked when Han-rok reveals they need 3 days to rank at least third among highly acclaimed films. Lee Han-rok details his strategic plan to target the voters who have already watched 3 Days. Kim Yoo-seon excitedly suggests focusing on the unique appeal of watching a movie right by the sea. Working together at a cafe table, Kim Yoo-seon expresses her relief and admiration for Han-rok's leadership. Lee Han-rok brings up his poor relationship with Section Chief O, which Kim Yoo-seon remembers from her application. Kim Yoo-seon grows worried, realizing their entire team will be in serious trouble if the project fails. Lee Han-rok confidently reassures her that failure is absolutely not an option under his watch. Heartened by his unwavering confidence, Kim Yoo-seon smiles warmly and expresses her complete trust in him. Later that evening, the official voting poll is posted on the company's homepage, initiating the competition. To their dismay, the early voting results show their film languishing in last place with only 30%. Anxious online supporters quickly mobilize, posting rewards and rallying more votes for their seaside movie. Watching from his computer desk, Director Jang notices the voting trend and realizes Han-rok is behind it. Director Jang is surprised to see Han-rok pushing the only non-famous film on the entire list. The online community erupts in shock as the movie's rank begins to rise at an unbelievable speed. A supportive social media post from a well-known director provides a massive game-changing boost to their numbers. Lee Han-rok receives a phone call from Director Jang, who asks if he is pushing 3 days. Director Jang explains that he posted the support message to repay Han-rok for his previous help. Lee Han-rok thanks Director Jang, who curiously asks how Han-rok plans to proceed with the event. Laughing, Director Jang declares that the screening will be incredibly fun because he's the one who made it. Hanging up, Director Jang grins, unable to help but admire Han-rok's effortless movie protagonist cool factor. At the company meeting, Department Manager Jung officially announces that 3 Days has been selected for the festival. As the department manager speaks, Lee Han-rok reflects on a critical corporate incident from the past timeline. Department manager Jung delivers a special directive from the division head to find a film without contract issues. Lee Han-rok reviews his messages, realizing the flow of events is repeating the exact same past pattern. He recalls how manager Hyun's short film, The Plant, previously competed against Section Chief Oh's famous director choice. Although manager Hyun's film initially won, Section Chief Oh's refusal to accept defeat triggered a corporate disaster. The department manager previously scolded manager Hyun over sudden contract issues, shifting all the blame onto his subordinates. Unable to endure the unfair blame and pressure, manager Hyun was ultimately forced to resign from the company. Determined to change history, Lee Han-rok suspects Section Chief Oh received bribes and resolves to investigate. Han-rok calls director Yoon to deliver the wonderful news that his film is officially selected. Overwhelmed with joy and gratitude, director Yoon smiles warmly and thanks Han-rok for saving his film. Lee Han-rok kindly tells director Yoon not to worry about any of the company's internal conflicts.
Deeply touched, director Yoon asks Han-rok to contact him if any difficulties arise, promising his full support.
With all these threads on his wrist, Han-rok's metaphorical networking skills are practically a fashion statement. Back in the office, manager Hyun asks the team if anyone has a short film to submit. When no one responds, manager Hyun announces his intention to submit The Plant once again. Han-rok foresees that Section Chief Oh will retaliate viciously, potentially trying to ruin both manager Hyun and Yoo-seon. Lee Han-rok narrows his eyes, focusing intensely on turning this dangerous situation into a counter-strike opportunity. He resolves to defeat Section Chief Oh, ensure the film's success, and completely expose his rival's corruption. Han-rok mentally lists his key assets, including director Yoon and a crucial recorded conversation. Han-rok briefs his team, warning them of Section Chief Oh's close ties with his chosen director. Manager Hyun looks worried, sweating as Han-rok warns that Section Chief Oh will never yield his project. Han-rok acknowledges the extreme danger they face by openly defying Section Chief Oh's influence. Smiling confidently, Han-rok points out that this high-risk situation also presents their greatest opportunity. He explains that winning this battle will allow their team to claim total control over the film festival. Han-rok looks directly at his team members, asking if they can trust and follow his lead. Despite their deep fears, manager Hyun, Ha-daeri, and Yoo-seon nod in unison, filled with anticipation. Section Chief Oh's smug, condescending smile flashes in Han-rok's mind, fueling his determination to destroy him. Leaning forward confidently, Lee Han-rok officially declares that their team will compete using The Plant. Lee Han-rok meets with the director of The Plant to secure their most important witness. Lee Han-rok immediately makes a call to investigate other clients who suffered from Section Chief Oh's corrupt actions. Lee Han-rok instructs his colleague Young-do to scrutinize the contracts, seeking evidence to expose Section Chief Oh's past corruption. Reflecting on the documents, Han-rok realizes the discrepancies only raise suspicion rather than proving actual wrongdoing. Han-rok calls director Jo, the talented trailer creator, to gather information about their rivals' recent projects. After praising director Jo's previous work, Han-rok subtly inquires about manager Goo's film trailer schedule to find a potential witness. Han-rok learns that manager Goo's trailer contract was abruptly canceled, instantly suspecting bribery behind the sudden change. His eyes narrowing, Han-rok discovers that assistant manager Yoo was the one who claimed the schedule wouldn't work. Han-rok identifies Yoo Jung-yeon as Section Chief Oh's subordinate who is destined to leave the company in a year. Calling Young-do back, Han-rok concludes that assistant manager Yoo must be directly involved in the contract manipulation. Young-do immediately searches the company intranet, finding that the formal documents themselves remain deceptively clean. The investigation reveals that while Section Chief Oh's records are spotless, assistant manager Yoo's files are riddled with administrative anomalies. Han-rok realizes that Section Chief Oh dumped all the problematic work on assistant manager Yoo to avoid any personal liability. Department manager Jung officially announces to the team that manager Hyun's short film, The Plant, has won the festival selection. Glaring silently from his desk, Section Chief Oh prepares to launch a counterattack now that the results are public. Watching from his desk, Han-rok anticipates his rival's moves, knowing Section Chief Oh will soon try to sabotage the film. Han-rok deeply ponders how he can convince the conflicted assistant manager Yoo to confess the truth. Kim Yoo-seon alerts Han-rok that Section Chief Oh's faction has just requested the contact number for the director of The Plant. Inside the quiet prop storage room, a tense phone call is initiated as someone waits impatiently for the line to connect. Stealthily hiding behind the storage shelves, Han-rok records assistant manager Yoo as the nervous man calls the director. Han-rok listens intently as assistant manager Yoo begins to warn the director of potential disqualification. Sweating with anxiety, assistant manager Yoo invents a fake contract issue to pressure the young director. Terrified of getting caught, assistant manager Yoo frantically tells the director to bypass official channels and call a specific staff member. In a flashback, Yoo-seon warmly describes assistant manager Yoo as a kind mentor who once struggled deeply with his own filmmaking. Hanrock recalls learning that assistant manager Yu spent years as an assistant director but was never able to make his official debut. Listening to the phone call, Hanrock realizes the intense guilt and conflict tearing the reluctant accomplice apart. Assistant manager Yu ruthlessly threatens that the director's debut film will fall through if he does not comply. His tightly clenched fist betrays his deep self-loathing as he forces the young filmmaker to yield. Hanrock is stunned when assistant manager Yu tells the director to trust only Lee Hanrock with his appeal. Confronted with the assistant manager's hidden conscience, Hanrock questions if his own plan of blackmail makes him no better than Section Chief O. Recalling the faces of his supportive team, Hanrock resolves to abandon dirty threats and choose a clean, courageous path to victory. Hanrock steps out from behind the shelves, startling assistant manager Yu by revealing his presence in the storage room. Hanrock steps closer as the shocked assistant manager nervously demands to know what he is doing there. Confronting him directly, Hanrock reveals he heard the entire conversation and understands the pressure he is facing. Assistant manager Yu trembles with visible anxiety, his eyes flickering with fear and guilt. Hanrock explains that Section Chief O's schemes will completely ruin a young junior director's hard-earned future. Hanrock asks him to stand as a witness, but assistant manager Yu panics over the risk of facing disciplinary action. Hanrock urges him to face the issue now, warning that the corruption is bound to burst eventually. Sweating profusely, assistant manager Yu tearfully admits he knows the truth but simply lacks the courage to stand up to his boss. Hanrock comforts him by admitting his own fear, explaining that courage is about trying despite being terrified. When assistant manager Yu asks why he goes so far, Hanrock firmly answers that he simply doesn't want to live with regrets. The scene shifts to a Japanese restaurant at dusk where Section Chief O is already plotting his next moves. Fuming with rage at the dining table, Section Chief O declares he has no intention of letting Hanrock ruin his plans. Section Chief O sternly calls out to assistant manager Yu, demanding his absolute attention and compliance.
Section Chief O pressures the young man, warning him that he must fall in line if he wants to survive in the company.
Section Chief O delivers a chilling command ordering assistant manager Yu to steal a crucial document from the production company. When assistant manager Yu hesitates because the director is his alumnus, Section Chief O viciously threatens to expose his past mistakes to the audit office. Under the table, assistant manager Yu's hands shake violently as he nervously warns that Hanrock will not let this slide. Section Chief O barks a harsh command, instantly silencing the terrified assistant manager.
Section Chief O orders him to frame Hanrock and manager Hyun, completely indifferent to the damage it causes.
Distressed, assistant manager Yu tries to warn him of potential issues with the film festival's guest program.
Section Chief O coldly dismisses his concerns, showing he cares only about destroying his rivals rather than the festival's success.
Holding a voice recorder, Hanrock anticipates that Section Chief O will soon expose his true colors. Asked if he can defeat Section Chief O, Hanrock confidently confirms his absolute belief in victory.
Touched by Hanrock's conviction, assistant manager Yu bravely offers to serve as their primary witness.
Tightly closing his eyes, a sweating assistant manager Yu prepares himself for the difficult road ahead. Looking out over the city, assistant manager Yu sadly accepts that doing the right thing means losing his job. Hanrock promises to protect him, but Yu resolutely declares he is fully prepared to face termination. Yu confesses on the phone that despite his deep fears, he has absolutely no regrets about his choice. A gentle, genuine smile appears on Yu's face as he warmly expresses his gratitude to Hanrock. Hanrock shares his gratitude, humorously agreeing when Yu jokingly labels himself a corrupt corporate employee. Placing his phone down, Hanrock reflects that the crucial choice was ultimately made by Yu himself. Hanrock deeply questions if the systemic blame should rest solely on the shoulders of subordinate employees. Hanrock laments the toxic corporate culture where brave whistleblowers suffer while corrupt executives are protected. Watching Yu walk away, Hanrock deeply respects the assistant manager for courageously choosing a path without regrets. Hanrock firmly resolves to climb to the very top of the corporate ladder to change this corrupt system. Shifting scenes, Hanrock picks up a late-night call from the film's anxious young director. The young director reveals a senior warned him of trouble but urged him to trust Hanrock completely. Hanrock calmly reassures the young filmmaker, promising to personally handle and resolve all impending problems. When the director anxiously asks if everything will be okay, Hanrock confidently reassures him of success. With cold, calculated determination, Hanrock promises that this entire corporate nightmare will soon be over. Standing alone on a rooftop, Hanrock realizes that reporting Section Chief O right now is still too premature. Holding a lighter, Hanrock reasons that O could easily excuse the recording as an empty threat. Hanrock decides to escalate the situation, letting actual contract issues spark a massive corporate crisis first. Eyeing his collected evidence, Hanrock decides to wait for the perfect trap before exposing his rival's schemes. 1 week later, Hanrock and manager Hyun arrive on a beautiful beach in Busan for a business trip. They are enthusiastically greeted by assistant manager Choi, a highly successful marketing star favored by the chairman. Choi reveals he came straight to Busan to work, praising their recent projects as they catch up.
Smiling brightly, Assistant Manager Choi remarks that Han-Rok hasn't changed and leads them down the beach.
Choi points out the planned stage location, earning warm praise from the appreciative manager Hyun. Looking over the shoreline, Han-Rok mentally visualizes the perfect layout for the festival's outdoor stage. Han-Rok hopes to perfectly align the film's beautiful sunset scene with the actual evening sunset over the sea. Choi instantly recognizes Han-Rok's brilliant sunset plan and points out a slight timing discrepancy. While manager Hyun worries about the schedule, Choi easily suggests moving the screening time to accommodate the sunset. Choi immediately prepares to make the necessary calls, asking Han-Rok for his preferred screening time. Choi easily confirms the adjustment, deeply impressing Han-Rok with his incredible efficiency and understanding. Manager Hyun stares in amazement, marveling at how smoothly everything is handled when elites work together. Wanting to do his part, Manager Hyun runs off to convey the new schedule changes. Looking out at the ocean, Choi expresses surprise at Manager Hyun's diligent work ethic. Past conversation echoes in Han-Rok's mind, where Choi praised him for changing Manager Hyun's work ethic. Despite Choi's polite praise and sharp mind, Han-Rok inwardly admits that he dislikes the man. Narrowing his eyes, Han-Rok recalls a crucial past life conversation he had with the elitist Choi. In the flashback, Han-Rok defended Manager Hyun as a warm and respectable person. Choi dismissed the praise, coldly stating that being a good person is useless in a corporate environment. Han-Rok recalls how the privileged rising star looked down on normal employees with hidden contempt. Confronting him, Han-Rok asks if Choi would say those arrogant things directly to Manager Hyun. Han-Rok firmly shuts down Choi's elitist attitude, asserting that Manager Hyun's dedication is highly valuable. When Choi issues a fake apology, Han-Rok issues a stern, cold warning to be careful. Massaging his neck, Choi chuckles mockingly, calling Han-Rok's cold response a bit scary to hear. Later that night, Manager Hyun enthusiastically boasts about drinking with the department's resident genius, Han-Rok. Hyun reveals he wants to brag to his daughter, prompting Han-Rok to offer a playful joke. Feeling deeply comforted, Han-Rok reflects on how Manager Hyun has become a father figure to him. Clenching his fist, Han-Rok resolutely vows to protect his team members from any corporate blowback. Manager Hyun somberly warns about whistleblowing risks and expresses his duty to protect his trusting team. Manager Hyun tells Han-Rok not to shoulder the burden alone since they all agreed. Drinking, Manager Hyun worries Han-Rok felt forced to agree to stop Section Chief O. Showing absolute trust, Manager Hyun warmly expresses his certainty that Han-Rok's plan will succeed. Han-Rok firmly agrees, stating that doing the right thing is necessary despite being difficult. In a flashback, a colleague advises Manager Hyun to compromise rather than constantly being targeted. Han-Rok warmly thanks Manager Hyun, calling him a person truly worthy of deep respect. Sitting outside, they ponder the consequences and safety measures if their plan ultimately fails. Despite questioning his alcohol tolerance, Han-Rok boldly declares he has no fear of what's ahead. The next morning, the scene transitions back to the busy TKE&M corporate headquarters. The glasses-wearing department manager confronts Manager Hyun about contract issues regarding theater assignments. Han-Rok silently observes the intense confrontation unfolding at Manager Hyun's desk across the office. Section Chief O sternly blames Manager Hyun, revealing himself as the malicious mastermind. Han-Rok steps in directly, volunteering to contact K-Film to resolve the dispute. Han-Rok calls the K-Film president, who claims the contract terms differ from negotiations. Recognizing their shameless lies, Han-Rok realizes K-Film is acting solely to please Section Chief O. The K-Film president argues they wouldn't have contracted if limited to art cinemas. Han-Rok clarifies that the theater details and potential expansion were clearly specified in set materials. The K-Film president lies over the phone, claiming they never received the contract materials. Han-Rok insists he sent it, while the president accuses him of being too forceful. The department manager interrupts, sternly ordering Han-Rok to hang up the phone immediately. While the department manager expresses disappointment in Han-Rok, Section Chief O smiles triumphantly nearby. Signaling the department manager to wait, Han-Rok cold-bloodedly warns the caller that their chances are gone. Han-Rok begins laying his trap by asking the president to verify their exact meeting time. Han-Rok presses the caller to confirm they met with a lawyer at headquarters. The listening superiors watch in shock as Han-Rok recites the exact dialogue of their meeting. The president panics about an illegal recording, but Han-Rok defends its legality as a participant. Han-Rok asks the president what his response was upon receiving the screening plan document. Slamming his fist down, Han-Rok demands an answer to his question once more. Overhearing the recording play, Section Chief O begins sweating profusely in sudden panic. When the president apologizes for the mistake, Han-Rok mockingly questions his sudden memory lapse. Standing up abruptly, Han-Rok's sudden and explosive outburst startles the entire office. Han-Rok demands to know what they would have done if the entire film's release failed. Han-Rok declares his intent to show the severe price of trying to mess with TK. The president tearfully confesses someone persuaded him that art cinemas were a waste of screening. Staring directly at Section Chief O, Han-Rok coldly demands to know who gave the order. Section Chief O trembles with absolute terror as Hanrock's sharp question pierces the room. With chilling calmness, Hanrock demands the name from the K-Film president one final time. Towering over Section Chief O, Hanrock demands the caller identify who instigated the scheme. The president desperately begs to move past it, but Hanrock shuts down his proposals. Ignoring the president's pathetic begging, Hanrock ruthlessly demands the name of the instigator once more. The president hesitates, warning that exposing a TK employee will create internal corporate warfare. Hanrock confirms that a TK employee indeed instigated the sabotage, cornering Section Chief O. Hanrock abruptly ends the call, announcing he will handle this through official internal channels. Witnessing the intense confrontation, the office employees whisper in awe at Hanrock's terrifying competence. The department manager warmly praises Hanrock, expressing immense satisfaction with his decisive handling. Showing the passage of time, the office clock marks the end of a dramatic morning. An impressed colleague offers to buy Hanrock lunch, but Hanrock politely declines. Hanrock reflects on his actions, knowing he would fearlessly stand up to corruption again. Hanrock confronts department manager Jung about his lack of apology, prompting Jung to acknowledge Hanrock's impressive achievement with K-Film before asking about his next moves. Hanrock reveals his true underlying motivation for thoroughly investigating the K-Film matter to the very end today. Hanrock contemplates how Division Head Choi Kyung-jun and upper management will react to Section Chief O's recording. Department Manager Jung advises covering up the incident, prompting Hanrock to ask if he knows who orchestrated the sabotage. Jung acknowledges that Section Chief O instigated the plan to suppress him, but Hanrock demands to know why they should cover it up. Jung explains that Section Chief O is too valuable to lose, prompting Hanrock to realize that the manager knew everything all along. Hanrock questions why Jung clings to his connection with Section Chief O, realizing this is why their own corporate connection remains incomplete. Jung advises that controlling Section Chief O through his weakness is a tool for rising high, revealing his transactional view of people. Jung warns Hanrock that the division head will cover up the matter regardless of what he does. Hanrock coldly interrupts Department Manager Jung as the manager attempts to justify his corporate political maneuvering. Hanrock firmly commands Department Manager Jung to stop making excuses for his complicity in corruption. Hanrock bluntly declares that he refuses to work with anyone he cannot trust, leaving Jung speechless. A soft wrestling sound accompanies his movement as Hanrock delivers his warning. When Jung asks if Hanrock intends to resign, Hanrock confidently replies that someone else will be the one leaving the company. Hanrock delivers a chilling final warning that everyone complicit in the scheme will be forced out. Hanrock demands that Department Manager Jung make the right decision before leaving the room. Inside the office, Division Head Choi Kyung-jun and Section Chief O discuss their long history together. Division Head Choi Kyung-jun calmly brings up a trip back to his hometown. Choi Kyung-jun smugly lists how O's misdeeds are easily overlooked, mocking his naive belief that he could ever challenge him. Department Manager Jung informs Hanrock that he has reported the matter to the division head, prompting Hanrock to thank him and assure him that his risk is worthwhile. Jung warmly clarifies that risking everything was worth it because of Hanrock's incredible value. With a sharp, sudden whoosh, papers are violently thrown into the air. A sudden burst of anger erupts as documents are aggressively flung across the room. Division Head Choi Kyung-jun angrily points out that corporate schemes only work when one doesn't get caught. Choi coldly orders O to pick up the scattered papers, expressing intense disappointment at his incompetence in getting caught by a newcomer. Section Chief O endures Choi's stinging insults, questioning his false sense of importance. Choi bluntly tells O that he only valued him until a superior option appeared. Choi explains that O's only remaining value is ensuring the film festival's success. Choi warns O that the upcoming festival will serve as his final trial ground to prove he is not entirely useless. Choi ruthlessly commands O to pin the blame on manager Gu, dismissing O's desperate pleas to handle the matter quietly. Choi coldly silences O by throwing his own favorite dismissive phrase back at him. As Choi lays out a severe punishment, O panics inwardly about exactly how much the division head knows about his schemes. Choi delivers the final crushing blow, officially demoting Section Chief O to a regular manager. While secretly harboring violent thoughts of slamming Hanrock's head, O delivers the order for Hanrock to report to the division head's office. Hanrock calmly gets up to head to his meeting, ignoring O's bitter presence. Passing by, Hanrock whispers a chilling promise to O that their conflict is far from over. With a loud sudden bang, the office door slams shut. The heavy office door slams shut behind Hanrock, leaving a tense silence in the room. Section Chief O stands alone in absolute rage, clenching his fists in helpless fury. Hanrock sits down in the grand office, analyzing how Choi Kyung-jun will handle the fall of his subordinate. Choi warmly praises Hanrock, expressing the company's gratitude for his decisive actions. Hanrock modestly downplays his achievements, but Choi heartily rejects his modesty, calling his competence rare. Choi offers Hanrock a personal reward, prompting Hanrock to carefully decipher the true meaning behind the division head's calm demeanor. Choi offers to grant Han-rok a favor anytime and anywhere, which Han-rok correctly translates as an invitation to be used as an elite tool. Han-rok considers asking for control over Queen, a film project he has long wished to produce and elevate to blockbuster success. Realizing he can seize the project from Section Chief O, Han-rok politely thanks the division head for the generous offer. Han-rok politely declines to use his favor immediately, choosing to save this powerful opportunity for a more critical moment. Choi directly asks Han-rok if he harbors ambitions to climb higher up the corporate ladder. Han-rok quietly wonders about the true motive behind the division head's probing question. Choi states that today's issues are entirely the fault of the managers, expressing his disdain for such disruptive corporate blunders. Choi laughs off the situation while Han-rok maintains a calculated, silent composure. Choi challenges Han-rok to excel at the upcoming film festival, hinting that this event will be a decisive turning point for leadership over the marketing department. Choi openly declares his intention to back whichever side emerges victorious at the film festival, setting the stage for an intense corporate showdown. The man in the black vest stands before the elevator, his bruised hand in the foreground as he calls out Lee Han-rok's name. As the man in the black vest walks away, Lee Han-rok turns around to look back at him. The man in the black vest warns him that if he leaves this place now, things will not end well. The man in the black vest glares back over his shoulder, vowing to crush Han-rok to the ground no matter what. Lee Han-rok presses the elevator button, calmly telling him to do so if he has that ability. As the elevator doors begin to close, Lee Han-rok coldly states that the game has changed now. A short-haired man carrying a box of his office belongings grumbles in anger, cursing Section Chief O. Department Manager Jung orders him to pack his things and head down to Cheongju today, leaving the longtime employee shocked at such a sudden transfer after 15 years at the Seoul branch. Gu Chol-bam complains about being sent to Cheongju because of Lee Han-rok, but Department Manager Jung warns him he should be grateful he isn't fired and tells him to watch his tongue. When Gu accuses the manager of taking Han-rok's side, Jung firmly addresses him by his name, Gu Chol-bam, stating he has no right to use such language before coldly ordering him to get out. As Manager Gu walks away carrying his box, his coworkers whisper about his harsh transfer to Cheongju and how he won't last long. Squeezing his cardboard box in sheer frustration, Manager Gu curses under his breath. Kneeling by his broken box, Manager Gu desperately yells for Assistant Manager Yu and Kim Chol-men to bring him a new box, but his shouts go unanswered in the quiet office. A female colleague approaches and kindly offers her box to him. Manager Gu angrily rejects her help, asking if she is kidding and telling her to save the box for when her own contract ends and she gets kicked out. Manager Gu sneers at the female employee, warning her not to get cocky by trusting Lee Han-rok because he won't be able to make her a regular employee. The female employee points out that she was only trying to help, but he is unfairly taking his anger out on her. Department Manager Jung firmly rejects Gu Chol-bam's complaints and orders him to leave his office immediately. Manager Gu violently grips his packing box in a silent fit of rage over his unfair demotion. Assistant Manager Choi cheerfully proposes a bet on whose program will attract more audience members, suggesting the loser buys drinks. Lee Han-rok coldly turns away, stating he has no time for jokes, leaving Assistant Manager Choi to apologize for ruining the mood and offer to buy drinks anyway. The scene shifts to the next morning at the task force team meeting, where a heavy tension fills the room. As Manager O enters the room, the other employees greet him respectfully, still referring to him as Section Chief. Lee Han-rok looks up from his seat, calmly asking Manager O if he has something to say to him. The room falls into shocked silence as one of the employees accidentally calls him Manager O instead of Section Chief. Manager O glares at Lee Han-rok, warning him that his arrogance and Seoul won't work in their favor here in Busan. Manager O tightly clenches his fist in silent humiliation as he is forced to accept his demoted title. The atmosphere grows even more pressurized as Ha Jung-yup and Choi Kyung-jun enter the conference room to begin the meeting. Chairman Ha Jung-yup announces to the room that the renowned Hollywood master Alessandro Rodriguez will be visiting their guest visit program. The chairman explains that he made significant personal efforts to bring the Cannes and Venice Festival judge, meaning Alessandro will be accompanying him all day. The chairman expresses his high expectations for the film festival, hinting at a major reward for anyone who can satisfy them. During lunch, a colleague boasts about his interactions with the chairman, while Lee Han-rok silently ponders how he can bring Alessandro Rodriguez to his own guest visit program. Lee Han-rok and his colleague are startled when division head Choi Kyung-jun suddenly approaches their table, asking to join them since he has no one to eat with either. The division head playfully asks Han-rok if he'll turn him away, prompting Han-rok to politely acknowledge him. Han-rok boldly requests that Alessandro Rodriguez visit his guest visit program, prompting the division head to laugh and suggest Han-rok speak to the chairman himself. The division head explains that despite his close relationship with the chairman, it is too difficult to request a schedule change for Alessandro, questioning why Han-rok brought it up. Looking directly at him, Lee Han-rok reminds the division head of the personal promise he made to him earlier. The division head suddenly remembers, smiling as he acknowledges his promise to let Han-rok use his influence. The division head calls Han-rok both interesting and scary, warning him that bringing Alessandro won't matter if the guest doesn't enjoy their documentary program. Han-Rock confidently asserts that the guest will enjoy it, secretly knowing from his knowledge of the future that the master highly praised their documentary. When Han-Rock asks if the division head trusts him, the older man replies that his trust isn't the issue, but rather the chairman's. The division head offers to persuade the chairman himself and give the task force team a chance, warning Han-Rock that Section Chief O might seize Alessandro instead and put Han-Rock in danger. Eating calmly, Lee Han-Rock states that he does not care because in the end the chairman will have no choice. With supreme confidence, Han-Rock picks up a piece of food with his chopsticks, declaring that the chairman will ultimately choose him. Underneath the table, the glowing red thread of connection links their wrists as the division head admits that looking at Han-Rock makes him feel old, yet deeply impressed. Later, the division head meets with the chairman in his office, where the chairman warmly thanks him for coming to Busan. The chairman discusses changes to the competition section for next year and reviews the other sections before the division head asks about the recommended guest visit program. The chairman expresses his curiosity about how they will utilize the opportunity he gave them, looking forward to the outcome. The division head brings up Lee Han-Rock's name, proposing to take Alessandro Rodriguez to a section other than just the competition one. The chairman notes that keeping Alessandro in the competition section was already agreed upon, but the division head points out that was before the non-competition programs were finalized. When the chairman asks which program he wants to take Rodriguez to, the division head suggests the chairman choose directly, proposing to have the teams prepare presentations to persuade him. The division head proposes having TK's finest employees compete in presentations, but the chairman dismisses this due to lack of time, prompting the division head to remind him of Lee Han-Rock's memorable presentation. Sweating nervously with his hands tightly clasped, the brown-haired man resolves in his mind that he should refuse. The chairman asks if seeing outstanding employees perform doesn't make his heart race, reminding the sweating president of his father's words that the company's president must always make cold decisions. Composing himself, the president looks up with a calm smile and agrees that it was indeed fun. Stunned by the division head's frightening influence, someone reads an urgent phone notice scheduling a competitive presentation in 3 days with the chairman in attendance. An older, sweating colleague desperately asks assistant manager Lee Han-Rock to do the presentation for him, knowing this will be the final showdown in Busan. Lee Han-Rock looks back with a confident, sharp gaze and declares that he has never lost a presentation. The day of the competitive presentation finally arrives, casting a quiet, focused atmosphere over the corporate lobby. Walking past the turnstiles, the female colleague anxiously asks assistant manager Han-Rock about the final part of their presentation. Manager O stands in their way, calling out Lee Han-Rock's name in a cold, confrontational manner. Ignoring manager O, Han-Rock calmly walks by and instructs Yuseon to just do the presentation however she wants. A sudden sharp click sounds as Han-Rock presses the elevator button, calmly telling his worried colleague not to worry because everything is fine. The presenter announces the start of the competitive presentations, beginning with the GV team. The president suddenly intervenes, changing the order to start with the overseas film team instead. As soft murmurs fill the room, the president adds that team leaders will be allowed to ask questions freely after each presentation. Assistant manager Choi Yoon-il from the marketing department steps up and requests to ask a question before starting his slides. Choi Yoon-il asks if he can deliver his presentation in English, and the president immediately gives him the green light. Han-Rock tells his worried colleague that presenting in English is meant to show off communication skills for Alessandro's visit, emphasizing that only the chairman's approval matters. Choi Yoon-il begins presenting his achievements in English, employing a typical star marketing approach that focuses heavily on himself rather than the program. When Choi Yoon-il attempts to switch back to Korean, the president strictly orders him to continue presenting in English. Observing the performance, Han-Rock silently acknowledges that assistant manager Choi is an unmatched professional in this particular field. The competitive presentations from the various corporate teams proceed one after another in a long, taxing cycle. Manager O gets up to deliver his short film selection presentation, leaving only him and Han-Rock left to compete. Manager O presents detailed data showing high audience interest in the 2 specific short films selected for director Alessandro Rodriguez. Including his safe corporate presentation, Manager O glares at Lee Han-Rock, silently challenging him to try and beat his maximum effort with only 3 days of preparation. Standing alongside Yuseon, Lee Han-Rock introduces himself as the assistant manager of the marketing department to begin their presentation. Han-Rock formally starts, fully aware that a standard, aggressive, preemptive strategy will not work this time. When Han-Rock presents a simple introductory page on the GV program, the president and division head both wonder if he has simply given up. A subtle, knowing smirk plays across Han-Rock's lips as he prepares to execute his true plan. A sharp flick of the remote turns the screen off, leaving Manager O to curse under his breath, realizing he has been fooled once again. In a flashback, his female colleague, curious about his perfect track record, asks how he has never lost a single presentation. Han-Rock smiles confidently, explaining that he only focuses on the vital parts and will do absolutely whatever it takes to win. A sudden, clear click sounds as Yuseon turns on the lights under Han-Rock's command, abandoning the screens completely. Walking forward, Han-Rock boldly states that the most critical aspect of director Alessandro Rodriguez's visit is neither the program's quality nor the film's fame. A seated colleague interrupts Han-Rock's speech, demanding to know what he thinks is most important. Han-Rok turns the attention back to the division head, asking him directly for his perspective. The division head smiles in amusement, recognizing that Han-Rok is brilliantly manipulating the room's dynamics. Han-Rok argues that the only true metric is whether director Alessandro Rodriguez will like the program, asking the division head to confirm. The flashback shows Han-Rok explaining that unlike others who blindly recite a script, he calculates the presentation order and his connection with the audience. Back in the room, Han-Rok emphasizes that any other factor is meaningless, outlining his infallible secret to never losing. Choi Yoon-il raises his hand to ask the other team's questions, directly addressing the overseas film team. Han-Rok sharply questions whether there is actual evidence that Alessandro likes overseas films, prompting the presenter to cite a specific interview about non-English-speaking films. Choi Yoon-il flinches and sweats as he is forced to reveal that the director's specified interest in daily life rather than religion or tradition. Han-Rok turns his attention to the animation team, politely acknowledging that they made an excellent choice. The defensive animator asks what of it, claiming director Alessandro also liked their film about human society compared to fish based on blog evaluations. The animator grinds his teeth and sweats in intense frustration as Han-Rok's relentless questioning begins to pick apart their confidence. A sharp poke sounds as Han-Rok stabs a muffin with fork, recalling his words to Yuseon that a competitive presentation requires attacking and absolutely destroying the other teams. Han-Rok turns to address Manager Oh directly, acknowledging his strong audience survey data for the short films. Manager Oh tightly clenches his shaking fist on the desk in mounting fury as Han-Rok delivers his next crucial caveat. Manager Oh glares back in pure rage, demanding to know what general audience survey data could possibly have to do with director Alessandro's personal tastes. Han-Rok confidently steps forward, announcing to the panel that he will begin introducing their program from now on. Taking the lead, Yuseon speaks clearly as she explains that director Alessandro gave a specific interview. Sweating under pressure, the president anxiously wonders to himself what Lee Han-Rok is up to now. In a flashback, Han-Rok instructs Yuseon to take over and present the next part after he refutes the other teams, leaving her to anxiously question why she was chosen over manager Hyun as Han-Rok explains he needs someone else to present since he has already gone on the offensive. Anxiously noting that she is just a contract worker asked to present to the chairman, Yuseon explains that she was a fool at 22 who left home with nowhere to go, eventually getting a job at a video store in a random town where she watched movies all day. Yuseon quotes the director's words detailing how he spent 3 years recommending movies to customers and debating films before Hollywood called. The president recalls a comment asking if he is that film enthusiast from the seaside, while the quote continues detailing how he left that small seaside village for Hollywood the day he took the call. Looking up with deep passion, Yuseon quotes the director stating that those 3 years by the sea changed his life. A subtle smirk appears on Han-Rok's face as he quotes the director's enduring love for the sea in those unforgettable 3 years. Silenced by the presentation, the room remains quiet before manager Oh angrily asks what Alessandro liking the sea has to do with watching their program, arguing there is no guarantee it will bring back nostalgia. Yuseon turns her head anxiously to look back at Han-Rok for guidance. With a calm, reassuring nod, Han-Rok gently tells Yuseon to do it however she wants. Smiling warmly, Yuseon confidently asks the panel what truly makes people feel nostalgic. Han-Rok silently observes her, thinking to himself that Yuseon is doing an excellent job. Looking deeply rattled, manager Oh realizes that the marginalized people they have all been ignoring are Han-Rok's true weapon. Choi Yoon-il watches in silent realization as he understands that those ignored people are Han-Rok's dark horse and team. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Yuseon, Han-Rok challenges his competitors to try and beat him. The sweating president hangs his head, sighing deeply at the sheer brilliance of the presentation. Looking up with a gentle smile, the president warmly compliments Han-Rok for raising them well and building a good team. Chairman asks if the successor Han-Rok mentioned earlier is standing next to him, and Han-Rok confirms that it is correct. Clenching her trembling fist in anxiety, Yuseon introduces herself to the chairman as Kim Yuseon, answering his questions by stating she has been with the company for only 1 year. Overwhelmed with emotion, Yuseon gasps in disbelief as the chairman commends her, while Han-Rok smiles warmly, knowing her career will be entirely different after today. The chairman asks Han-Rok if he always presents in this manner, to which Han-Rok replies he can deliver it any way desired, prompting an amused chuckle from the chairman, who notes it does not seem like a lie. The chairman decisively declares that no further meeting is necessary and that he will personally visit the GV team alongside director Alessandro. Under the heavy, defeated silence of the competing teams, the chairman officially declares the meeting adjourned. Looking directly at Han-Rok, the chairman adds that he looks forward to their next encounter as well. A sudden realization hits as a silent voice admits they simply could not answer. Trembling in absolute frustration, manager Oh clenches his fist on the desk while thinking about that guy. Shaking with intense fury and sweat, manager Oh bitterly acknowledges to himself that he felt he could not beat that guy. Looking at the crowded elevator, Yuseon suggests taking the next one just as Choi Yoon-il calls out to Han-Rok from behind. Stepping up with a warm smile, Choi Yoon-il tells Han-Rok that his presentation this time was incredibly cool. In a private office, the chairman explains that if Han-Rok had presented first, the other teams wouldn't have been able to present properly. The president remarks that Han Rok caused quite a scene at the end, and the chairman agrees, stating the word scene is exactly right. When the president asks how today went, the chairman addresses him as teacher and admits he understands why he suggested the competitive presentation. Looking forward with sharp, calculating eyes, the chairman directly accuses him of coveting the broadcasting station. With a knowing smirk on his lips, the president asks the chairman if he likes the cards he currently holds. The chairman calls his teacher a frightening person, and the president replies that there is no choice but to become frightening to survive in this industry. Discussing Choi Yun-il, the chairman notes he is an attractive employee watched by his father, while the president confirms he is not the division head's person, which the chairman calls regrettable. The president brings up Oh Soo-chang next, remembering him as a great person. Speaking with cold finality, the chairman declares that the time has come for him to step down. The chairman looks at Han Rok and Yoo Se-on, noting that more outstanding people are emerging. Just 1 week before the film festival, the GV team holds all-night meetings inside a rented cafe study room. Choi Yun-il opens the door, interrupting the GV team as they work diligently on their laptops. When asked what is going on, Choi Yun-il requests to borrow assistant manager Han Rok, but Han Rok's colleague dismisses him, stating they are busy and should talk later. Choi Yun-il insists he only needs 10 minutes to say something important, but the stressed colleague sighs and repeats that they are busy. As Choi Yun-il pleads for Han Rok to give him some time, Han Rok notices a glowing orange thread wrapping around his wrist and wonders what it is. Han Rok realizes it is a thread of goodwill from Choi Yun-il hovering around his shoulders, prompting him to reconsider Choi's words today. Han Rok agrees to step outside with Choi Yun-il, sensing that there is indeed something important to discuss. Standing outside, Choi Yun-il asks Han Rok if he likes luxury goods, to which Han Rok plainly replies that he has no interest. Choi Yun-il explains that he likes luxury goods and is interested in watches and ties because he observes others attire a lot, prompting Han Rok to firmly ask him to state his business. Han Rok recalls that Section Chief Oh upgraded to an expensive luxury watch a month ago. Choi Yun-il turns to ask Han Rok how much he knows, but Han Rok denies knowing anything. Standing in the stairwell, Choi Yun-il directly questions whose side Han Rok is on. Han Rok stares back at Choi Yun-il with a subtle, knowing smile on his face. Choi Yun-il crushes a cigarette under his shoe, admitting he only knows about Oh's corporate connections. Han Rok asks when he found out, and Choi replies it was 6 months ago. Han Rok questions if Choi simply chose to cover up the corruption after discovering it. Choi Yun-il explains that he reported it, but the previous manager dismissed him, so he gave up. Han Rok asks why Choi is taking his side now and sharing this corruption information. The close-up shows Choi Yun-il questioning his own motivations for supporting Han Rok. Choi Yun-il explains that exposing Oh's corruption helps TK Planning acquire the broadcasting station. Choi Yun-il smiles, noting that Han Rok was merely pretending not to care about these company issues. Choi Yun-il admits Han Rok's sharp insight is correct, while Han Rok notes Choi is untrustworthy. Choi Yun-il mentions there is a deeper reason for the merger that Han Rok doesn't know. Choi Yun-il warns Han Rok that he will be fired instead of manager Oh if they lose. Han Rok confidently states that he is prepared for whatever consequences may come. Looking down, Han Rok expresses his clear displeasure with Choi's cold way of thinking. Choi Yun-il explains that he would still prefer to work with Han Rok over manager Oh. Smiling warmly, Choi Yun-il explains that he simply wants Han Rok to remain at the company. Late at night, department manager Jung's phone rings, prompting him to wonder who is calling. Manager Oh is on the phone, asking department manager Jung if he trusts Lee Han Rok. Jung states he trusts Han Rok's ability, while Oh warns Han Rok is trying to remove him. Manager Oh sits on his bed, claiming Han Rok will target department manager Jung next. Manager Oh angrily tells Jung not to pretend he is ignorant of Han Rok's real motives. Close-up of Jung reveals Oh arguing that the division head is backing Han Rok. Manager Oh urges Jung to assist him with a plan to bring Han Rok down. Oh argues that Han Rok is a different kind of human who cannot be reasoned with. Close-up of Jung on the phone has Oh questioning if he can truly handle Han Rok. Jung hangs up the phone in silence without answering, looking out his dark window. Looking at his phone, Jung internally answers that he cannot handle Han Rok, acknowledging his own past. Jung reflects on his dirty corporate life, wondering if he can align himself with Han Rok. Jung calls Han Rok, informing him that manager Oh reached out to him earlier today. Looking out at the city, Jung explains that Oh wants his help to pull Han Rok down. Jung warns Han Rok on the phone that he thinks he works far too dangerously. Jung notes that no one can survive a corporate career completely free of blemishes. Han Rok calmly replies that his stance on exposing Oh's corruption remains unchanged. Thought bubbles reflect on Han Rok's predetermined future when more corrupt managers inevitably appear. Han Rok directly tells department manager Jung that he does not want his career to end. Han Rok promises to handle manager Oh himself, while Jung clenches his fist in quiet realization. Smiling warmly, department manager Jung confesses to Han Rok that he truly enjoys working with him. Jung tells Han Rok to focus on the film festival, hanging up the phone. Jung asks Han Rok if he has responded to manager Oh's call yet. Han-rok smiles into his phone, asking department manager Jung to help him instead. Lying on his bed, Han-rok reflects on his narrow-minded views regarding his colleagues. Han-rok fondly remembers department manager Jung's genuine statement about enjoying their work together. Han-rok recalls Choi Yu-neil's warm reassurance about wanting to work with him. Han-rok realizes that despite their differences, his colleagues stood by him when it mattered. Han-rok turns over on his bed, noting they have 6 days left until the festival. The scene shifts to the bustling city of Busan as the film festival approaches. An anxious older man sweats profusely, thinking to himself that his entire fate depends on this. Waving with a bright smile, assistant manager Choi tells Han-rok that the stage is fully ready. Standing on the beach-themed stage, manager Hyun and Yoo Se-on express disbelief that his festival begins tomorrow, which Han-rok calmly acknowledges. Han-rok confidently declares that this is only the beginning as everyone gathers in Busan for the event. The curtain officially rises on the highly anticipated Busan Film Festival as the opening ceremony commences. Photographers shout names and snap photos as famous actors and directors make their grand entrance on the red carpet. Looking at the massive crowd, Yoo Se-on and her colleague note that they have no official roles during this portion. Yoo Se-on gasps in sudden surprise as she notices someone arriving at the red carpet. A hush falls over the venue as a highly anticipated figure steps onto the red carpet. The crowd erupts as the world-renowned director Alessandro Jerome Rodriguez makes his spectacular red carpet appearance. While director Alessandro waves to the press, Han-rok observes him, noting his crucial role in elevating the festival's global status over the next 2 days. Standing tensely among the crowd, the older man sweats as the global premiere of 3 days draws closer. Yoo Se-on lets out a surprised exclamation, prompting her colleague to ask what has caught her attention. The crowd cheers as director Jang Han-chol of the hit film The Boss is an Alien enters. Watching director Jang wave, the colleagues remark on how dramatically his fortunes changed from near failure to massive success. While the team credits Han-rok for the success, Han-rok humbly attributes it to the quality of the film itself. The colleague mentions how director Jang always asks about Han-rok, while director Jang expresses his sincere gratitude. Spotting Han-rok in the crowd, director Jang calls out to him with a bright and friendly smile. Director Jang loudly invites Han-rok for drinks, thanking him for the red carpet moment and leaving the surrounding crowd bewildered. Yoo Se-on recognizes director Jang's connection to Han-rok, while another colleague asks who he is talking to. While onlookers search for the handsome manager mentioned, a colleague notes that the GV details were posted online. Waving as he continues along the red carpet, director Jang promises to call Han-rok later that night. Onlookers comment with envy, realizing that director Jang must have a close professional connection in the crowd. Han-rok quietly calls out to manager Hyun, who responds with a reassuring and warm smile. The older gray-haired man greets Han-rok warmly, shaking his hand and mentioning that he brought his children along. When Han-rok asks about his children, the older man sheepishly admits they went off to play instead. Han-rok finds amusement in the realization that even famous film figures are just ordinary fathers to their children. As they walk together, they discuss the imminent arrival of the 2 main cast members. The 2 lead actors, Oh-sung and Ji-hoon, politely greet the team upon arrival. The 2 main cast members of 3 days, representing the company employee and the fisherman, exchange greetings. Ji-hoon anxiously asks about a script, but Han-rok reassures him that the interview will flow naturally without one. Despite Ji-hoon's persistent anxiety about needing a script, Han-rok gently encourages him to simply speak his mind. Oh-sung asks if they can begin the rehearsal, and Han-rok confirms that they are ready to start. The team begins the rehearsal on the outdoor beach stage to prepare for the live event. Han-rok and manager Hyun worry about whether the extremely nervous Ji-hoon can handle the pressure of the live crowd. Looking deeply anxious, Ji-hoon calls out to Han-rok for guidance during the rehearsal. Manager Hyun offers to help soothe the nerves of the director and Ji-hoon before the main event. Han-rok decides it is best if only those directly involved in the film appear on stage, which manager Hyun agrees with. Han-rok remains hopeful that Ji-hoon will adapt by tomorrow while silently considering the possibility of stepping on stage himself. The unique GV format aims to seamlessly extend the documentary's real-world narrative directly onto the stage. By re-examining the film's core conflicts live, the GV essentially serves as a real-time sequel to the documentary. Han-rok mentally prepares for any outcome, hoping for a successful presentation, but accepting whatever happens. Staring ahead with calm determination, Han-rok mentally prepares to face the high-stakes presentation tomorrow. Everything hinges on whether the anxious Ji-hoon can successfully overcome his stage fright. As night falls over Busan, the real networking and celebration for filmmakers begin in the city's lively bars. An excited director Jang urges Han-rok to drink as industry professionals pack the local bars. Han-rok steps outside for a break while his colleagues laughingly deal with a boisterous celebrating director Jang. Han-rok calls the struggling director Lee Sung-jae, asking if something is wrong after receiving no response to his invitation. Han-rok listens in shock as director Lee reveals his plans to return to Seoul early. Dejectedly, director Lee explains that he is leaving because there is no audience interest in his film. With a dismal reservation rate of just 0.3%, director Lee feels entirely abandoned at the global festival. Han-rock asks director Lee to stay, but the unrecognized director dejectedly decides to return to Seoul. Han-rock reassures director Lee of his future success, despite the director's current self-doubt and anxiety. Han-rock shares a comforting realization that everyone's breakthrough comes at its own perfect time. Han-rock urges the director to persevere through the dark, uncertain tunnel toward his ultimate goals. Han-rock passionately reminds director Lee that he is a genius destined to make film history. The director responds with bittersweet laughter while Han-rock internally hopes he can hold on a bit longer. Director Lee apologizes for his attitude but confirms his plan to leave, seeing no reason to stay.
Han-rock proposes a light-hearted bet over drinks if director Lee's film sells out at the festival.
While the director doubts his film will ever sell out, Han-rock remains quietly confident it will happen. Director Jang eagerly asks Han-rock about his next project, confident that anything he touches will succeed. A striking movie poster for the plant hangs prominently on a rustic brick wall. The next afternoon, the train preparing to depart back to Seoul is announced. Seated on the train, director Lee bitterly decides to give up filmmaking entirely, believing his career is over. A text message from Han-rock urges the director not to leave, promising his time is near. Responding to Han-rock's text, director Lee's footsteps echo as he steps off the train. Deciding to face his work, director Lee resolves to at least witness the audience's reactions before leaving. Director Lee self-deprecatingly calls himself stupid for holding on to hope, yet he remains in the venue. Despite his doubts, the director feels a strange sense of relief as he prepares to face the end. Upon entering the hall, director Lee overhears prominent industry figures talking excitedly about his film and debut screenplay. Overhearing praise and interest from notable directors, director Lee realizes Han-rock's encouraging words were completely true. Han-rock suddenly appears behind director Lee, warmly asking if his prediction had been correct. With a bright and supportive smile, Han-rock reiterates his belief in the director's historic future. Director Jang looks over with a vibrant, welcoming grin, thrilled by the sudden encounter. The filmmakers gather around the table, bombarding director Lee with enthusiastic questions about his film's production. Han-rock watches with satisfaction as director Lee confidently discusses his film series during an impromptu guerrilla GV. Director Lee receives a flurry of phone calls from prominent industry figures eager to meet and discuss his work. Capitalizing on the momentum, Han-rock calls manager Hyun to secure an open outdoor stage for a special event. Confused festival attendees notice a sudden outdoor stage event that was not listed in the official pamphlets. The crowd grows excited as they spot famous actors and directors assembling on the impromptu outdoor stage. Passers-by stop to read a sign announcing a surprise short film selection guerrilla GV for the festival. The outdoor GV becomes a lively debate as filmmakers and the audience passionately discuss the movie's themes. Director Lee watches the bustling, engaged crowd in silent disbelief, deeply moved by the incredible turnout. When a stunned director Lee asks if he anticipated this, Han-rock confidently nods, citing the magic of the festival. Director Lee expresses his profound gratitude, hoping his film might sell out before the festival's conclusion. Smiling warmly, Han-rock presents his phone to show that the film has indeed already completely sold out. Over drinks, director Lee confesses that he felt like an absolute loser on his train ride back. Director Lee admits his past struggles, thanking Han-rock for giving him the courage to continue his cinematic journey. Staring ahead with renewed resolve, director Lee firmly declares that he will never become a loser. Han-rock reflects on the director's future arrogant persona, realizing his core artistic values are already taking root. Han-rock asks director Lee to attend the screening of 3 Days tomorrow, and the director gladly agrees. Han-rock confidently promises the director that watching the film will completely change his cynical perspective. In his hotel room, director Alessandro dismissively predicts that tomorrow's documentary screening of 3 Days will be boring. Choi Kyung-jun expresses deep concern over director Alessandro's poor reactions, noting the high stakes for the festival. Division head Choi Yun-il highlights the critical schedule ahead, focusing on Han-rock's upcoming GV presentation. The entire future and global success of the film festival now rests squarely in Han-rock's hands. Choi Kyung-jun pleads with the chairman for one more day, feeling a strange absence of anxiety. Choi Kyung-jun confidently promises to showcase the masterfully prepared presentation that Han-rock has put together. Intrigued by Choi's rare confidence, the chairman admits he cannot help but harbor high expectations. The fateful third day of the festival arrives, marking the highly anticipated screening of 3 Days. Choi Kyung-jun opens a critical mid-check TF team meeting, addressing the disappointing performance of the festival. Manager Oh confidently notes that the overseas and short film selections drew the largest festival audience. Watching closely, the black-haired Han-rock notes that his colleague is performing exceptionally well. A satisfied smile creeps onto Han-rock's face, knowing everything is proceeding exactly according to plan. The gray-haired manager's expression turns grave as he prepares to deliver a critical setback. Sweating profusely, manager Oh reveals that 40% of the audience actually tuned in for The Plant, beating their top short film. Han-rock sternly lectures the dejected team, warning that underperforming staff who cannot maximize results should step down immediately. Adjusting his glasses, the older leader demands that everyone push themselves to their absolute limit starting today. Under the towering city skyline, an anxious voice falters over a simple question during outdoor stage rehearsal. Han-rok gently coaxes the trembling Ji-hoon to relax, while the others quietly whisper about the actor's intense stage fright. Han-rok tells manager Hyun that continuing the rehearsal is pointless since Ji-hoon is too frozen to speak. Inside the cafe, team members chat about delicious food and make plans for drinks after the upcoming event. Manager Hyun gasps in surprise as she points out a group of gossiping colleagues sitting nearby. Behind the partition, rival colleagues boast about their short film selection leading the audience numbers. Hearing himself referred to as a bastard, Han-rok listens quietly as the rivals credit his film for their success. The arrogant colleague sneers, expressing his irritation over Han-rok coming to Busan and disrupting their plans. Standing up aggressively, the older rival vows that Han-rok's upcoming independent film presentation is bound to fail. The rival scoffs, questioning why any audience would choose to hear an ordinary employee speak over famous stars. The rival sneers that pulling pathetic stunts is Han-rok's absolute specialty. The rival loudly insults Han-rok for acting superior while working with worthless, ordinary people. Standing up with a cold, calm smile, Han-rok prepares to silence the gossiping group. Rivals continue to mock Han-rok's status as a mere contract worker, showing off to the chairman. The gossiping rivals gasp in absolute horror as Han-rok suddenly materializes right beside their table. Standing tall, Han-rok politely introduces himself to the petrified rivals, catching them completely off guard. Heavy, suffocating silence blankets the entire cafe as the tense confrontation unfolds. Han-rok calmly admits he heard everything and demands to know which movie they managed in the short film section. Han-rok ruthlessly dissects their incompetence, pointing out that they failed to capitalize on an already massive international horror hit. Han-rok smugly asks why an unpromoted film like The Plant still utterly crushed their highly anticipated feature. Han-rok explains that international film festival audiences do not travel far to watch a single short film repeated hourly. The humiliated rivals hang their heads in silence as Han-rok exposes their critical scheduling blunders. Cutting off their weak defense, Han-rok bluntly states that his film is the only thing keeping their section afloat. Han-rok details his precise scheduling strategy, explaining how he leveraged major features to maximize audience engagement for his work. Han-rok berates them for their ignorance, highlighting how pathetic it is to complain when they lacked basic programming intelligence. Trembling with sheer rage, the rival manager tightly clenches his fist under Han-rok's brutal critique. Sweat pouring down his face, the defeated manager is left completely speechless by the harsh reality check. The older colleague quickly steps in to diffuse the tension, urging Han-rok to let the matter drop. With a chilling parting warning, Han-rok dares them to match his stellar results before ever speaking ill of his team again. A loud, furious scream of defeat echoes through the cafe the moment Han-rok walks away. Shaking with humiliation, the rival manager makes a silent, terrified vow to himself. He resolves to never, under any circumstances, pick a fight with Lee Han-rok again. Smiling confidently, Han-rok remarks that those rivals will never dare insult their team again. Returning to the stage, the actors notice the lingering tension and ask if a fight broke out. Brushing the conflict aside, Han-rok smoothly redirects the team to begin their outdoor stage rehearsal. As 6 o'clock approaches, staff reset the seaside stage while eager crowds begin to gather. Choi King-jun stands before the empty rows of seats, anticipation building just 30 minutes before showtime. Director Alessandro and his companion arrive at the seaside venue, ready to judge the presentation. Choi Kyung-jun promises Alessandro that this screening will be the absolute highlight of his entire day. The massive seaside screen lights up with a gorgeous sunset as the presentation finally begins. The opening scene captivates the audience with a poignant look into a humble fisherman's inner dreams. Alessandro watches with deep skepticism, questioning why he was brought to view such a simple story. Despite his initial doubts, Alessandro is charmed by the unique concept of a massive crowd gathering by the sea. The crew stands anxiously near the stage, nervously watching director Alessandro's reaction and wondering if they should wait. Han-rok confidently tells his worried team that they only need to wait 20 more minutes. Han-rok assures his colleagues that once this short time passes, nobody will ever look down on them. On user-provide text, read back with the faster speed. On the massive screen, Ji-hoon's character sorrowfully admits that he no longer knows what his dream was. Han-rok issues a prompt instruction over his walkie-talkie to prepare the screen adjustment in 5 minutes. Documentary screen showcases the older fisherman reflecting on the quiet, bitter struggles of his daily life. With perfect composure and timing, Han-rok commands his staff to execute the next phase immediately. The film's emotional narrator asks where the beautiful life they had once longed for has disappeared to. Seaside crowd sits completely spellbound by the deeply moving film as the actual sun sets behind it. The heartfelt cinematic story deeply resonates with the viewers, leaving them transfixed and visibly touched. Director Alessandro gasps in sudden realization as the sheer brilliance of the production finally hits him. Completely overwhelmed by emotion, director Alessandro quietly recognizes the masterclass before him as true cinema. The film captures a young man's existential doubt as he questions if he is merely running away from hardship. The old fisherman delivers a powerful, encouraging message to not fear the unknown journey ahead. Cheerfully embracing his future, the character receives a heartfelt blessing to face the vast, challenging world. The film's emotional climax reminds the characters that the comforting sea will always remain by their side. Overcome with profound emotion, the character Ji-hoon stands alone on the shore and weeps. Han-rok's supportive presence on screen offers the ultimate validation that their arduous journey was never wrong. A solitary figure carrying a suitcase walks toward the shoreline, questioning his leap into the future. The narrator recalls the powerful wave of inspiration that struck when he first doubted his destiny. The scene transitions to a quiet moment of reflection, recalling a solemn pledge to return one day. Tears stream down director Alessandro's face as the film reawakens his long-forgotten passionate early days. Soft sniffling fills the beach as deeply touched audience members struggle to contain their overwhelming tears. Chairman Ha Jung-yup looks on with deep satisfaction, thoroughly impressed by the magnificent display of storytelling. The chairman stands up with a joyous expression to lead the crowd in a heartfelt ovation. The entire beach erupts into a thunderous standing ovation, celebrating the profound triumph of the film. Han-rok quietly watches the sweeping success of his presentation, feeling a deep sense of accomplishment. Magical glowing threads of connection weave between director Yoon, Ji-hoon, and Oh-sung, uniting them. The red thread of fate originating from Choi Kyung-jun begins to circle around Han-rok's feet. The glowing red thread wraps entirely around Han-rok, symbolizing a powerful and undeniable bond of trust. Choi Kyung-jin stares at Han-rok with immense pride, mentally acknowledging him as a truly valuable ally. The stunned division head stands frozen, unable to believe the rejected film is receiving such massive acclaim.
He realizes with utter shock that the film he dismissed has become an absolute sensation in Han-rok's hands.
Sweating profusely, the division head despairs, wondering how he could ever hope to defeat Han-rok.
As the chairman suggests they leave, director Alessandro suddenly tells him to wait.
Director Alessandro demands to speak directly with the creators of both the film and the unique stage. The chairman quickly orders his team to postpone the scheduled events and bring Han-rok to Alessandro. The team agrees they must respect director Alessandro's urgent wishes and handle the situation immediately. Observing director Alessandro's intense gaze, the chairman notes the complete absence of doubt in his eyes. Feeling the director's conviction combined with Han-rok's flawless execution, the chairman realizes success is absolutely guaranteed.
Director Alessandro smiles with quiet satisfaction, pleased that his request is being accommodated.
Ji-hoon's extreme stage fright returns, prompting the worried manager to ask Han-rok to intervene. Manager Oh remarks that Han-rok's cautious response sounds exactly like what Yuseon said earlier. Manager Oh warmly reassures Han-rok that he is already doing an exceptional job. Spurred by the encouragement, Han-rok resolves to step in and speak with the trembling actor. Ji-hoon anxiously vents his insecurities, fearing the audience will view his career shifts as pathetic. Han-rok directly challenges Ji-hoon's fears, demanding to know exactly who called him pathetic. Han-rok gently but firmly points out that Ji-hoon is his own harshest critic. Han-rok proposes they face the crowd together to see the audience's true supportive reaction. Han-rok confidently promises director Yoon that he will personally guide Ji-hoon onto the stage. On the outdoor stage, the audience shares their deep fascination with the real-life subject story. Celebrating the event's massive success, Han-rok resolves to push further and asks Ji-hoon a question. Looking down, Ji-hoon emotionally admits his desire to offer comfort and encouragement to his co-star. Before the ocean breeze, Ji-hoon courageously shares his personal wish to acknowledge his own hard work. The audience erupts into warm applause, delivering words that strike a profound chord within Han-rok. Watching his smiling team, Han-rok reflects on his past regrets and finally acknowledges his own efforts. With a gentle smile, Han-rok makes a peaceful promise to stop resenting his past self. The setting shifts to the quiet shoreline stage as Han-rok is introduced as its mastermind. Director Alessandro eagerly introduces himself and inquires if the seaside screening was Han-rok's original idea. Han-rok confirms his planning, receiving high praise from the director for both the film and program. Director Alessandro boldly declares that Han-rok's creations were the sole highlights of the entire festival. Han-rok smoothly defends the other festival programs, suggesting the director simply missed out on them. Han-rok confidently recommends another project, leaving the anxious division head desperately trying to quiet him. Amused by Han-rok's bold and uncompromising attitude, director Alessandro takes an immediate liking to him. Director Alessandro reveals his upcoming film project, planning ahead for its future release in Korea. To everyone's astonishment, the director requests that Han-rok personally manage his next major release. When James raises concerns about company protocols, Alessandro firmly shuts down any interference with his decision. Choi Kyung-jun steps forward with a confident smile, assuring them that there is no need to worry. Choi Kyung-jun formally promises that TK will secure the distribution rights for the director's upcoming film. Entrusting the marketing entirely to Han-rok, Choi Kyung-jun invites the team to move to their next meeting. As the group departs, director Alessandro leaves Han-rok with a promising farewell. Back at the corporate headquarters, a formal report confirms record-breaking attendance led by the short film section. Choi Kyung-jun learns over the phone that the plant alone drove half of the entire section's turnout. With foreign films taking second place, Choi's superior acknowledges why the higher-ups keep a close eye on him. Documents reveal Hanrock's GV achieved a stunning satisfaction rate, paired with the director's glowing praise. Slumped in utter despair, the humbled rivals realize Hanrock has completely dominated the festival. At a quiet lounge, a foreign executive asks James what he enjoyed most at the festival. James candidly highlights 3 days as the best, while his colleague jokingly laments his own overshadowed achievements. James points out that despite the mild complaints, Uniel looks incredibly pleased with the outcome. Clenching his fist, an ambitious rival silently admits defeat and raw talent while harboring resentment. Looking menacingly ahead, the scheming manager vows to show Hanrock how he climbed to his position. The scene shifts back to the TKENM headquarters as Hanrock is greeted by coworkers. Excited colleagues swarm Hanrock with endless praise and questions about his historic success in Busan. A senior manager disperses the crowd, informing Hanrock that the division head has requested his presence. Leaning in, the manager quietly warns Hanrock that Manager O is preparing to make a move. As they walk together, the senior manager mentions that Manager O's influence is effectively finished. The senior manager quickly shushes his colleague to keep the sensitive conversation confidential. Nearby employees glance over curiously, sensing the heavy tension in the workplace. Hanrock walks down the hall, fully aware that Manager O tried to bypass him by approaching the division head. Hanrock confidently resolves that he will not fall for Manager O's tricks a second time. Entering the executive office, Hanrock is warmly congratulated by the division head for wrapping up the festival. The division head reveals that the president proposed a special promotion, though he personally opposed it as too early. Observing Hanrock's complete lack of reaction, the division head realizes Hanrock has already anticipated his thoughts. The division head explains that yesterday's executive meeting focused heavily on the upcoming broadcasting station acquisition. Listening closely, Hanrock learns that the acquisition war represents a massive shift in company power. The division head reveals the president's proposal to award the station director position to the highest performing division. Understanding the massive stakes, the division head announces his resolve to enter the competitive acquisition battle. He emphasizes to Hanrock that anyone aiming for true success must eventually stake everything on a single moment. The division head makes a bold promise to hand Hanrock the division head position if they win the war. Looking Hanrock dead in the eye, the division head asks if he is truly ready to risk everything for this victory. Standing in the executive office, Choi Kyung-jun asks Hanrock if he is ready, to which Hanrock confidently confirms he is. Turning back with a smile, Choi Kyung-jun praises Hanrock's youthful drive, prompting Hanrock to ask if he is officially accepting him as his partner. Choi Kyung-jun confirms Hanrock is the only candidate he trusts succeed him, promising to report the promotion to the president today as the red thread of fate binds his wrist. A close-up of Hanrock reveals his focused expression as he tells the director that since he passed the initial test, he has his own terms to establish. Seated on the office sofa, Hanrock boldly declares that he must now determine if the director is someone truly worth staking his life on. Choi Kyung-jun stands in silent disbelief that a mere assistant manager is daring to evaluate him. A close-up of the director's face reveals a complex flicker of surprise, anger, and rising intrigue. Choi Kyung-jun invites Hanrock to present his case, his initial shock transforming into genuine interest as the glowing thread tightens. Hanrock confidently requests to be assigned the Rhapsody project before they proceed with any discussion about his upcoming corporate promotion. Choi Kyung-jun questions if this request stems from a personal grudge against Manager O, refusing to easily transfer an active project, but Hanrock insists it is simply something he wants to execute. Hanrock stuns the director by boldly promising to draw 10 million viewers if he is given control of the project. Swayed by Hanrock's absolute confidence, Choi Kyung-jun agrees to consider the request, but Hanrock immediately pivots to address Manager O's status. Hanrock exposes Manager O's extensive bribery and subsequent threats against him, prompting the director to ask why he is bringing this information directly to him. Hanrock plainly states his firm intention to formally report Manager O's corrupt actions to the company. Hanrock firmly requests that the director refrain from stepping in to protect or take Manager O's side. Choi Kyung-jun internally debates the risk of losing a key resource like Manager O during the crucial acquisition war, realizing he cannot control Hanrock but still hesitating to abandon his old ally. Yet there is an undeniable truth that the director must finally confront. As Hanrock confidently urges the director to choose him, Choi Kyung-jun realizes that Hanrock is incredibly compelling and that times are rapidly changing. The director internally concludes that the only person fit to take the executive seat is indeed Hanrock. Choi Kyung-jun officially declares his choice, instructing Hanrock to bring the evidence so he can suspend Manager O. Hanrock's intense gaze reveals his dissatisfaction as he firmly states that a simple suspension is far from enough. The director agrees not to assist Manager O, but explains that he cannot act unilaterally, advising Hanrock to officially submit the report to the audit department. The director warns Hanrock that involving the audit team will place him in a dangerous position where protection will be limited. Hanrock confidently tells the director to follow the standard procedures, reminding him that he has full support standing right behind him. The first floor lobby stands quiet, the exact location where the audit team once sees Hanrock before his return. Han-rok recalls a painful memory of being surrounded and murmured about when the audit team suddenly cornered him in his past life. Typing determinedly on his laptop, Han-rok resolves that Manager O will be the one facing the audit team this time. The next day at TKE&M, Han-rok prepares to put his plan into motion. Two formal audit officers confront a shocked Manager O at his office desk. Manager O angrily protests the illegal confiscation of his personal items, but the audit officers firmly cite company policy regarding official investigations. Manager O demands to speak directly to the chairman, but the officer coldly orders him to remain in the designated meeting room until the end of the day. Whispering in fear, nearby employees watch the unfolding drama while Han-rok stands calmly in the background observing his handiwork. Watching the spectacle, Han-rok silently notes that this initial confrontation is still nowhere near enough to satisfy his plans. The quiet, empty darkness of the underground parking lot sets a tense, foreboding atmosphere. Han-rok walks alone toward his parked black sedan, unlocking it with his key fob. Han-rok suddenly freezes in surprise as a loud thud echoes through the quiet parking garage. A furious Manager O corners Han-rok, grabbing him and calling him an arrogant bastard. Clenching Han-rok's necktie in a tight grip, Manager O asks if Han-rok truly believed his involvement could remain hidden. Han-rok looks back with cold calm, replying that he never even made an effort to conceal his actions. Manager O lists the powerful TF team leaders and executives aligned with him, warning Han-rok that they have already decided to destroy him. Han-rok reflects on how Manager O likely manipulated the TF teams, leveraging their shared anxiety over his rising success and promotion. When Manager O asks if he expects to defeat them all alone, Han-rok mentally notes that he had already anticipated this desperate reaction. Han-rok coldly tells the raging manager that his true enemy is not him, but his own deep-seated corruption. Turning away, Han-rok tells the manager to stop projecting his anger and instead take time to reflect on his actions. Standing by his car, Manager O vindictively warns Han-rok that he possesses hundreds of ways to defeat him. Closing his car door with a sharp clack, Han-rok quietly responds that he already knows the manager's capabilities perfectly. Han-rok delivers a final stinging assessment of the manager's corruption and sheer incompetence as Manager O's fist shakes with rage. Starting the engine, Han-rok prepares to drive away, leaving his defeated rival behind. Call on the dashboard speaker notifies Han-rok that Manager O's formal audit is scheduled for Thursday, requesting his attendance as a key witness. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Han-rok listens as the caller explains that Manager O is dragging the investigation into a dirty mud fight by conflicting his and Yoo Jung-yeon's testimonies. Han-rok calmly agrees to attend the hearing, viewing it as a prime opportunity. Soft tap sounds as a hand selects a contact on the car's mounted phone. The glasses-wearing department manager receives the call, noting the upcoming audit on Thursday. Han-rok requests the department manager's assistance, asking him to keep their conversation confidential. The department manager warns Han-rok that Manager O has many allies prepared to support him. As Han-rok drives through the night, the department manager emphasizes the lack of decisive evidence. Gripping the steering wheel, Han-rok is warned that Yu's testimony might look self-serving. A slight smile plays on Han-rok's lips as he confidently asserts his plans to win. The department manager sweats nervously, warning that the upcoming hearing will carry immense personal risk. Han-rok stares ahead at the road, firmly reiterating his refusal to lose. 3 days later, the quiet corporate hallway stands ready for the high-stakes hearing. Walking down the corridor, Han-rok is guided directly toward the secure conference room. Entering the room with quiet determination, Han-rok formally introduces himself as a witness. Manager Oh Soo-chang sits at the table, his expression incredibly stern and tense. Yoo Jung-yeon sweats profusely, visibly terrified of the unfolding confrontation. With a sudden sharp thud, the heavy wooden doors close as the audit begins. The presiding audit officer reads aloud Yoo Jung-yeon's previous statement accusing Manager Oh of bribery. Nervously sweating, Yoo Jung-yeon confirms the accuracy of the statement to the committee. Clenching his hands, Yoo Jung-yeon explains how Manager Oh threatened his career to force cooperation. Manager Oh Soo-chang listens silently as Yoo Jung-yeon describes how Oh promised protection. The audit officer asks Manager Oh Soo-chang if the recorded testimony is indeed true. Everyone's surprised, Manager Oh Soo-chang calmly confirms that the allegations are true. Yoo Jung-yeon gasps in utter shock, stunned by Manager Oh's unexpected admission. The room erupts into hushed whispers as Manager Oh Soo-chang turns his thoughts toward Han-rok. A sinister grin spreads across Manager Oh's face, silently mocking Han-rok's strategy. Manager Oh Soo-chang confidently vows that this is how he will ultimately defeat his rival. Addressing the committee, Manager Oh Soo-chang admits to making the statements but denies executing them. With absolute composure, Manager Oh Soo-chang claims he never actually carried out any corruption. Manager Oh Soo-chang stands up to hand over a new document to the committee. The officer reveals a statement accusing Yoo Jung-yeon of directly pressuring K-Film for bribes. Panicked and sweating, Yoo Jung-yeon desperately claims he was merely following Manager Oh's orders. Manager Oh Soo-chang dismisses Yoo Jung-yeon's explanation as a pathetic excuse. Turning to Han-rok, Manager Oh Soo-chang smugly asserts that Han-rok was completely deceived. Losing all control, Yoo Jung-yeon stands up and screams in absolute fury at Oh Soo-chang. The officers restrain Yoo Jung-yeon as Manager Oh Soo-chang frames the situation as a setup. Han-rok watches calmly as manager Oh Soo-chong feigns sympathy for getting him involved. A knowing smile touches Han-rok's lips as Yoo Jung-young continues to rage in the background. Han-rok confidently interrogates manager Oh Soo-chong regarding his past threats and sudden luxury upgrades. Manager Oh Soo-chong is caught off guard as the committee prepares to summon another individual. Firm, heavy footsteps sounds as a new figure walks through the office doors. Yoo Jung-yeon and the committee members gasp as the unexpected newcomer enters. A stern-faced, gray-haired man in a sleek gray suit walks into the room. Han-rok invites manager Oh Soo-chong to repeat his excuses to former manager Gu. Former manager Gu glares intensely at Oh Soo-chong, ready to dismantle his lies. A series of urgent text messages reveal former manager Ku's deep anxiety about attending. A flashback reveals former manager Ku looking out at the city, resolving to seek revenge. Clenching his fist with a tight squeak, former manager Ku stakes everything on this moment. The flashback shifts to Han-rok explaining his plan to lure former manager Ku into testifying. The glasses-wearing department manager smiles warmly, impressed by Han-rok's brilliant strategic foresight. Han-rok smiles confidently in his car, satisfied that his elaborate trap is successfully closed. Staring determinedly into his rearview mirror, Han-rok vows to extract complete retribution for past grievances. The shadow of the auditor falls across the desk as the newcomer is addressed by name. Manager Oh furiously orders Ku Chulbum to leave, but Ku refuses to recognize his former boss's authority. Former manager Ku mockingly clarifies the nature of his compliance with manager Oh's past corrupt demands. Former manager Ku openly confesses to accepting bribes, directly accusing manager Oh of ordering him to do so. Ku recalls his miserable exile in Cheongju, realizing he had absolutely nothing left to lose. Ku vindictively confronts manager Oh, declaring his sole remaining purpose is to drag him down together. Han-rok steps forward to halt the heated confrontation, holding a critical document in his hand. Han-rok presents the text message logs detailing the illicit financial transactions routed straight to manager Oh. Desperately deflecting blame, manager Oh claims the bribes were entirely Ku's independent and personal choices. Former manager Ku chuckles at manager Oh's predictable and pathetic attempt to deny all responsibility. Former manager Ku quietly commends Han-rok's impressive preparation and tactical execution. Flashback reveals Han-rok strategizing on his phone, seeking physical proof of kept vendor gifts. The critical evidence is a photo of a luxury watch intended to be returned to vendors. The trap closes perfectly as the identical luxury watch is spotted sitting directly on manager Oh's wrist. Manager Oh frantically claims a setup, but Han-rok calmly counters that threat claims require innocence. Han-rok plays an audio recording of manager Oh's past overt threats back to the committee. The audit officer is instructed to verify the serial numbers to conclusively link the watch to Oh. An officer tightly grips manager Oh's wrist to officially inspect the serial number on his watch. Ku firmly reconfirms his testimony as the physical evidence of corruption is checked in real time. Sweating profusely, manager Oh panics as the committee announces a comprehensive summon of all related parties. Han-rok offers a list of other corrupt accomplices who should be swept up in the investigation. Han-rok delivers a devastating list of TF team leaders who had previously conspired to destroy him. Han-rok reveals that manager Oh himself boasted about his accomplices, sealing their inevitable downfall. Han-rok systematically reads out the names of every single corrupt executive involved in the cover-up. Every accomplice is formally named as active co-conspirators in manager Oh's deep bribery web. Stunned by the scale, the audit officer dismisses Han-rok, realizing the massive scope of the scandal. Han-rok politely takes his leave, walking out of the hearing room with absolute composure. Han-rok delivers a final, chillingly polite thank you to the utterly ruined manager Oh. The scene shifts to the next afternoon at the TKENM headquarters. The director informs manager Oh that the audit concluded with unanimous testimony condemning his corrupt actions. Manager Oh tries to plead his case, but the director coldly commands him to sit down and shut up. The director notes that Han-rok has constructed an airtight trap from which no conspirator can escape. As the director decries the division's collapse, manager Oh desperately tries to frame Han-rok as the villain. The director scoffs in utter disbelief at manager Oh's astounding lack of self-awareness. The director delivers a harsh reality check, lamenting how far the once impressive manager has fallen. The director brands the defeated manager as corrupt, incompetent, and completely foolish. Leaning in close, the director prepares to deliver his final, devastating verdict to the trembling manager. Hushed whispers about the massive bribery scandal quickly spread like wildfire across the corporate lobby. Employees watch in shock as manager Oh is publicly marched out, carrying his cardboard box of belongings. The director stands frozen in realization as news of Han-rok's complete takeover of marketing spreads. Han-rok stands triumphantly over his thoroughly defeated rival, looking down with complete calm. Manager Oh makes one last desperate confrontational plea as Han-rok remains utterly unmoved. Glaring bitterly, the fallen manager tries to mask his defeat with one last desperate insult. Han-rok calmly delivers his final evaluation of the manager's utter foolishness.
Manager O is escorted past Han Rock, carrying his box of belongings into permanent corporate exile. Clutching his cardboard box of belongings, the former manager's hands tremble violently with impotent rage. Manager O lets out one final explosive scream of pure fury directed at his triumphant rival. Audit officers immediately intervene to physically restrain the disgraced manager from launching a desperate attack. With effortless grace, Han Rock completely pins his thrashing opponent to the cold office floor. Han Rock looks down with a cold, focused expression, remaining completely unfazed as his plan reaches its climax. The disgraced manager struggles on the floor, screaming Han Rock's name in fury as security forces him out. Han Rock quietly mutters a cold insult, completely dismissive of his fallen opponent's pathetic display of rage. Standing triumphantly, Han Rock looks down at the defeated manager and reminds him of his utter failure. Han Rock walks confidently through the quiet office cubicles, leaving his ruined rival behind without a single regret. The disgraced manager is left frozen in absolute disbelief, finally realizing the full extent of his downfall. Ignoring the desperate raging screams echoing behind him, Han Rock continues walking away with calm composure. Han Rock politely expresses his gratitude to the audit team for their thorough and professional work. Nearby employees watch in hushed awe, deeply intimidated yet impressed by Han Rock's ruthlessness. With the task complete, Han Rock calmly presses the elevator button to depart the scene. As the elevator doors close, Han Rock resolves never to let himself be vulnerable to such corporate schemes again. Hushed office gossip reveals that Manager O did not go quietly as his resignation is finalized over the weekend. Employees stand by the cleared-out desk, noting how quickly things end for those caught in corruption. Walking down the hall, Han Rock reflects that he only truly worries about one remaining person. Han Rock spots assistant manager Yu Jong-yan quietly packing up his belongings in the empty office. Han Rock gently inquires about the final disciplinary outcome regarding Yu's involvement in the scandal. Yu reveals he received a 6-month suspension and expects a transfer to another department. Yo admits he was fortunate not to be fired, expressing gratitude that the director showed him mercy. A flashback reveals the director warning that everyone involved would face severe consequences for bringing chaos to the company. Han Rock stands firm before the director, advocating for Yu because of his voluntary confession. The director realizes Han Rock's true intent to save Yu and agrees to take it into account. Back in the present, Han Rock expresses his sympathy, but Yu humbly replies that he only feels shame. Yu explains his desire to slip away quietly before the rest of the office arrives. Han Rock walks alongside Yu, offering a word of reassurance as they head toward the exit. Han Rock firmly assures Yu that he will not regret his choice to stand on the right side. Deeply moved by the encouragement, Yu smiles and sincerely thanks Han Rock for his help. Stepping outside into the fresh air, Yu reflects on a strange sense of peace and lack of regret. Looking up at the clear morning sky, Yu silently expresses his heartfelt gratitude to Han Rock once more. Sometime later, the middle-aged department manager summons Han Rock into his private office. The department manager informs Han Rock that Manager O is officially gone and confirms Han Rock's promotion. Han Rock politely bows in gratitude, but the department manager quickly shifts focus to a new decision. The department manager explains that with O gone, he plans to reorganize the teams and put Han Rock in charge. The department manager details the new structure, noting that leaving Hyun on the team would look awkward. Han Rock challenges the sudden reorganization, requesting to keep the GV team exactly as it currently stands. The department manager warns that refusing the reorganization means Han Rock must remain an assistant manager. Without a shred of hesitation, Han Rock calmly accepts the condition, prioritizing his team over the title. As Han Rock walks away, the bewildered department manager questions why he values Hyun so highly. Han Rock stops to answer simply, explaining that his loyalty lies in Hyun's proven capability. Han Rock credits Hyun for securing Director Jang and uncovering the critical plant that made their success possible. Han Rock suggests that rather than overestimating Hyun, perhaps the department manager is simply underestimating him. A knowing, confident smirk plays on Han Rock's lips as he leaves the question hanging in the air. Convinced by the conviction, the department manager nods and promises to convey the request to the director. From behind the closed doors, the department manager mutters to himself about how difficult Han Rock is to handle. Later, the director and department manager stand by the window at sunset, discussing Hyun's long tenure. The director explains that Hyun's promotion was previously blocked due to a major past conflict with Manager O. The department manager agrees that promoting Hyun to section chief now would create a clean team structure. The director recalls Han Rock's bold promise to make their upcoming film a massive 10 million viewer blockbuster. The director emphasizes that a fierce revenue war is coming and they absolutely need Han Rock to win it. The director decides to fully back Han Rock, planning to hand over every major film project to his team. The executives finalize their decision, granting Han Rock's wish by promoting Hyun and leaving the team intact. The gray-haired department manager looks completely bewildered and asks for the reasoning. He argues that Hyun lacks the necessary leadership skills to be section chief. Although agreeing with the point, the director wants to see how far Lee can develop someone. The director suddenly overrides the objection, ordering the bewildered manager to promote Hyun anyway.
The director notes they can easily demote him if he fails to perform. Looking out the window, the director reveals they are testing Lee's capabilities, not Hyun's. Overjoyed, Section Chief Hyun ecstatically celebrates his promotion and shouts the news to his daughter. The department manager warns Lee that he must take full responsibility for this promotion decision. Smirking confidently, Han-Rok responds that he stands by the people he chose. Section Chief Hyun smiles warmly, stepping into his new role as the team's leader. Assistant Manager Ha looks on, ready to serve as a key team member. Yusin smiles brightly, completing the lineup of the newly reorganized marketing department team. Han-Rok confidently declares their goal to make the film a 10 million viewer hit. Han-Rok wears a calm, self-assured smirk, fully prepared for the challenges ahead. Lee Han-Rok's new manager identification card sits proudly on his office desk. Han-Rok reflects on the bitter jealousy and envy he faced during his previous promotion. He notes that things are different now, warmly accepting congratulations from his current team. Yusen steps forward with a bright smile, presenting him with a wrapped promotion gift. Han-Rok unboxes a navy blue necktie, pleasantly surprised by her thoughtful choice. A brief flashback reveals Yu-Seon previously asking about his favorite color during a coffee break. As they express mutual gratitude, Section Chief Hyun walks in to present his own gift. Surprised, Han-Rok wonders what kind of gift the section chief has brought him. Hyun hands him the box, noting that every new manager needs a nice necktie. Hyun proposes celebrating the promotion with a team dinner, inviting the rest of the staff. Assistant Manager Ha walks into the office holding another wrapped present for him. Han hands over his gift, admitting he also bought a necktie for his promotion. During lunchtime, Han-Rok steps out of the office into the quiet hallway. Heading to the rooftop, Han-Rok spots Section Chief Hyun leaning nervously against a ventilator. Startled by Han-Rok's arrival, Hyun quickly gestures for him to stay silent. They overhear nearby employees gossiping and criticizing Hyun's promotion behind his back. The gossiping employees bitterly complain that Hyun's promotion was entirely due to Han-Rok's effort. The gossiping group predicts that Hyun will eventually be pushed out by Han-Rok. Han-Rok calmly walks toward the gossiping group, completely unfazed by their harsh words. Realizing they have been caught red-handed, the panicked employees quickly flee the rooftop. Hyun admits his heart feels heavy, but Han-Rok reassures him and Hyun reaffirms his resolve. Han-Rok reflects on keeping his promise as the executive office doors loom ahead. Seated inside, the director notes that Oh is gone and demands Han-Rok keep his promise. Han-Rok listens calmly as the director emphasizes that sales are now critical. The director firmly reminds him of his promise to achieve 10 million viewers. The director curiously asks why Han-Rok is so eager to secure this specific project. Han-Rok's gaze sharpens as he plans to implement a unique sing-along streaming strategy. He explains that the film will allow him to recreate a massive festival-like atmosphere. Amused and excited by the bold concept, the director dismisses him to begin working. As Han-Rok heads out, the director notes that their competitor, Charlotte, is struggling. A flashback highlights how the rival firm lost their standing due to harsh leadership decisions. Standing tall, the director suggests an easy method to boost sales and secure dominance. With a ruthless expression, the director coldly commands him to destroy all their competitors. The director promises complete support if Han-Rok successfully crushes Charlotte. Han-Rok calmly agrees, though he admits he does not particularly enjoy such ruthless tactics. The director warns that failure is not an option, but Han-Rok confidently accepts the challenge. Department Manager Jung questions him, and the black-haired Han-Rok admits his reservations about the tactic. Smirking confidently, Han-Rok declares that pulling off successful campaigns is one of his primary specialties. The director smiles proudly, reaffirming his absolute confidence in choosing Han-Rok for the position. During a team meeting, the marketing staff discusses the massive 60 billion won budget and high stakes of the film project. When Han-Rok suggests a potential 1 billion won promotion budget, Assistant Manager Ha is left completely stunned. Han-Rok encourages his team, noting that a massive budget allows them to try everything they have wanted. Looking over the documents, Yu-Seon points out that while the band is famous globally, their domestic market is very different. Looking at his laptop, Assistant Manager Ha flatly states that rock music is currently dead in their country. Ha explains that young people barely know the band, prompting Han-Rok to suggest marketing it as a music film. Standing confidently with crossed arms, Han-Rok proposes launching sing-along screenings as their core marketing strategy. Ha worries about English lyrics in difficult songs, prompting Han-Rok to ask what sing-alongs are truly about. Han-Rok explains that the difficulty of the music does not matter as long as the audience is having fun. Han-Rok challenges the rock-loving Ha, asking why people attend live concerts instead of just listening at home. Ha realizes that concerts are about the atmosphere and the shared joy of experiencing the moment together. With a confident smirk, Han-Rok declares that they are selling that exact feeling, not just a movie. Department Manager Jung agrees to the sing-alongs and suggests requesting their songs on the radio to build interest. When Han-Rok suggests running TV advertisements as well, Department Manager Jung quickly dismisses it as a waste. Han-Rok explains that TV ads are too expensive, requiring them to allocate their budget to other vital areas. Jung asks where he plans to spend the saved funds, and Han-Rok reveals it will go to promoting sing-alongs. Department Manager Jung skeptically inquires exactly how much of the budget Han-Rok intends to allocate for this. Han Rok boldly proposes spending 500 million won on the sing-along promotion alone.
Han Rok calmly proposes using half of their total promotion budget, an astronomical sum for a single campaign. Standing before him, Department Manager Jung flatly asks Han Rok if he has completely lost his mind. Han Rok acknowledges the massive expense but firmly stands by his belief that it will yield unprecedented results. Jung questions the lack of traditional TV teasers, but Han Rok defends his decision to skip costly cast visits. Jung praises Han Rok's capability but insists a film of this scale requires traditional TV ads and star-studded cast visits. Though Jung demands he follow orders and take the safe route, Han Rok reflects on what the manager is forgetting. Han Rok firmly points out his past track record of delivering blockbuster hits, refusing to be intimidated by scale. A tense silence fills the room as Department Manager Jung stands up to face the resolute Han Rok. Jung grimly asks if Han Rok's past success means he should stay out of his way. Han Rok directly attributes Jung's interference to a lack of trust, while Jung insists he only wants to play it safe. Han Rok proudly asserts his track record, leaving Department Manager Jung wondering why he is pushing so incredibly hard. As sunset colors the sky outside, Department Manager Jung voices his concerns about the risky sing-along strategy to the director. The director welcomes the risk for its high payoff, while Jung warns that the timing is highly inappropriate. The director turns to Jung, pointedly questioning why Jung was previously sent down to Suwon and why he lacks trust. The director bluntly tells Jung that his core issue is his sheer inability to trust his own subordinates. The director criticizes Jung for blocking Han Rok's potential instead of fully backing his brilliant ideas. The director points out that Han Rok is their top performer, leaving Jung with no valid reason to oppose him. Under the director's piercing gaze, Department Manager Jung remains quiet, unable to find a counterargument. Clenching his fist in silence, Jung struggles to process the director's harsh but accurate words. With a heavy heart, Department Manager Jung quietly submits to the director's final decision. The director decides to grant Han Rok complete authority over the marketing strategy to see how it performs. The director notes with a smile that Jung's cautious attitude is a significant change from his younger days. While the director expresses absolute faith in Han Rok, Jung chuckles weakly about his own stubbornness. The director praises Han Rok's genius idea to rent a slot at a rock festival to promote the film. A pleased grin spreads across the director's face as he reflects on Han Rok's unmatched business instincts. Relaxing on his office couch, the director silently notes that Department Manager Jung is finally starting to change. A polite knock on the door interrupts the director as he reflects on Jung's unexpected professional growth. Han Rok steps into the office with a calm expression, greeting the director politely. Sitting across from the director, Han Rok announces he has a request, prompting an amused but wary response. Han Rok proposes allocating 500 million won to promote the sing-along screenings, prompting the director's intrigued approval. Han Rok thanks the director but reveals there is another matter requiring his immediate approval. The director is surprised and questions Han Rok's sudden request to secure a rock festival slot. Han Rok explains his intention to host the screening of Rhapsody directly at the festival. Han Rok firmly requests the director's official approval for the bold festival strategy. As the director considers the risky idea, Han Rok silently strategizes on how to win him over. Han Rok requests that the first screening be completely free, earning a stunned reaction from the director. Intrigued but cautious, the director demands a solid, convincing argument for such an unorthodox move. Han Rok explains that securing the rock festival crowd early is critical for driving box office success. He suggests filming the energetic festival crowd to use as highly effective TV advertisements later. Han Rok addresses the schedule gaps and explains that free screenings encourage critical repeat viewers. The director realizes Han Rok has meticulously prepared his research, leaving no room for a refusal. The director notes that Han Rok is effectively pulling him directly onto the playing field. He observes with a sharp gaze that Han Rok is attempting to use his executive authority. Standing up, the director warns Han Rok that pushing him to the front lines crosses a line. Han Rok remains entirely calm, confidently promising that the director will find the plan highly entertaining. A glowing thread wraps around the director's wrist as Han Rok successfully hooks his interest. Amused by the sheer audacity of the plan, the director cracks a knowing smile. The scene shifts as the proposal is brought to the live entertainment division of TKENM. Director Choi pitches the festival screening to Yoo Jung-tae, who hesitates over the locked schedule. Yoo Jung-tae feels immense corporate pressure, knowing director Choi outranks him significantly despite having final authority. Yoo Jung-tae insists the locked timetable makes the sudden request highly difficult to accommodate. Yoo Jung-tae boldly accuses director Choi of overstepping his bounds with the aggressive demand. Director Choi pitches it as a highly beneficial collaboration that will bring massive publicity to both divisions. Yoo Jung-tae retorts that assisting the film division makes no sense during their tense acquisition war. Director Choi firmly corrects him, framing the request as a golden opportunity rather than an overstep. Director Choi points out that Yoo's division currently lacks the revenue to compete in the succession. Director Choi extends an intimidating but lucrative offer, promising proper rewards if Yoo joins his side.
Under immense pressure, Yoo Jung-tae relents and officially grants permission to use the festival stage.
Yoo Jung-tae bows in gratitude as Director Choi reassures him that loyalty is always rewarded.
Yoo Jung-tae respectfully takes his leave, completely swayed by Director Choi's overwhelming presence.
News of the unprecedented and free festival opening quickly spreads through the office. The team warmly praises Han-rok for successfully standing his ground against the film division's pressure.
Director Choi commends Han-rok's success but advises him to ease up slightly in the future.
Han-rok politely agrees, leaving Director Choi wondering how to manage such an unstoppable talent.
Director Choi is notified of a formal complaint from the film division demanding Han-rok's reassignment. Unbothered by the minor office trouble, Director Choi focuses entirely on his upcoming meeting with the chairman.
Focus shifts to the desk of TK President Ha Jung-yap as a voice inquires about operations. President Ha reports their successful acquisition preparations following the Busan Film Festival's wrap-up. The elderly chairman praises their achievements and reflects on his son's 5-year tenure running E&M.
Chairman Ha Tae-jun sits quietly, preparing to evaluate his son's true leadership capabilities. Satisfied with the progress, Chairman Ha authorizes his son to continue leading the company forward. Chairman Ha asks if there is any standout talent worth grooming and bringing up with him. Ha Jung-yap confidently walks away, confirming that such a person indeed exists. Ha Jung-yap identifies Lee Han-rok as the genius behind their massive success at the festival. Chairman Ha admits he is highly pleased with Han-rok's stellar performance at the festival. Chairman Ha then asks for an update on Choi Yoo-nil's performance within the company. Chairman Ha reminds his son to utilize Choi Yoo-nil well before his eventual reassignment. A narration reveals that assistant manager Choi Yoo-nil's true home is TK Planning under the eldest son. A strategic placement is revealed as key preparation for the upcoming group succession in a few years. President Ha bitterly recalls always being compared to his brother and living in his shadow. The chairman doubts his son's capabilities, prompting President Ha to confidently claim Choi Yoo-nil as his ally. President Ha passionately declares his determination to claim the succession and finally surpass his brother. Sitting alone in his office, President Ha intensely vows that TK Group will soon be his. Under the desk, President Ha confirms that the film Rhapsody is currently the film division's primary focus. President Ha learns that Han-rok is managing Rhapsody and decides he must act quickly. Memories of his father's challenging words continue to fuel President Ha's burning desire for success. President Ha coldly orders the replacement of the project manager with his own loyal subordinate, Choi Yoo-nil. The gray-haired director warns against the decision, prompting a sharp and defensive response from President Ha. The director boldly stands his ground, while President Ha warns him to watch his words. The director passionately defends Han-rok, declaring him the most exceptional talent in the entire company. The director warns that replacing Han-rok will cause severe pushback and destroy team morale. Unmoved by the warnings, President Ha stubbornly reiterates his command to replace the manager. Back in the office, an excited call announces that their marketing plan is working perfectly. Online hype explodes as a social media post prompts discussions about Queen performing at the festival. Fans flood the comment section with highly excited speculation about Queen joining the official lineup. Han-rok stands by a colleague's desk, highly pleased with the overwhelming online engagement. Assistant manager Ha praises Han-rok's marketing genius as Han-rok silently notes the incredible reaction. Assistant manager Ha defends their actions over the phone, insisting the post was thoroughly discussed beforehand. Assistant manager Ha explains the public relations risk of deleting the post, despite rising corporate pressure. The controversial post generates 10 times more engagement than any of Live Entertainment's official posts. Understanding their competitors' jealousy, Han-rok calmly offers a compromise regarding the successful post. Frustrated by the unfair complaints, assistant manager Ha points out that they are the wrong party. A dispute arises over the promised evening screening slots, which are now being withheld. Sensing his teammates' mounting stress, Han-rok steps in and takes over the phone call. Han-rok introduces himself over the phone, immediately catching the other party off guard. Han-rok professionally manages the dispute, proposing to reconsider the slots and requesting direct future communication. The caller awkwardly admits they should have contacted Han-rok directly from the very beginning. Han-rok addresses manager Joe, revealing he knows exactly why they targeted his subordinate. Han-rok sharply accuses the Live Entertainment division of nitpicking out of jealousy over superior marketing numbers. Han-rok threatens to report their breach of contract, leaving manager Joe completely stunned and sweating. Refusing to listen to excuses, Han-rok abruptly hangs up and prepares to report the issue. With the phone call over, Han-rok calmly asks assistant manager Ha for a quick word. Assistant manager Ha apologizes, feeling responsible for letting the conflict escalate so significantly. Han-rok warmly reassures him, firmly stating that the blame lies entirely with the other division. Han-rok explains that they obtained all necessary approvals, so they have nothing to feel guilty about.
Assistant Manager Ha finally feels relieved, agreeing that they did nothing wrong. Han Rok kindly advises him to take a short rest before returning to work.
Overlooking the bustling city streets, a sense of calculated ambition and corporate strategy hangs in the air.
Han Rok looks out the window, reflecting on the endless, jungle-like battles of the corporate world. The massive TK headquarters tower looms high, a symbol of immense ambition and power. Han Rok stands near the railing, quietly questioning if he can truly change this giant company. Suddenly, a vibrating ringtone sounds out, snapping him out of his deep thoughts. The gray-haired director solemnly delivers the president's official order to replace Han Rok with Choi Yunil. Han Rok demands to know the reason, refusing to accept the sudden and unfair reassignment. The director clenches his teeth, internally lamenting how long he must endure this toxic work environment. The director advises Han Rok to view this challenge as a risky but valuable opportunity to impress the president. Exhausted by the corporate politics, the director encourages Han Rok to face the president directly and handle it well. The scene shifts to the closed office doors as the impending confrontation with the president begins. Sitting across from President Ha, Han Rok firmly demands an acceptable explanation for his sudden replacement. President Ha officially replaces Han Rok with Choi Yunil, reassigning Han Rok to another project. Han Rok glares in disbelief, internally furious at being stripped of his hard work as compensation. Han Rok politely requests permission to speak, and President Ha allows him to proceed. Han Rok outlines his brilliant marketing strategy, including sing-along screenings and a major festival debut. President Ha listens as Han Rolick explains how the unique campaign will elevate the company's brand. Han Rok asks if the president truly believes Assistant Manager Choi is more suitable, receiving a direct confirmation. Han Rok pointedly asks if Choi was the one who conceived the sing-along strategy. Han Rok further inquires if Choi was also responsible for the festival screening and advertisement ideas. President Ha admits the ideas were Han Rok's, prompting Han Rok to challenge Choi's qualifications. Han Rok silently observes the president, realizing the man possesses more backbone than he initially thought. President Ha dismisses Han Rok, suggesting that he and Choi should collaborate on the project instead. Han Rok firmly rejects the compromise, stating he has no intention of collaborating with Choi. Han Rok passionately defends his ownership of the project, refusing to hand it over without justification. Han Rok criticizes the toxic corporate culture where employees actively hinder each other's progress. Han Rok questions who would ever work responsibly if leadership fails to recognize proper talent. Han Rok directly accuses the president of actively encouraging and fostering this counterproductive environment. Han Rok stands defiant, towering over the desk as a tense silence fills the room. President Ha asks if Han Rok's fierce defiance means he is willing to resign. A heavy dark aura swirls around Han Rok as he silently reaffirms his profound passion for his work. The dark energy intensifies around Han Rok, who decides he will leave if leadership refuses to change. Han Rok delivers a bold ultimatum, stating his future with the company depends on the president's choice. Han Rok bids a final, polite farewell and prepares to walk away from his position. President Ha is left alone, deeply unsettled by Han Rok's shocking and dignified departure. President Ha mutters in disbelief, calling Han Rok an incredibly arrogant employee. The gray-haired director steps forward, noting Han Rok's consistent boldness and questioning why they met. Director smiles knowingly, admitting he had a specific lesson he hoped the president would learn. President Ha listens quietly as the director prompts him to reflect on his leadership style. President Ha looks down thoughtfully, admitting that the intense confrontation has deeply impacted him. The director agrees with promoting Choi, but insists stripping Han Rok of his project was wrong. The director explains that the chairman's high expectations require putting Choi in a major role. President Ha focuses entirely on satisfying his father, but the director questions this obsession. The director addresses President Ha as a teacher, urging him to rethink his misguided path. The director forcefully reminds President Ha that this company ultimately belongs to him, not his father. The director passionately reassures the sweating president that they are his true allies. President Ha is left speechless, his confidence completely shaken by the director's harsh words. President Ha vividly recalls Han Rok's warning that a company run this way cannot grow. Overwhelmed by conflict, President Ha sits alone, questioning what his next move should be. The director walks away, silently acknowledging that Han Rok's bold gamble has successfully worked. President Ha reflects on his true goals, dreaming of building a company defined by his own leadership. The scene shifts to the intense moment before Han Rok enters the president's office. Han Rok steels himself, predicting the president will suggest a compromise of working with Choi. Han Rok resolves to quit immediately if forced to share the project with Choi. Back in the present, President Ha looks up at Han Rok with a completely changed expression. President Ha humbles himself, apologizing to Han Rok and admitting his decision was immature. Han Rok watches in surprise as President Ha officially confesses his mistake. President Ha reinstates Han Rok as project manager, promising full administrative support going forward. President Ha dismisses Han Rok, who stands in stunned silence at the sudden turn of events. Regaining his composure, Han-Rok requests full authority to resolve the scheduling conflict with live entertainment. President Ha grants his request, realizing Han-Rok is a rare talent who genuinely wants to succeed. Looking Han-Rok directly in the eyes, President Ha delivers a sincere personal apology. Han-Rok smiles confidently and bows slightly as he prepares to leave the office. Walking down the hallway, Han-Rok reflects on his successful impact on changing the company. Looking ahead, he silently hopes that the corporate environment will continue to improve. The gray-haired director informs Han-Rok that the president has promised them full administrative support. Han-Rok happily compares his success to a hit movie as the director encourages him. Han-Rok reveals to the director that he has established a new career goal. Han-Rok recalls the director's past question about his readiness to advance in the company. Han-Rok declares his readiness to climb higher, prompting the curious director to ask why. Han-Rok explains his desire to work independently, earning an amused chuckle from the director. Han-Rok expresses his genuine desire to help transform the company into a better workplace. The director internally notes that Han-Rok has finally gained the ambition he previously lacked. The director marvels at Han-Rok's rapid growth, wondering if he will someday be surpassed. Smirking confidently, the director prepares himself to eagerly accept Han-Rok's future challenge. Chairman inquires over the phone about progress on undermining his brother's executive allies. President Ha defends his strategy, but the chairman questions his reliance on Han-Rok. The annoyed chairman insults President Ha and demands that he deliver Choi Yunil instead. President Ha asserts ownership over the company, but the chairman fiercely claims total control. President Ha stands firm, boldly reiterating that he is the true owner of his company. The director enters the office, asking what brought the chairman to visit them today. President Ha dismisses the director's question about what the chairman said during their meeting. President Ha proudly asserts his authority, declaring that the chairman's demands no longer matter. The director silently notes that the chairman's pressure will ultimately force President Ha to grow. The director suggests that President Ha attend the upcoming collaborative rock festival between their divisions. President Ha checks his schedule and learns about an upcoming week-long business trip to Japan. Learning of an appointment with his father, President Ha pauses to consider his options. Without hesitation, President Ha commands his secretary to cancel the meeting with the chairman. President Ha overrides the director's warning, choosing to attend the rock festival instead. The director smiles warmly, feeling vindicated about his belief in Han-Rok's positive influence. The director anticipates that the festival will provide the perfect opportunity for corporate growth. At 2 p.m., the scene shifts to the conference room on the 19th floor. The rock festival and GV teams convene to coordinate the screening schedule for Rhapsody. Manager Joe panics internally, stressed about facing the highly respected and formidable Han-Rok. Before the meeting officially begins, Han-Rok speaks up to address an ongoing issue. Han-Rok addresses the previous scheduling conflict and the unfair demands placed on his team. A tense atmosphere fills the room as Han-Rok confronts the nervous manager Joe. Han-Rok firmly rejects attempts to postpone the discussion, demanding immediate resolution of the conflict. Han-Rok demands a formal apology, refusing to back down despite corporate pressure to dismiss it. Seeing no way out, Manager Kwon quietly instructs the sweating Manager Ju to apologize. Manager Joe grinds his teeth in silent frustration, utterly humiliated by the situation. Manager Joe bows deeply, delivering a sincere apology to Han-Rok's relieved subordinate. Assistant Manager Ha accepts the apology, deeply touched that his boss fought so hard for him. Assistant Manager Ha admires Han-Rok, deeply grateful to have such a supportive boss. Having successfully secured the apology, Han-Rok calmly sits back to begin the meeting. Han-Rok stops Manager Kwon from starting, asking if he also has something to say. Han-Rok directly accuses Manager Kwon of orchestrating the unfair schedule changes behind the scenes. Manager Kwon angrily yells at Han-Rok, accusing him of nitpicking and picking a fight. Refusing to tolerate the outburst, Han-Rok abruptly ends the meeting and prepares to leave. Han-Rok walks out, declaring he has no desire to work under these toxic conditions. Panicking Manager Kwon begs Han-Rok to stay, prompting Han-Rok to demand full cooperation. With the power dynamic shifted, Han-Rok's team successfully initiates negotiations to reschedule their screening times. Manager Joe and his colleague worry about Han-Rok's aggressive demands to dominate the prime evening screening slots. Han-Rok offers a compromise, proposing to move all screenings to the substage instead. Manager Joe questions the sudden shift, but Han-Rok explains he wishes to avoid disrupting their schedule. Han-Rok confirms his decision, reflecting on his original plan to claim every possible slot. Han-Rok resolves not to sabotage others, recalling his warning about toxic corporate infighting. Han-Rok's colleague reiterates that their goal is mutual support, not taking over the festival. He promises that their sing-along screenings will also benefit the live entertainment division in return. Assistant Manager Ha expresses understanding of their hostility, emphasizing that both sides can still mutually benefit. He proposes full cooperation moving forward, urging both teams to stop actively sabotaging each other. Han-Rok smiles warmly, asking if this cooperative approach is what true competition is about. An overseas acquaintance calls Yunil, asking how Korea is treating him after all this time.
Yunil smiles pleasantly as he answers the unexpected call from his overseas acquaintance. The caller expresses interest in writing an article, noting outdoor screenings are much rarer in Korea.
Yunil explains that both major projects are currently being handled by the same impressive individual. The caller is intrigued, comparing this mysterious project manager's talents directly to Yunil's own abilities. The caller asks Yunil if he has any intention of returning to the United States. Yunil recalls leaving his career in Hollywood behind because he never felt like he truly belonged. He laments being labeled as an outsider or elite, choosing instead to focus solely on work. Yunil's perspective changed entirely upon witnessing Han Rok's extraordinary impact on the company. Yunil confidently declares he won't return, finding Korea's dynamic work environment far too exciting to leave. The caller decides to cover the Rhapsody project, predicting it will generate major international interest. The reporter asks Yunil if he can arrange an interview with this brilliant project manager. Yunil agrees to ask Han Rok, while the reporter marvels at Korea's abundance of talent. The reporter jokingly warns Yunil that Han Rok's rising star might completely overshadow his own. Smirking confidently, Yunil walks away, eager to see how Han Rok handles the growing spotlight. With both events scheduled, the team must still complete a mountain of preparation work. Han Rok coordinates filming for day 2 to utilize the sing-along screenings for promotional advertising. Han Rok rejects an IMAX allocation, choosing smaller screens to build viral demand through ticket scarcity. His colleague reports that the promotional rollout on YouTube is proceeding smoothly and cooperatively. The scene shifts to the massive outdoor venue as the highly anticipated rock festival finally begins. A massive crowd of 30,000 people gathers on the grass, filling the festival grounds. The team stands awestruck, imagining if the entire massive crowd joined their sing-along screening. They marvel at the sheer ambition of Han Rok's plan to screen before such a crowd. Han Rok tempers expectations, noting they must respect that this is live entertainment's festival. The film team completes the setup for their promotional booth under a simple outdoor canopy. Han Rok instructs his puzzled colleague to relax as their corporate booth has no active events. Han Rok kindly advises his team to treat the opening day as a well-deserved rest. Han Rok instantly regrets his words as an unexpected development disrupts their quiet rest day. Eager festival-goers swarm the booth, clamoring for tickets and details about the sing-along screening. As dusk settles around 7 p.m., the team prepares to launch the outdoor screening. Anticipation builds as attendees gather on the grass, waiting eagerly in front of the sub-stage. Han Rok nods firmly, instructing his colleague to begin playing the video for the crowd. While attendees chat on blankets, a rhythmic beat begins echoing powerfully across the festival grounds. The crowd falls silent as the iconic stomping rhythm reverberates through the outdoor air. A massive screen illuminates, showcasing a legendary guitarist as the driving beat continues to pound. The legendary rock anthem begins, instantly recognizable by its famous clapping and foot-stomping beat. Festival attendees instinctively raise their hands, clapping along in perfect unison with the screen. Thousands of feet stomp against the grass, matching the powerful rhythm of the classic song. The entire audience unites, clapping and stomping in perfect harmony under the night sky. The overwhelming crowd response confirms that the sing-along screening is an absolute massive success. Standing on the festival stage, Han Rok introduces himself as TKENM's manager to the crowd. Looking out at the massive audience, Han Rok realizes that nobody is responding to his introduction. A confident smile sprays across his face, finding their complete indifference absolutely perfect for his plans. Looking at the silent crowd, he notes that their unfamiliarity proves they came purely for the film. Han Rok announces that the sing-along screening of Rhapsody is about to make its Korean debut. Whispers ripple through the crowd as they realize this interactive screening differs from quiet theaters. Despite the initial silence, Han Rok remains hopeful that the crowd will eventually join in. Suddenly, Han Rok turns in surprise as a lone woman begins clapping to a rhythmic beat. Clapping enthusiastically with a bright smile, the young woman tries to ignite the crowd's energy. Hearing her rhythmic clapping, other attendees slowly begin to join in and build a unified beat. Grinning confidently into his microphone, Han Rok invites the warming audience to enjoy the historic show. Backstage, Yoo-soon apologizes for her sudden outburst, explaining she simply wanted to build crowd excitement. Looking at his subordinate, Han Rok feels incredibly proud of her initiative and rapid professional growth. Han Rok gently places a reassuring hand on Yoo-sun's shoulder and praises her excellent work. On the massive screen, the legendary rock concert begins, prompting the audience to sing along collectively. The team celebrates the massive success, but Han Rok advises preparing more promotional clips for tomorrow. Han Rok confidently predicts an even bigger turnout tomorrow and urges his team to prepare ahead. A loud call from the outdoor canopy area suddenly interrupts their planning session. Sang-jin, the lead singer of the popular rock band Memory Tape, warmly introduces himself to them. Shaking hands, Han Rok explains how the band's performance will help the crowd sing along. Assistant manager Ha feels incredibly proud that his screening schedule idea is coming to life successfully. Han Rok expresses his hope that Memory Tape's involvement will extend beyond just their musical performance. Manager Joe agrees, realizing they can use the sing-along screening to promote their own upcoming concert. Hanrock is pleased to find that they are completely on the same page regarding collaboration. Smirking, Hanrock reflects on how both teams are successfully cooperating without any toxic corporate sabotage. The scene shifts to the next day as the rock festival grounds begin heating up. Manager Joe panics upon learning that the festival's highly anticipated foreign headliner has not arrived. A staff member explains that the headlining band's drummer is currently stranded in bad weather. Manager Joe clutches his head in despair, wondering if the band will make it in time. Excited fans arrive at the gates completely unaware of the headliner's pending arrival crisis. Watching the massive crowd gather, the corporate executives note that the public response is exceptional. As the afternoon deadline passes, the staff worries that the headline band will miss rehearsals. Manager Joe discusses alternative bands, but realizes the pressure of substituting is far too immense. Overwhelmed by the mounting crisis, Manager Joe sweatily mutters about his desperate lack of options. Hanrock approaches to confirm the band's absence, leaving Manager Joe with a heavy heart. Sensing the urgency, Hanrock prepares to pitch a highly unconventional solution to the desperate manager. Standing tall, Hanrock boldly proposes moving their movie screening over to the main stage instead. Hanrock quickly reassures the sweating Manager Joe that they are not trying to steal credit. Hanrock explains how the main stage's compatible equipment can easily support their alternative entertainment solution. Image 40, Hanrock directly addresses Manager Joe's deep anxiety about who will receive credit for the festival. Clenching his fist, Manager Joe admits his worries as Hanrock makes a solemn promise. With intense determination in his eyes, Hanrock promises that he will absolutely save the festival. Deeply reassured by his confident gaze, Manager Joe finds himself trusting Hanrock's bold proposal. Manager Joe agrees to the plan and prepares to contact the president for official permission. Commanding voice calls out to Hanrock, causing both men to turn in shock. President Ha stands before them, revealing he has arrived in person to hear the proposal. Looking around the busy festival grounds, President Ha suggests they step outside for a private discussion. Outside, Hanrock explains his strategy to screen Rhapsody, and President Ha immediately grants permission. President Ha declares that the irresponsible live entertainment division will face severe discipline for this failure. As President Ha turns, a spectral red thread wrapped around his back suddenly snaps and falls. The severed thread hits the ground, symbolizing the broken influence aimed at live entertainment's leadership. President Ha defends the tight scheduling as unavoidable, while his subordinate begs him to remain calm. President Ha warns Hanrock not to question his decisions, but Hanrock defends the team. Accepting the advice, President Ha warns Hanrock that there will not be a next time. Dismissed by his superior, Hanrock insists on sharing further ideas to resolve the crisis. Hanrock proposes ticket and food vouchers to protect the festival's image, prompting a budget inquiry. Hanrock estimates that they will need approximately 100 million won for the compensation. President Ha generously approves up to 300 million won to fully resolve the complaints. The two divisions hold an unprecedented emergency meeting, putting their heads together to plan. Hanrock maps out a 3-hour program while a colleague flags the waiting headliner fans. Section Chief Hyun expects minimal complaints from the moviegoers as they do not camp out. While the team worries about headliner fans, Manager Joe suggests apologizing, but Section Chief Hyun insists on proper compensation. Section Chief Hyun details the ticketing and voucher strategy using the president's approved budget to reassure the team. When Section Chief Hyun expects some lingering anger, Hanrock confidently asserts it can be avoided. Intrigued by his confidence, Section Chief Hyun smiles at the prospect of a new solution. Amidst the delays, the exhausted festival crowd voices their mounting anger about the schedule. The disgruntled audience fiercely heckles Manager Joe, demanding he get off the stage immediately. Manager Joe's excuses fail to appease the angry crowd as they continue shouting for his departure. Overwhelmed by sweat and anxiety, Manager Joe becomes the sole target of the crowd's fury. Section Chief Hyun quickly runs onto the stage to intervene in the escalating situation. Bowing deeply, Section Chief Hyun offers a sincere and empathetic apology for the scheduling errors. He explains the compensation of food, water, and numbered tickets alongside the movie screening option. Placated by the thorough care and apologies, the crowd quickly accepts Section Chief Hyun's turns. Backstage, a relieved Section Chief Hyun receives high praise from Hanrock for his performance. Hanrock jokingly affirms his praise, which humorously concerns the tired Section Chief. Section Chief Hyun admits that Hanrock's constant encouragement inspires him to perform even better. Main stage prepares to host Memory Tape's special opening performance for the movie. Hanrock confidently reassures Yusin that Memory Tape is one of the best Korean bands. The energetic performance of Bohemian Queen's hit sparks an incredibly enthusiastic crowd response. Before long, a massive crowd of 30,000 people completely fills the standing zone. Standing at the microphone, Hanrock officially announces the start of the Rhapsody spree. The film chronicles the band's history, prompting even first-time viewers to tap their feet. Powerful foot stomps and synchronized hand claps reverberate through the crowd as the classic beat starts. Thousands of voices unite to roar the legendary rock lyrics in perfect, earth-shaking harmony. Backstage, the team directs a cameraman to capture the crowd's explosive energy from behind.
Section Chief Hyun watches the tireless crew working passionately to capture the perfect moment.
Watching the magic unfold, Manager Joe finally understands the brilliance of Hanrok's vision. Hanrok coordinates transition timing with Manager Joe, earning his deep respect for his professionalism. Admiring his peerless character, Manager Joe internally admits he would gladly lose to Hanrok. A female staff member eagerly runs up to deliver the news of the headliner's arrival. The Rhapsody screening successfully concludes and the staff prepares for the next performance. Manager Joe nervously worries that the movie's massive success might completely overshadow the headlining band. Hanrok calmly reassures him to stick to their agreed plan without any worries. With a confident and warm smile, Hanrok tells Manager Joe to trust his leadership. The lead singer of the Blinkers steps up to the microphone, starting their performance. The crowd erupts into an absolutely explosive reaction as the band begins to play. Clenching her fists in excitement, Yusun happily draws Hanrok's curious attention. Hanrok asks Yusun why she is acting so emotional despite everything going well. Smiling warmly, Yusun explains that she is simply overwhelmed with happiness watching the success. Yusun praises Hanrok's incredible leadership, admitting she never expected such an astronomical success. Hanrok credits her for the success, reminding her of her crucial crowd-igniting efforts. Yusun modestly downplays her own achievements, claiming her contributions to the festival were trivial. Hanrok gently encourages Yusun to aim even higher and do better next time. The two colleagues stand on the green lawn, clenching their fists in mutual motivation. Yusun beams with determination, promising to work even harder and surpass her current limits. Secretary suddenly approaches to inform Hanrok that the president wishes to see him. Looking over the festival grounds, President Ha highly commends Hanrok for successfully leading the event. President Ha rewards Hanrok's outstanding performance by granting him extra paid time off. The dark-haired executive standing next to the president asks for permission to address Hanrok. Hanrok immediately uses the opportunity to praise Section Chief Hyun's role in pacifying the crowd. He continues to share the credit, highlighting Assistant Manager Ha's ideas and Yusun's efforts. Recognizing Hanrok's humility, President Ha deeply respects how his subordinate shares success with the entire team. As cleanup begins on the empty main stage, Hanrok kindly urges Yusun to head home. Yusun insists on staying to help the live entertainment division and learn more about festival operations. She explains that she wants to absorb as much knowledge as possible from this rare opportunity. Looking at her passionate eyes, Hanrok is instantly reminded of a legendary rock song's lyrics. The powerful classic rock anthem plays in his mind, mirroring her relentless drive to succeed. Yusun looks up at Hanrok, wondering if she can eventually become as great as he is. Hanrok recalls a past moment when the executive asked if Yusun was the talented presenter. Hanrok smiles warmly, deeply touched by Yusun's earnest determination and rapid professional growth.